Chapter 154. Time was up. The South Lord hadn't finished his 8th jug, nor had the North Lord's 9th. Both of them were lying on the ground drunk. Han Yunchi drank a total of 9 jugs and was still standing. Han Yunchi had won. Everyone present was in disbelief, unable to believe what they'd seen with their own eyes. However, the truth was right in front of their eyes. Those who'd been waiting to see Han Yunchi lose, as well as those who didn't care, all had a whole new level of respect for this woman. Too valiant. Truly, they had to hand it to this woman. Princess Chongping was stunned as well. She stood there, looking at the red-faced but still haughty Han Yunchi. For some reason, she felt a sense of inferiority. At this time, Murong Wanru bumped into her from behind. Princess Chongping recovered her wits and understood that her chance had come. She immediately put on a joyful smile and laughed loudly. I knew my imperial aunt wouldn't lose, and lose face for imperial uncle. This wine competition imperial aunt has won. Everyone believed that Princess Chongping was convinced, but no matter how Han Yunchi looked at it, she felt that something wasn't right. In reality, Han Yunchi couldn't even stand properly. She was also drunk, but she still maintained a bit of clarity. She didn't know why Princess Chongping had invited the North and South Lords, but she felt that something wasn't right. However, she couldn't put her finger on it. However, seeing how drunk the North and South Lords were, she guessed that the two of them wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Then I'll have to ask Princess Chongping to urge the North and South Lords to not forget our bet. Han Yunchi said, Of course, of course. Princess Chongping was especially happy. After confirming that the wine competition was over, Han Yunchi's vigilance and nervousness relaxed. She couldn't help but admit that she'd drunk too much and had already exceeded her limits. She slowly sat down and held her forehead with one hand. At this time, her head was dizzy and her stomach was churning. She wanted to vomit but couldn't. Her strength was slowly disappearing. She was too lazy to move even if she wanted to. She just wanted to lie down and sleep. Han Yunchi was about to ask a servant girl to take her to a side room to rest when Murong Wanru, who had been keeping a low profile, walked over. Sister-in-law, let me help you down to rest. You drank too much. There's no need. Just let the palace maid send me there. Han Yunchi said mildly, forcing herself to look a little more clear-headed. She wouldn't feel at ease letting Murong Wanru take her away at this time. Liang Chen, Mei Jing, the two of you send the princess consort to her room to rest. Take care of her carefully. As soon as Princess Chongping spoke, Liang Chen and Mei Jing, the two palace maids, immediately came up to support her. Murong Wanru said hypocritically, Sister-in-law, I'll go with you. No need. You guys can continue. I'll be fine after resting for a while. Han Yunchi really did look very clear-headed, but seeing her drink so much wine, everyone knew that it was only a matter of time before she got drunk. Murong Wanru followed her for a few steps before turning back. She gave Princess Chongping a faint smile before returning to her seat. Princess Chongping also calmly sat down. She glanced at the North-South Masters lying on the side and lazily said, Uniquely take the North-South Masters away to sober up. A dignified man actually lost to a woman. How embarrassing. Yes, this old servant obeys, Uniquely replied in a hoarse voice. Very quickly, the banquet continued. Princess Chongping seemed to be in a much better mood. She chatted with everyone about anything under the sun, laughing and cursing. It was a lively scene. On the other side of the room, Han Yunchi had the two servant girls withdraw before personally locking the door behind her. Only then did she completely let down her guard. As soon as she relaxed, she fell heavily into a chair and couldn't even stand up. She really drank too much. She really wanted to lie down and sleep, but she knew she couldn't. The fastest and healthiest method was to vomit out all the wine she drank. After resting for a while, she forced her eyelids open. Lying on the side, She used the cruelest method to vomit. She used her finger to press against her tongue. After hesitating for a moment, she dug at her throat. She couldn't take it anymore and vomited. This vomiting was terrible. She hadn't eaten much, so all she vomited was water and wine. She didn't know how many times she dug and how much she vomited. In the end, her 5 viscera and 6 bowels finally felt comfortable, and she was much more clear-headed than before. It was just that her entire body was limp and she didn't have any strength. After Han Yunqi rinsed her mouth, she took out some glucose water from her detoxification system to drink to prevent herself from collapsing. Although she was a poison doctor, her detoxification system's medicine storehouse had prepared many emergency medicines. Anyone who had gotten drunk before knew that even after vomiting and drinking glucose water, one would need to sleep for at least a few hours to recover their strength. Han Yunqi returned to the bed with difficulty and almost fell down. She didn't have any more strength to move her position. She fell asleep in the same position as when she fell down. The room was silent. However, not long after, there was movement from the tightly shut door. The creaking sound got louder and louder. This was obviously someone trying to pry open the door. On the bed, Han Yunqi didn't have any strength in her body. She was unconscious and didn't hear any movement at all. Very soon, with a clang sound, the door was locked and the door was carefully pushed open by someone outside. She only heard a series of whispers. She didn't know who it was and didn't know what they were talking about. She only saw a person being pushed in, and with a bam sound, he collapsed onto the ground. Following that, the door slowly closed. Everything returned to its original silence. Han Yunqi still didn't know anything. Inside the door, the person who was pushed in was none other than the drunk and unconscious Master Bei, Zhang Sanche. He laid on the ground for a while, but didn't fall asleep. Instead, he turned over and faced the sky. His face was red. His ears and neck were all red. That kind of red seemed to be deeper than when one was drunk. It made people feel hot for him. At this moment, Zhang Sanche's body was indeed hot. He was completely unconscious and his body was warm. However, as the hot feeling became more and more obvious, he seemed to have gradually regained his strength. He didn't know where this strength came from. He only felt that his abdomen was suffocating and couldn't wait to vent it out. So hot! He muttered to himself as he unconsciously tore open his collar and undid his belt. He climbed up and stumbled a few steps before he steadied himself by holding on to the table. At this moment, he suddenly saw Han Yunqi on the bed. In an instant, a wave of heat rose from his lower abdomen. Zhang Sun couldn't help but swallow his saliva and laugh drunkenly. "Woman, hee. This prince is coming." How could he recognize that it was Qin Wangfei? His face revealed a lewd smile as he undid his belt and walked over step by step. "Little lady, this prince is coming." Seeing that Zhang Sanche was approaching, Han Yunqi didn't move at all, as if she didn't know how dangerous her situation was. Zhang Sanche anxiously took off his shirt and actually started undoing his pants. He was clearly drugged. Heavens, Han Yunqi didn't know at all. Too scary. At this moment, Zhang Sanche was only 3 steps away from the bed. He stood still and looked at Han Yunqi as if looking at prey, swallowing his saliva. However, at this moment, beep beep, beep beep beep, Han Yunqi suddenly heard an urgent warning in her mind. Poison! Her long-term professional vigilance made the basically drunk and asleep Han Yunqi immediately open her eyes when she heard this warning. She instantly woke up. It must be known that, as a doctor, even if she received a rescue mission in the middle of the night, she had to immediately wake up. However, the moment she woke up, the shirtless Zhang Sanche suddenly pounced over. "Ah!" Han Yunqi cried out in alarm and dodged out of the way. Zhang Sanche fell onto the bed beside her. As for her, her entire body was weak. That pounce just now was just an emergency response. She also lay on the side and looked at the man beside her in disbelief. She was so scared that her face turned green. It was actually Zhang Sanche. Why was he here? Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. In her mind, the detoxification system kept reminding her. Han Yunchi focused and immediately understood what was going on. This guy had been drugged with an aphrodisiac. Although an aphrodisiac was called a medicine, it was actually a kind of poison. A poison that harmed people. Didn't she lock the door? How did this guy get in? Han Yunchi looked towards the door and found that the door bolt had been pried open. She instantly sucked in a cold breath and immediately understood that this was a conspiracy. Zhang Sun Che must have been drugged before being thrown in. Pring opened the door with such a big commotion. Were the servant girls and guards all dead? They didn't notice. This must have been done by Princess Chongping. Despicable. No, it was simply disgusting. She actually used such a despicable and dirty method. Han Yunchi was still fuming. Who knew that Zhang Sun Che suddenly flipped over and reached out a lewd claw towards her. Little lady, don't dodge. This lord guarantees that you'll feel very good. Han Yunchi dodged his arm, but Zhang Sun Che's other hand immediately reached over and grabbed her sleeve. He suddenly pulled her close and sucked in a deep breath, following which his leg was about to cross over. Han Yunchi was scared out of her wits. She didn't have the strength to break free or dodge. She didn't think much and took out a golden needle from the detoxification system as a weapon. Using all her strength, she stabbed towards Zhang Sun Che's inner thigh. Ah! Zhang Sun Che groaned and rolled to the side in pain. At this time, his drunkenness had sobered up a little. Only, under the interaction of the drug and alcohol, he had long lost his rationality. His lust was unbearable, and he couldn't wait to take this woman. Stinky woman! He roared angrily and pounced over again. Han Yunchi wanted to escape, but she was really too weak. When she turned over, she accidentally fell off the bed. But who knew that Zhang Sun Che actually grabbed her arm and wouldn't let go? His other hand reached over in a wretched manner. Scram! Han Yunchi shouted angrily and stabbed the golden needle again. But she really didn't have the strength. This time, to Zhang Sun Che it didn't hurt or itch at all. Zhang Sun Che suddenly pulled and tore her sleeve. This tug actually released Han Yunchi. Han Yunchi threw herself to the side and finally put some distance between Zhang Sun Che and herself. She let out a long sigh. Only then did she realize that she could poison and detoxify. Damn it! Was she scared out of her wits? She couldn't wait to poison this damn thing to death, but she still held it in. Since Princess Chongping had drugged him, there had to be a next step. Nothing could happen to Zhang Sun Che. At this time, Zhang Sun Che climbed off the bed and pressed towards Han Yunchi again. The aphrodisiac he had been drugged with was very common. Han Yunchi knew how to detoxify it with a single scan. She held the golden needle in her hand and aimed it at the acupuncture point on Zhang Sun Che's abdomen. 2 needles, and the aphrodisiac would be detoxified. She trembled as she watched Zhang Sun Che approach. She didn't have much strength, so she could only strike when Zhang Sun Che was close. Her palms were sweating. She had never been so nervous in her life. One had to know that if she made a mistake, she would be finished. Chapter 155. Han Yunchi held the gold needles tightly, watching Zhang Sun Che approach step by step. She was so nervous that she held her breath. This moment would determine life and death. Hee, little lady, let's see where you can run off to. Zhang Sun Che smiled lecherously, grabbing Han Yunchi's ankle. Han Yunchi instantly quivered. She had to endure. Who knew that Zhang Sun Che didn't continue to approach, but instead pulled her down and pressed her down. In the nick of time, she aimed for an acupoint on Zhang Sun Che's abdomen and immediately inserted 2 needles. In an instant, Zhang Sun Che's body that was pressing down suddenly stopped. He seemed to have been stimulated by something and froze. At the same time, Han Yunchi abruptly rolled away from him to one side. By the time she stopped, Zhang Sun Che had already lost all strength and collapsed to the ground. Just a little bit more. So close, so close. However, Han Yunchi looked at the gold needles in her hand and then at the frozen Zhang Sun-che. She suddenly felt like banging her head against the wall. She was too nervous. She had inserted 2 needles, but she hadn't used enough strength. Zhang Sun-che was drunk and unconscious. The aphrodisiac in his body was the source of his strength. Although he had collapsed, the aphrodisiac hadn't been completely removed. He would soon become restless again. Han Yunqi gasped for breath and immediately used this time to take out a stimulant from the detoxification system. This was the most effective emergency medicine she had. Although using this kind of medicine after drinking was very harmful, she couldn't care less. With 1 needle, she immediately recovered her strength. Just as she was about to add 2 more needles to Zhang Sun-che, she changed her mind and felt that it wasn't appropriate. Princess Changping had stuffed this drugged fellow to her, so she definitely had other plans. If someone barged in and saw this scene, then even if she jumped into the Yellow River, she wouldn't be able to clear her name. Thinking of this, Han Yunqi was completely shocked. Right, what she needed to do now was to escape. However, Han Yunqi soon found that the door was locked from the outside. These people must have planned it well. Han Yunqi immediately looked for the window. Fortunately, the window was not sealed. She moved a chair and stood on tiptoe to escape through the window. After closing the window, she leaned against the wall and took deep breaths. Although she had escaped safely, her heart was still beating wildly and she was still scared. However, at this moment, 2 familiar voices came from the side. It was none other than Morong Wanru and Eunuch Li. "How long has it been?" "It's been a while. Miss Wanru, isn't it time to call him over?" "Wait a little longer." "Haha, it's more interesting when the rice is cooked." Morong Wanru laughed. "Haha, Miss Wanru, I've put enough medicine. It must be boiling now." Eunuch Li also laughed. "All right, then go and call them. I'll wait here." "All right, Miss Wanru, just wait to receive your reward. Since you came up with such a good idea, Princess Changping will definitely reward you handsomely after the deed is done." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Yunqi heard Eunuch Li's footsteps fade into the distance. She slowly narrowed her eyes, her hands clenched into fists. Her anger overflowed to the heavens. What a good Morong Wanru. It's fine if she usually schemed, but I didn't expect it to be her this time. Moreover, she used such dirty methods. This was too much. If someone destroys 1 grain of mine, I'll take 3 grains from them. White Lotus, White Lotus. This time, this Wang Fei won't hold a grudge. If there's a grudge, I'll take revenge now. Han Yunqi followed the wall and silently walked over, only to see Morong Wanru hiding under a small tree on the side. She took a few deep breaths before calmly walking out. As she approached, Han Yunqi suddenly opened her mouth. "Wanru, why are you here?" "Ah!" Morong Wanru shrieked and abruptly turned her head, her face full of disbelief. Han Yunqi. That's right, it was Han Yunqi. Why was she here? Wasn't she drunk, unconscious, and in the room? "What? You don't want to see me, do you?" Han Yunqi coldly asked. "No. You." Morong Wanru was nervous. Who knew that Han Yunqi would ruthlessly sprinkle a handful of poison powder in her face without warning? Morong Wanru subconsciously lowered her head and rubbed her eyes. "You!" Before he could finish his words, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Han Yunqi coldly looked at Morong Wanru's obedient little face. She couldn't imagine that she would do such a thing. Very good. Since Morong Wanru had offered this scheme to Princess Changping, then she'd beat her at her own game. She'd let this White Lotus have a taste of what it meant to bring evil upon oneself. Han Yunqi decisively supported Morong Wanru towards the side rooms. She opened the door and tossed Morong Wanru inside. With one unconscious and the other unconscious, the drug should be acting up again. Most likely, there'd be a good show soon. Very quickly, Han Yunqi heard the sound of hurried footsteps. It must be Eunuch Li bringing people to watch the show. She hurriedly retreated to the side and hid in a corner, tidying up her disheveled clothes and hair. One side of her sleeve had been torn, so she tore the other side and disguised it as a bow. As expected, a large group of people soon arrived, with Princess Chongping in the lead. "Where is he? Where is he?" Princess Chongping angrily ran over, her face red. She was looking forward to it. She couldn't wait for everyone to see Han Yunqi's humiliated appearance. "Han Yunqi, let's see if you have the ability to turn things around this time." "Princess, young Master Bei is acting like a drunkard. He's flirting with everyone he sees. No one dares to go near him. We don't know where he ran off to." Eunuch Li replied loudly. Han Yunqi understood as soon as she heard it. This was clearly a set script. "Bastard, don't you know that Imperial Qin Aunt is also resting here? What if the matter reaches Imperial Aunt Qin's ears? What should we do?" Princess Chongping purposely raised her voice, unable to hide her excitement. "Princess, Qin Wangfei is in this room. Nothing will happen to her." Eunuch Li's face was filled with exaggerated worry. He glanced at the bushes on the side and wondered why Morong Wanru hadn't come out yet. It was her turn to go on stage. It was time for her to knock on the princess consort's door. However, it didn't matter if Morong Wanru didn't come, as long as there was a good show to watch in the room. "No way. Let's go take a look." Princess Chongping didn't even wait for Morong Wanru to come out. She rushed to the door in front of her. Everyone was nervous because of Princess Chongping, so they all followed her. Dong dong dong. Princess Chongping knocked heavily on the door. "Imperial Qin Aunt, are you awake?" "Imperial Qin Aunt, it's me, Chongping. Are you awake?" "Imperial Qin Aunt, please open the door." Princess Chongping pretended to call out a few times, a trace of craftiness flashing through her eyes. Without leaving a trace, she pushed the door open a small crack. "Aya, why didn't you lock the door?" Princess Chongping loudly questioned. As soon as she said this, the crowd fell silent. No one present was stupid, and they all realized that something was wrong. "Imperial Qin Aunt," Princess Chongping carefully called out, her back to the crowd as the corners of her mouth rose. Very quickly, she impatiently walked in. But who knew that not long after she entered, she would immediately start screaming. "Ah! Ah!" Hearing her scream, Eunuch Li was overjoyed. He knew it was a success. "What's going on?" "Qin Wangfei, Your Highness, what's wrong?" Eunuch Li hurriedly pushed the door completely open. In an instant, everyone gathered around. Almost at the same time, Eunuch Li also screamed, "Ah! How could this be? Heavens, it shouldn't be like this." The screen in the room had long been pushed down. Princess Chongping was standing by the screen, dumbstruck, her face ashen. Not far from the screen, Zhang Sanche was wearing only a pair of underwear, pressing down on an unconscious woman and about to undress her. That woman was none other than Morong Wanru. The door was wide open, and everyone saw it. Everyone was in disbelief. No one had expected to see such a thing here. Heavens, what had happened? Why was Morong Wanru here? Wasn't this Qin Wangfei's resting room? Zhang Sanche was under the control of the drug. Even though he was surrounded, his hands continued to move impatiently. Everyone present was stunned, and no one stopped him. At this time, Han Yunqi walked out from the side and pushed through the crowd. "What's wrong? What's going on?" As soon as she reached the door and saw the scene inside, she angrily rebuked. "Insolent Zhang Sanche, why aren't you stopping?" As soon as these words came out, the stunned crowd slowly recovered their wits. The women all retreated, their faces red. Zhang Sanche, however, remained unmoved. "Pervert." Han Yunqi saw a basin of water on the side and immediately brought it over, splashing it on Zhang Sanche and Morong Wanru. With this splash of cold water, Zhang Sanche finally stopped. At the same time, the unconscious Morong Wanru also woke up. She saw the man on top of her and lowered her head to see that her clothes had been torn to shreds. She instantly screamed. Ah! This scream could really cut through the sky. It was so ear-piercing that it was unbearable. Murong Wanru panicked. Her beautiful face lost all color, and she was terrified. How could this be? Heavens, what had happened? Get lost! Get lost! Help is here! Someone come! Help, She viciously pushed Zhang Sunche, wailing and screaming like a madwoman. A trace of coldness flashed through Han Yunqi's eyes. She said angrily, Someone come, hurry and pull him away. As soon as she said this, Murong Wanru finally noticed the people around her. She also noticed Han Yunqi's presence. She was dumbfounded. How could... Two men rushed out of the crowd and hastily pulled Zhang Sunche away. Zhang Sunche's mind was still hazy as he began to struggle and curse. Let go of me. My wife's waiting for me. You guys let go of me. This master wants to have a good time. Murong Wanru's face contorted in humiliation at these filthy words. She was on the verge of insanity. She didn't have time to think about why Han Yunqi was safe and sound, or why she'd fallen to such a state. She didn't want to hear it, so she covered her ears and began to wail like a madwoman. Ah! 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 One spoke obscenities while the other screamed non-stop. The situation was on the verge of spiraling out of control. Princess Changping was still frozen in place, while the others didn't dare to make a sound. After all, this wasn't a small matter. Although Murong Wanru was an adopted daughter, she was still a treasure in Grand Concubine Yi's hands. Things had gotten out of hand. Han Yunqi looked coldly at Murong Wanru without a shred of sympathy. If the detox system hadn't warned her today, she'd be the one on the verge of collapse right now. Eunuch Li, gag that beast's mouth and take him away to sober up. Han Yunqi finally spoke up. Eunuch Li gave Princess Changping a look, but she was too frightened to move. Eunuch Li could only brace himself and take the man away. Murong Wanru, that's enough. Just what's going on? You've lost all face for the Duke of Qin's estate. Han Yunqi's angry voice silenced Murong Wanru's screams. At the same time, Princess Changping recovered her wits and looked over. Chapter 156. At Han Yunqi's fierce tone, Murong Wanru gave a start before rising to her feet. Covering her face, she shoved Han Yunqi aside and ran out of the room. Princess Changping jumped in fright and shouted, Someone come, quick! Chase after her. She can't take things too hard. Princess Changping, what are your men doing? They can't even keep an eye on a drunkard. Now that something like this has happened, you should take Zhang Sunche and explain yourself to Grand Concubine Yi. Han Yunqi scolded angrily. She wasn't worried that Murong Wanru would commit suicide. With her personality, she wouldn't go that far. So speaking, she flicked her sleeves and left. Princess Changping finally reacted when she was far away. Isn't this your room? She blurted out. Unfortunately, no one answered her. Now that something like this had happened, the plum blossom meet couldn't continue. Everyone excused themselves and left, not daring to stick their noses into other people's business. Princess Changping had a guilty conscience and didn't dare tarry. After removing the aphrodisiac from Zhang Sunche, she escorted him to the Duke of Qin's estate to beg for forgiveness. Zhang Sunche was the most innocent of the lot. He had no idea he'd been poisoned, so when he found out what he'd done, he only assumed it was a result of drunken stupor. His intestines turned green with regret. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have had a drinking contest. As the saying goes, good things don't leave the house, while bad things travel 1,000 li. As soon as Princess Changping arrived at the Duke of Qin's estate, she saw Marquis Pingbei Zhangsun Zhongda and his wife Lady Shui kneeling inside Grand Concubine Yi's rooms, their heads almost touching the floor. Father, mother. Zhang Sunche cried out. Zhang Suntiance and Lady Shui saw their son who'd caused trouble and angrily chased after him to beat him. You beast! Did you eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? You usually turn a deaf ear to old man's words. Now that you've caused such trouble, let's see how you'll deal with it. How could you be so muddle-headed? Miss Wanru is a golden branch and jade leaf. You think you can touch her? Are you trying to take my and your father's lives? Princess Chongping had a guilty conscience and hid far away, not daring to say a single word. But suddenly there was a loud slap on the table. Princess Chongping unconsciously turned to see Grand Concubine sitting in the seat of honor. Her exquisite face was now as gloomy as the skies before a storm. How frightening! Marquis Pingbei and Lady Shui quickly returned to their knees. Zhang Sun-che fell to his knees as well, trembling with fear. He didn't even dare to spare Grand Concubine a glance. Princess Chongping couldn't help but shudder. She resentfully walked over and knelt down as well. Grand Imperial Concubine, Chongping. Chongping has brought Zhang Sun-che here to offer a humble apology. Grand Concubine Yi's hands landed heavily on the table as they clenched into fists. She was so angry that she couldn't speak. Suddenly, she pounded the table 3 times. Thump, thump, thump. Everyone who heard it trembled with fear as their hearts raced. In the silence of the room, Chongping lowered her head even more. At this moment, Han Yunqi spoke up from her seat. Chongping, just what's going on? Hurry and tell us the truth. Murong Wanru had rushed into her room to cry as soon as she came back. No matter how Grand Concubine asked or coaxed her, she wouldn't say a word. Grand Concubine was so angry that she smashed everything in the room. Grand Concubine doted on Murong Wanru as if she were her own daughter. Murong Wanru couldn't accept such a thing, much less Grand Concubine Moreover, everyone at the Plum Blossom Meet had seen it, so it was impossible to hide it. Most likely, everyone in the capital knew by now. The Duke of Qin's estate had lost all face this time. Most frightening of all, Murong Wanru's life was ruined. I don't know anything, I was at the banquet the entire time. It was Eunuch Li who said Zhang Sun-che had gone crazy from drinking, so I hurried over. But who knew? Princess Chongping trailed off, glancing at Han Yunqi. Imperial Qin Aunt, I wanted to ask you about this. You were clearly the one resting in that room. So why was Wanru in there? Why did she faint? You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? Han Yunqi retorted angrily, before explaining herself. I rested for a bit before going to the restroom. As soon as I came back, I ran into something like that. The side rooms were all guarded by your men, so how did they do their job? Zhang Sun-che went crazy from drinking, and Eunuch Li knew to report it. Didn't he have people watching over him? Han Yunqi stood up angrily. You still dare to ask me? It's a good thing I went to the restroom, or else. Heaven knows how much face the Duke of Qin's estate would lose today. Grand Concubine Yi's expression turned even uglier at these words. Finally, she spoke up, her voice frightening. Call Eunuch Li in for me. Eunuch Li, who'd been kneeling by the door all this time, scrambled inside to kneel by Princess Chongping's side. To reply, esteemed Imperial Concubine, Zhang Sun-che went crazy from drinking and wanted to take liberties with any girl he saw. This old servant couldn't stop him and panicked. So I didn't give any instructions before going to report to the princess. Who knew? Who knew that those girls all hid away? No one was watching Zhang Sun-che. Eunuch Li could only explain it this way. After all, this matter couldn't see the light of day. The fewer people who knew, the better. Thus, he dismissed all the servants, leaving only himself and Murong Wanru to know the truth. Eunuch Li had been sent by the Empress to assist Princess Chongping in hosting the Plum Blossom Meet. He was an experienced eunuch. Although he looked terrified and nervous, his answers were much better than Princess Chongping's. In any case, the matter had already happened. Zhang Sun-che's aphrodisiac had been neutralized, so he had no idea what had happened. No matter how hurt Morong Wanru was, she wouldn't dare to expose Princess Chongping. The dead told no tales. Then how did Wanru faint? Why was she in my room? Wasn't she at the banquet? Chongping, she should have told you when she left, right? Han Yunqi tossed out a series of questions, asking despite knowing the answer. At these words, Grand Concubine Yi's angry eyes flashed with a complicated look. Grand Concubine Yi had been in the palace for years, so she'd seen all sorts of crafty plots and tricks. She'd had her suspicions about Han Yunqi before, but hearing Han Yunqi's questions set her mind at ease. Everyone was chatting in twos and threes at the time, so I did notice her. I only heard her say she was worried about you and wanted to go take a look. Princess, Chongping replied hastily. Eunuch Li hesitated before adding, esteemed imperial concubine. Zhang Sunche was so drunk that he lost consciousness. It looks like we can only ask Miss Wanru herself how she got into his room. Grand Concubine Yi glared at Zhang Sunche, her gaze as sharp as a knife. She wanted nothing more than to gouge out his heart. Zhang Sunche's family of 3 had been silent the entire time, not daring to lift their heads. Although Marquis Pingbei's estate was a powerful and influential family, it was nothing in Grand Concubine Yi's eyes. Marquis Pingbei was alarmed, but secretly rejoiced in his heart. It was fortunate that this unfilial son had bullied Morong Wanru instead of Qin Wangfei. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be questioned today. His entire family wouldn't be spared either. Silence reigned in the room for a long time before Grand Concubine Yi spoke coldly. Wanru, just how did you get into your sister-in-law's room? And how did you lose consciousness? Everyone was stunned by her words. They never expected Morong Wanru to be here as well, but where was she? Morong Wanru was hiding behind a large screen in the seat of honor. Although her body was curled up and shivering, her teary eyes were filled with malice and resentment. She only remembered running into Han Yunqi in the little garden next to the room. After that, she had no recollection of anything else. She didn't know why she'd lost consciousness, or why she ended up in that room. Of course, she knew Han Yunqi had something to do with this, but she couldn't say it now. As soon as she revealed Han Yunqi's identity, Han Yunqi's personality and skills would definitely investigate to the end. After all, the fact that Han Yunqi could leave that room that day proved that she knew everything. If the truth came out, wouldn't she become a laughingstock? At that time, Marquis Pingbei's estate might even bite her back. As for Princess Chongping, she couldn't even protect herself, much less Morong Wanru. Right now, she was suffering in silence, unable to speak of her bitterness. Grievance, regret, unwillingness, resentment, shame, and fright were all mixed together. She hated Han Yunqi to the core. If it wasn't for Han Yunqi, she wouldn't have fallen to her current state. Her future was gone. Thinking up to here, Morong Wanru bit down on her robes, but her sobs still escaped. As soon as they heard the low sobs behind Grand Concubine Yi, everyone realized that Morong Wanru was there. Grand Concubine Yi was already vexed, but hearing the sobs only made her even angrier. She suddenly shouted, "What are you crying for? Speak! What a disgrace!" At the shout, Morong Wanru's tears fell like rain. She felt so wrong that she even wanted to die. But she had to answer. She didn't want to die. She couldn't accept it. Mu Fei, I sob. I was going to see sister-in-law, but no one answered when I knocked, so I pushed the door. Who knew? Who knew that the door wasn't locked, so I went in. Who knew? Sob. I fainted from fright from that beast. What happened after that? I sob. Morong Wanru didn't finish before sobbing and running away. No one answered when she knocked, so she pushed the door open and went in. This matched up with Han Yunqi's story of going to the washroom. Matching up the testimonies of everyone was a natural process with no flaws. Most importantly, Morong Wanru had personally explained how she'd entered the room and fainted. She wouldn't lie, would she? Everything had a cause and effect. but the main culprit was still Zhang Sun-che. As Murong Wanru's sobs faded into the distance, Grand Concubine propped her head up with one hand, breathing heavily from anger. Now that everything was clear, shouldn't be time to investigate who was responsible? Han Yunqi didn't say a word, but offered up a cup of tea. Grand Concubine glanced at her with furrowed brows. Cold as ever, she said. Chongping, take your dog servant and scram back to the palace. Tell your Mufei that she has to give me an explanation for this. Leaving aside Chongping, even the Empress dreaded Grand Concubine Yi. The plum blossom meat was given to Princess Chongping by the Empress herself. Eunuch Li was one of the Empress's people, so naturally she had to deal with him. Yes, Chongping understands. Princess Chongping slipped away like a wisp of smoke. It was better to face Mufei than this granny-level Grand Concubine Yi. Once she was gone, only Marquis Pingbei's family of 3 remained in the room. Han Yunqi's lips rose to a languid smile. She knew that the real headache for Grand Concubine Yi was this family of 3. Chapter 157. Although Zhang Sun-che really hadn't done anything to Murong Wanru, everyone had seen the scene in the room and blushed with shame. In other words, Murong Wanru's chastity had been stolen by Zhang Sun-che. Naturally, Zhang Sun-che's crimes couldn't be forgiven, so how could Grand Concubine forgive him so easily? Even killing him wouldn't be enough to vent her anger. But Murong Wanru was still an unmarried maiden who'd lost her chastity to Zhang Sun-che. If Zhang Sun-che died, what would happen to Murong Wanru? Who else could she marry? Would anyone higher than Marquis Pingbei's estate be willing to marry her? Even if she lowered her demands, no one would want to marry her. Smart people knew that the only way to save Murong Wanru's life was to marry her off to Zhang Sun-che. In the silence of the room, Grand Concubine didn't speak. Naturally, Marquis Pingbei was a smart man as well. Although he was furious at his son's actions, he'd long analyzed the situation thoroughly. Seeing Grand Concubine Yi's silence, Marquis Pingbei raised his head and spoke first. Esteemed imperial concubine, my unfilial son committed such a heinous crime. It's truly unforgivable. It's the father and son's fault for not teaching their son. No matter what esteemed imperial concubine decides, this official and his wife will have no complaints. Only, I beg esteemed imperial concubine to think of Miss Wanru's future and let my unfilial son take responsibility for her until the end. When Marquis Pingbei finished speaking, Grand Concubine glared at him and slammed the table a few more times without a word. Marquis Pingbei secretly nudged his son next to him. Zhang Sun-che had already sobered up and knew the severity of the situation. At his father's reminder, he braced himself to raise his head. Fortunately, Grand Concubine wasn't looking at him, or else he wouldn't have the guts. He clasped his hands in front of his chest, his face earnest. Esteemed imperial concubine, please marry Miss Wanru to me. I'll definitely take responsibility until the end and treat her well for the rest of my life. Boom! Grand Concubine slammed the table and glared at him. Frightened, Zhang Sun-che immediately lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. Seeing him as cowardly as a mouse, Grand Concubine grew even more indignant. Of course, she knew that the best and only's best option was to marry Murong Wanru to Zhang Sun-che. But she couldn't accept it. Wan was the adopted daughter of the Duke of Qin's residence. Marrying the legitimate son of Marquis Pingbei was not considered marrying down. However, Marquis Pingbei's young master was dissolute by nature. He even touched his father's concubine. How could she marry such a dissolute person who ruined the family's reputation? TSS Wanru's. TTS. It. Even though Han Yunqi had mentioned marriage before, Grand Concubine had only agreed half-heartedly. In her heart, she still couldn't bear to part with her daughter and hoped that one day she'd become the Duke of Qin's concubine so she could keep her company at home. But now she had no choice but to marry, and to such a disgraceful thing. Marquis Pingbei kept tugging at his son's robes, urging him to take on more responsibility. But Zhang Sunche looked like a suave, dandy, and arrogant man, but he was only strong on the outside and weak on the inside. After Grand Concubine Yi's scare, he didn't dare to raise his head again. Moreover, he didn't want to marry Morong Wanru either. If she married into Marquis Pingbei's estate as Grand Concubine Yi's foster daughter, wouldn't he be tightly controlled? How could he have good days in the future? Unable to urge his son, Marquis Pingbei spoke again, his tone earnest and heartfelt. Esteemed imperial concubine, things have already come to this. For the sake of Miss Wanru's future, please think thrice. Han Yunqi, who'd been silent all this time, spoke up in a low voice. Mu Fei, you didn't see the scene. All the participants of the Plum Blossom Meet, men and women, including the servants, all saw it. Good deeds don't leave the house, but evil deeds travel 1,000 li. Who knows what kind of rumors will spread tomorrow morning? They'll definitely add oil and vinegar to the fire. If they hurt Wanru then, wouldn't she be even more? Grand Concubine knitted her brows as Han Yunqi lowered her voice again. Mu Fei, Qinxia knows that you're unwilling to accept things as they are. Wanru isn't willing either, but it's better than having Wanru carry an infamy for the rest of her life and hide in the estate. Actually, Grand Concubine understood even without Han Yunqi's words. She just couldn't swallow her anger. Zhang Sunche had committed a crime, but not only had he escaped punishment, he'd gained a wife for nothing. Seeing that Grand Concubine still wouldn't relent, Han Yunqi's eyes flashed with craftiness before she continued. Mu Fei, since there's still time tonight, why don't we agree to this marriage? Tomorrow morning, we can have Marquis Pingbei's estate announce the engagement with great fanfare and cover up all the rumors. We'll spread the word to the public that Wanru and Zhang Sunche are mutually in love and have been in love for a long time. This way, no matter whether outsiders believe it or not, we can at least save some face, right? At these words, Grand Concubine finally looked at Han Yunqi seriously. Engagement. Exactly. First, the engagement will suppress the rumors outside and give Wanru some time to cool down. As for marriage, after both sides have calmed down, we'll talk about our plans. Han Yunqi found her own words laughable as she spoke. Announcing the engagement with great fanfare was the same as cooking raw rice into cooked rice. Then the marriage was inevitable, and there was nothing else to plan. But to the vexed Grand Concubine these words were like a cup of cold tea in the hottest days of the summer. Finally, it suppressed the flames of anger in her heart. She gave Han Yunqi a serious look before exhaling. That's all we can do. Han Yunqi rejoiced in her heart before she said considerately, Mu Fei, Qinxia counts as Wanru's sister-in-law. Let Qinxia discuss the details of the engagement with Marquis Pingbei and his wife. Grand Concubine didn't even want to spare Zhang Sunche a glance, much less discuss the details. She had no choice but to agree. After making her decision, Grand Concubine finally recovered from the blow. Cold, she looked towards Marquis Pingbei with an air of haughtiness. Zhang Sun Zhongda, since Wanru and your son are mutually in love with each other, and you and your wife came overnight to propose marriage, I won't make things difficult for you. Tomorrow morning we'll settle the marriage. As for when, we'll discuss it another day. This was an order, not a discussion. As soon as Grand Concubine finished, she rose to leave with a flick of her sleeves, leaving Marquis Pingbei's family of 3 kneeling in place. Both of them were in love with each other. When did Morong Wanru and Zhang Sunche, couldn't figure it out. He was about to ask when Marquis Pingbei shut him up with a glare. Han Yunqi looked over with a smile. Marquis Zhang's son, do you have any objections? Marquis Pingbei hastened to say no. No. My son and Miss Wanru are mutually in love with each other, That's something everyone knows. Many thanks to esteemed imperial concubine for her favor and willing to marry Miss Wanru off to Marquis Pingbei's estate. We husband and wife can't thank you enough. Tomorrow morning, we'll definitely prepare the betrothal gifts and personally deliver the betrothal gifts. As expected, Marquis Pingbei was a smart man. He caught on with a hint, which saved Han Yunqi a lot of talking. She smiled in satisfaction. Miss Wanru might be the Duke of Qin's foster daughter, but she's still one of us. An engagement isn't a small matter. Marquis Zhang's son shouldn't be too shabby, lest you make esteemed imperial concubine unhappy. Han Yunqi didn't finish her sentence, but Marquis Pingbei was already nodding his head. Many thanks to esteemed Wang Fei for the reminder. Everything this official knows what to do. I know. Very good. Han Yunqi liked to talk to smart people. She was certain that tomorrow's engagement ceremony would be a grand affair that wouldn't lose out to the wedding procession. She didn't make things difficult for them, but left them with a few more words before letting them go back. Currently, Grand Concubine Yi was coaxing Morong Wanru in the orchid courtyard. Standing by the courtyard entrance, one could hear Morong Wanru's sobs and Grand Concubine Yi's occasional angry rebukes. Han Yunqi glanced at it and couldn't help but burst into laughter. By Lianhua, by Lianhua, even you didn't think you'd fall into the hole you dug for yourself. Once tomorrow's wedding was set, Bai Lianhua would be married off after the new year. Thinking up to here, Han Yunqi couldn't help but look forward to the future. Bai Lianhua wasn't living in the estate, but she was on good terms with Grand Concubine Yi. Her days would be much more stable now, and she wouldn't have to live in a corner of the hibiscus courtyard anymore. When she reached the gates of the hibiscus courtyard, she glanced at the pitch-black sleeping quarters in the distance. Han Yunqi mused that if she wanted to move out of the hibiscus courtyard, that bastard Long Fei shouldn't refuse, right? He'd rather she stay far away from his lands, wouldn't he? As Han Yunqi mused, she unconsciously stood there for a long time. She hadn't seen him for days now, so she didn't know what he was busy with. Early the next morning, the sound of firecrackers could be heard from Xuanwu Avenue. While others gave their daughters 10 li of red dowry, Marquis Pingbei's estate gave their betrothal gifts 10 li away. 2 red-robed servants carried a chest full of betrothal gifts and lined it up in pairs. They formed a long dragon on Xuanwu Avenue, mighty and bustling with noise and excitement. Marquis Pingbei and his wife brought Zhang Sunche along with a wedding nanny at the very front. Aside from Zhang Sunche's unsightly expression, everyone else was beaming from ear to ear with happiness. It wasn't far from Marquis Pingbei's estate to the Duke of Qin's estate, but the procession took a detour on purpose to attract countless onlookers. As soon as they heard that Marquis Pingbei was going to the Duke of Qin's estate for the betrothal, everyone broke into discussion. Moreover, Marquis Pingbei had arranged for quite a few people in the crowd. Thus, news of Morong Wanru and Zhang Sunche's mutual affection spread like wildfire. Although news of yesterday's plum blossom meet spread as well, it didn't gain the upper hand. It wasn't clear how Grand Concubine Yi had convinced Morong Wanru, but she still attended the engagement ceremony. Her eyes were red as she glared at Han Yunqi. Her previous delicate and pitiful demeanor was nowhere to be seen. Most likely, she knew Han Yunqi was the one who came up with the idea. Han Yunqi allowed her to look as she pleased, but she didn't expect Long Fei to show up as well. Still, after thinking it over, she realized that as her older brother, he really should be there. After the engagement ceremony, everyone dispersed. Grand Concubine Yi exhaled and said, "Fei, Wanru's marriage, what do you think?" Hearing this, Morong Wanru quickly looked over, but Long Fei Yi only replied, "It's too rushed to get married within the year. Let's set it after the new year." This wasn't the answer Grand Concubine Yi wanted, much less Morong Wanru. When she realized that she had no fate with the Duke of Qin in this lifetime, Morong Wanru's heart filled with sorrow. Her eyes reddened as she covered her mouth and ran away. All of this was caused by Han Yunchi. It was all Han Yunchi's fault. She silently vowed in her heart that even if she got married, she wouldn't let Han Yunchi off so easily. Seeing Murong Wanru like this and her son's cold demeanor, Grand Concubine, he couldn't help but knit her brows. So annoying. But it was then that Gue Mama came to report. Grand Imperial Concubine, Your Highness, Princess Rongla has come to pay a visit. Chapter 158. Duanmu, Yao really came to pay a visit? Everyone in the city knew that Marquis Pingbei's estate had come to the Duke of Qin's estate for the betrothal. Wasn't it inappropriate for Duanmu Yao to choose this day to pay a visit? But she'd come at the right time. The betrothal guests had all left before she came to visit. Han Yunchi couldn't help but suspect that this woman had predicted that Long Fei Yi would be at the estate and picked a good time to come. But did she really have to go to this extent just to see her senior brother? Aye, Yao Yao, that girl's finally here. Grand Concubine Yi, who hadn't smiled since last night, finally revealed a smile. Her, Yao Yao, was proof of her close relationship with Duanmu Yao. Han Yunchi couldn't help but think that if Duanmu Yao married into the Duke of Qin's estate, they'd be a perfect match for each other. What kind of scene would it be on the day of the wedding? It'd probably be twice as grand as the one at Marquis Pingbei's estate today. Grand Concubine Yi and Long Fei, you would definitely be waiting at the gates early to welcome them. Even if she'd racked her brains to think of ways to mend relations with Grand Concubine Yi, Duanmu Yao's arrival could easily ruin everything. Grand Concubine Yi liked a daughter-in-law who made her proud. When she recalled the scene when she'd first entered the gates, bitterness rose in her heart. Before Grand Concubine Yi could speak, Long Fei Yi waved a hand to signal Gue Mama to invite her inside. Han Yunchi glanced at him before silently turning to leave. You could call her a coward, but she didn't like places like this. She only wanted a place, not anything to fight for. But before she could slip out the door, Grand Concubine Yi called her back. Yunchi, where are you going? Qinxie suddenly felt a little dizzy and wanted to go back and rest. Han Yunchi didn't even want to look back as she found an excuse. Long Fei Yi suddenly spoke up. Since you have a headache, go rest so you won't be impolite. Impolite? Han Yunchi gave a start before smiling. He didn't want her to receive Duanmu Yao as the mistress of the house, did he? There was no need for him to worry. She still had self-awareness and would not speak carelessly. Grand Concubine, he said seriously, Yao Yao isn't an outsider, so there's nothing to be rude about. Moreover, they'll be a family in the future, so we should get to know each other better. As soon as he said that, Han Yunchi felt as if she had been hit hard by something. Her head was in a daze, and she really couldn't come back to her senses. Could it be that Duanmu Yao's marriage alliance with the Duke of Qin wasn't just a rumor? Had Grand Concubine Yi tacitly agreed to it? Han Yunchi finally turned around and looked at Long Fei Yi. At this time, Long Fei Yi was also looking at her, but he only glanced at her once before moving away. Long Fei Yi didn't react to Grand Concubine Yi's words. Yunchi, come here! Grand Concubine Yi beckoned with a hand. Han Yunchi could only walk over and sit by her side. Permitted. Yao Yao is Fei's junior sister and is famous for her talents. You'll have plenty of chances to interact in the future, so you should learn from her, Grand Concubine Yi instructed. Han Yunchi smiled coldly in her heart. Grand Concubine Yi had spent an entire day and night on Murong Wanru's affairs. She probably didn't know anything else about the plum blossom meat yet, but she wanted her to learn from a defeated opponent. She laughed in her heart without explaining a thing. She knew that Grand Concubine liked Duanmu not because of her talents, but because of her illustrious birth. Western Zhou's princess of the first wife and Tianshan Kenzo's genius female disciple. A daughter-in-law like this would bring her a lot of glory. From now on, no one would say that the Duke of Qin had married a commoner or a good-for-nothing. After finally settling that White Lotus Morong Wanru, she never expected Duanmu Yao to show up right after. She didn't fight for it, but would others allow her to have a place in the estate? Would they allow her to claim half of the title of Duke of Qin's official consort? Very soon, Duanmu Yao arrived by herself. Gui Mama respectfully followed behind her, carrying 3 heavy gifts. Those who didn't know better might even think that Gui Mama was one of Duanmu Yao's servants. Today, Duanmu Yao was dressed in a snow-white robe, the edges of which were dotted with red flowers. She was already pure and untainted, looking like a celestial immortal. The addition of her white robes made her seem even more ethereal. She strode in and immediately curtsied to Grand Concubine Yi with a slight smile. 10,000 blessings to esteemed imperial concubine. Dispense with the formalities. Dispense with the formalities. Come, 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 let me take a good look. It's been years since we've seen each other. Grand Concubine Yi's heart was swept away. It was clear to see how much she liked Duanmu Yao. Duanmu Yao walked over without sparing Han Yunqi a glance as she squeezed herself between her and Grand Concubine Yi. The main seat could fit 2 people at most, so Han Yunqi was about to move aside when Grand Concubine Yi said, "Yunqi, you sit on the side." Han Yunqi silently rolled her eyes. She wanted to leave, all right? Han Yunqi's eyes flashed with a smug smile as she asked, "Senior brother, last time I told you to send my greetings to esteemed imperial concubine. You haven't forgotten, have you?" "I forgot," Long Fei Yi replied simply. "You've always been like this since you were young." Duanmu Yao looked askance at him before explaining to Grand Concubine Yi. "Esteemed imperial concubine, Yao Yao wanted to pay respects as soon as she reached the capital, but I was delayed by matters until today. Yao came back this time especially to give you something good." As she spoke, Nanny Gui presented the big gift to her. "This is the biggest Chinese knotweed that Celestial Mountain picked this year. It's black and soothes the nerves. As long as you eat a little every day, I guarantee that you'll still have a head of black hair in 10 years. Grand Concubine, he loved it. You're such a thoughtful girl. You know how good I am, don't you?" Duanmu Yao said, coquettishly. Those who didn't know better might even think she was Grand Concubine Yi's daughter. "And also this is for Wanru. Her matters." Duanmu Yao trailed off, hesitating before continuing. She only went to the side rooms because she was worried about her sister-in-law. "It's a pity." At these words, Han Yunqi looked up. "What a Duanmu Yao. She hasn't even married into the family yet, but she's already trying to drive a wedge between us. What will happen in the future?" Grand Concubine knitted her brows at Han Yunqi before sighing softly. She didn't say a word. Now that things have come to this, esteemed imperial concubine should set her mind at ease. Don't harm your body. Fortunately, Marquis Pingbei's estate is a rich and influential family. Little sister Wanru won't lose her status even if she marries over. With you and His Highness backing her up, she won't suffer any losses. Duanmu Yao really knew how to coax people. Every word untangled the knot in Grand Concubine Yi's heart. All right, let's not talk about these things. I'm already relieved that you came." Grand Concubine Yi smiled faintly. "Then how about Yao spend the new year with you?" Duanmu Yao seized the chance to ask. Grand Concubine Yi rejoiced. "Don't try to make me happy. That'll depend on whether senior brother agrees or not," Duanmu Yao said coyly, pouting as she looked towards Long Fei Yi. Grand Concubine Yi looked over as well, but Han Yunqi had her head bowed as she stared at the teacup in her hands. Long Fei glanced at Han Yunqi and saw her indifferent expression. For some reason, he grew angry and replied coldly, "It's fine as long as Mu Fei decides." Grand Concubine Yi was puzzled. She never expected her son to be so easy to discuss. Years ago, when she found out that her son had this little junior sister, she had been looking forward to their marriage. But Yao Yao's status was special, so she didn't dare mention it lightly. She never expected Western Zhou to have intentions of making peace through marriage. Emperor Tianhui had been pressured into following Western Zhou's wishes in the matter. In this way, everything went smoothly. Unfortunately, when it came to his son, it was not easy to pass the final hurdle. She tested him multiple times, but he'd always refused. A while ago, she'd even heard that he'd accompanied Yao Yao for an entire day. There were plenty of rumors in the palace as well. Now it looked like there was a chance. Grand concubine Yi rejoiced as she grabbed Duanmu Yao's hand. Then it settled. This year, you will stay at the estate to celebrate the new year. Duanmu Yao was overjoyed at the turn of events. She never expected her senior brother to be so easy to negotiate with. Long Fei Yi didn't object, while Han Yunqi kept her head bowed. Both of them were silent. At this moment, Duanmu Yao walked down to sit by Long Fei Ye's side with a mysterious smile. Senior brother, the last present is for you. Guess what it is? I don't know. Long Fei Ye's tone was mild, but he still replied. Duanmu Yao was overwhelmed by favor from superior. After all, she'd always found excuses to give senior brother things over the years, but he'd always replied with 2 words, no need. Now that senior brother had answered her like this, could it be that he'd finally come to terms with her and was willing to accept her? After all, she hadn't been able to find him after that day. If not for the joyous occasion at the Duke of Qin's estate today, she probably wouldn't have seen him again. Senior brother, take a guess. This is something from our celestial mountain as well. Master's seen it before and said you'd definitely like it. Duanmu Yao said happily. I can't guess. Long Fei Ye's reply was as mild as ever. Duanmu Yao scooted closer and whined. Senior brother, just guess once. Just once is enough. At this moment, Han Yunqi finally raised her head to look at them. One was silent while the other was acting spoiled. One was as handsome as a god while the other was as beautiful as a celestial fairy. She truly felt that the 2 of them were a perfect match made in heaven and earth. Han Yunqi was staring blankly when Long Fei Yi guessed correctly. Snow wine. Duanmu Yao shrieked in delight at his words and grabbed his arm. Senior brother, you actually remember. It's been 10 years. I didn't expect you to still remember. She let go of his arm and personally took out the pot of snow wine. 10 years ago, I specially buried this for you. I thought you'd forget. 10 years, so they'd known each other for so long. Han Yunqi couldn't help but think of a saying. You only live once. 1 second less to meet you is 1 second less to have you in my life. In my next life, we may not meet again. Knowing each other from 10 years ago and being willing to remember each other from 10 years ago, how nice. Han Yunqi sighed inwardly and picked up her tea to take a sip. Long Fei Yi had only said it casually and hadn't expected it to be so coincidental. He glanced at Han Yunqi and saw that Han Yunqi was drinking her tea with her head lowered, seemingly very relaxed. Finally, his face, which was as cold as ice, suddenly turned a few degrees colder. He didn't understand what Han Yunqi was doing. Back then, she'd shamelessly kicked the sedan chair door to marry him, but now she was standing aloof from worldly affairs. What did this woman take him for? She wanted to climb up the social ladder so she could do so, but she didn't want to play anymore. What right did she have? Was the title of Qin Wangfei just for fun? Senior brother, do you want to unseal it and taste it? It's been 10 years. Duanmu Yao was drowning in happiness. I'll unseal it tonight. You stay for dinner. This was the first time Long Fei Yi had asked a guest to stay. All right. Duanmu Yao nodded immediately, afraid that Long Fei Yi would change his mind. Her heart was surging with emotions, while Grand Concubine Yi was thrilled. She immediately ordered Gui Mama to prepare dinner. But Han Yunqi's eyes drooped as she thought to herself, looks like Long Fei Yi won't be going out after the New Year. There should be 2 joyous events at the Duke of Qin's estate after the New Year. When Duanmu Yao saw that Han Yunqi hadn't said a word, Her eyes flashed with disdain. But she wasn't planning to let her off so easily. That's right, esteemed Wang Fei. I came in a hurry and didn't prepare any gifts for you. You won't blame me, right? She asked seriously. Han Yunqi finally raised her head, her expression indifferent. I won't. She didn't care. But Duanmu Yao provoked her again. Esteemed Wang Fei, I forgot to ask you. You won't mind if I spend the new year at your estate, right? Chapter 159. Would she mind? So what if she did? Could Han Yunqi say no? Duanmu Yao was clearly asking the obvious to flaunt her strength. Han Yunqi was so silent that she seemed especially quiet. Seeing this, Duanmu Yao's smile grew even more scornful. Today, she had to make this woman say, I don't mind. She'd let her know that even though she was Qin Wang Fei, she had no say in this household. She wasn't anything. Duanmu Yao pressed on. Esteemed Wang Fei, you're not speaking, does that mean you mind? But Han Yunqi's cold gaze suddenly bore down on Duanmu Yao as she replied, Of course I mind. This Duanmu Yao was caught off guard. She was left speechless, while Grand Concubine Yi and Long Fei Yi both looked towards Han Yunqi in surprise. Amidst the silence, Han Yunqi's lips rose into a smile. Princess Rongla, I was just joking. I didn't scare you, did I? This Duanmu Yao was caught off guard again. She didn't know what to say as she stared at Han Yunqi's laughing face. Fortunately, Grand Concubine Yi spoke up to smooth things over. Yunqi just likes to joke around. Yao, don't mind her. I won't, of course I won't. I know she's joking too. Duanmu Yao smiled in embarrassment, finding a way to step down. But Han Yunqi kept asking, Princess Rongla, I won against you at the plum blossom eat. You won't mind, right? As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked again. Duanmu Yao's face turned black. She was rejoicing this morning that Murong Wanru's matter would overshadow yesterday's plum blossom eat. At the very least, news wouldn't spread so quickly. But Han Yunqi actually brought it up in front of Grand Concubine Yi and Senior Brother. It was obvious that she wanted to embarrass her. How was she supposed to reply? Princess Rongla, you're not speaking. You don't really mind, do you? Han Yunqi asked the exact same question Duanmu Yao had asked her. Give her a taste of her own medicine. Let's see if this woman still dares to provoke me. Today, I'll let her understand what it means to seek death. She had been silent for so long and had put on a posture of not giving in to her. Who knew that this woman would take advantage of her and continue to provoke her? Although Han Yunqi didn't like to compete, she also had a temper. If she didn't show her power, she would be treated as a sick cat. Before Duanmu Yao could reply, Grand Concubine Yi grew curious. She won the plum blossom meet? What's going on? Mother, you still don't know, right? Yesterday at the plum blossom garden, Princess Rongla made a bet with Qinxia. If Qinxia lost, Qinxia would never compose a poem again. Qinxia accidentally won. Han Yunqi spoke casually as if it was a trivial matter, but Grand Concubine Yi was astonished. You won. Han Yunqi smiled and nodded innocently. How could Grand Concubine Yi believe it? In her eyes, Han Yunqi's only skill was poisons. As for poetry, zither, chess, calligraphy, and other elegant things, how could a young miss from a small family like her understand such things? At the plum blossom meet, she only hoped that Han Yunqi wouldn't lose face for her. Moreover, Yao Yao's poetry was famous throughout all of Cloud Realm Continent. Yao, is this true? Grand Concubine Yi asked in disbelief. Duanmu Yao felt even more humiliated at this question, but she had no choice but to feign generosity with a smile. Qin Wang Fei has such talent and learning. Yao willingly admits defeat, so why would I mind? Grand Concubine Yi finally believed the truth and couldn't help but shoot a strange look towards Han Yunqi. Duanmu Yao couldn't accept this. She wanted to change the topic, but never expected Han Yunqi to keep asking questions. Princess Rongla, Last time at Medicine Ghost Valley, I accidentally won against you too. You won't mind, right?" This Duanmu Yao almost choked on her words. What did Han Yunqi mean by this? Was she bringing up old scores again and again? Duanmu Yao couldn't help but feel humiliated when she recalled how she'd used the medicine Google to search for medicine. She'd been immensely pleased with herself back then, but Han Yunqi had tricked her in the end and left her battered and exhausted. Now, Grand Concubine, he was bewildered. "You two ran into each other last time?" Han Yunqi gave a concise explanation of the medicine Ghost Valley competition last time. Hearing this, Duanmu Yao almost lost her temper and told her to shut up. Grand Concubine Yi's shock turned to pride before she realized that Han Yunqi was humiliating Duanmu Yao. Her eyes flashed with anger before she smiled and tried to smooth things over. "The two of you are quite fated. We should have a good chat at dinner later." But Han Yunqi rose to her feet and said seriously, "Mu Fei, Qinxia made an appointment early in the evening, so it's not good for me to decline. If Princess Rongla doesn't mind, Qinxia will take her leave first." Although she was asking Grand Concubine, she was looking at Duanmu Yao. The provocation in her eyes was no less than Duanmu Yao's scorn from before. This noble princess wanted to trample her beneath her feet before she even stepped through the doors? No way! It was fine if she didn't speak, but as soon as she did, she'd show her who was boss. Of course, Grand Concubine, he could sense the tension between the two of them. She glanced towards Long Fei, only to see him drinking tea with his head bowed, looking as if he had nothing to do with the matter. Her son's attitude towards Princess Rongla was still unclear, so Grand Concubine, he didn't dare to act on her own. She glared unhappily at Han Yunqi, but Han Yunqi's indifference made it hard for her to lose face. She could only give Duanmu Yao a way out. Yao, since Yunqi has an appointment, you two can chat another day. You don't mind, right?" Duanmu Yao was about to go crazy at the word mind, but Grand Concubine, he had asked so nicely that she had to put on a generous front, even if she didn't like it. Smiling, she said, "Of course, I don't mind." Han Yunqi was very satisfied. She smiled and said, "Then Yunqi will take her leave first." So speaking, she gracefully turned to leave. Her steps and posture were indescribably confident and at ease. Nobody noticed that the silent Long Fei Yi had long raised his head to stare at her retreating form, his lips drawn up in a satisfied smile. Han Yunqi didn't have an appointment at all. When she returned to the leisurely Cloud Pavilion, Zhao Mama had already prepared a table full of delicious dishes. She was clearly hungry, but when she picked up her chopsticks, she suddenly lost her appetite. She didn't know what to eat. Esteemed Wang Fei, the kitchens prepared many dishes tonight. This servant secretly gave you a few, so hurry and try them, Zhao Mama coaxed. Of course, she knew that His Highness's junior sister had come, but she didn't dare to ask when esteemed Wang Fei didn't accompany her. "Has the banquet started yet?" Han Yunqi asked mildly. "It just started," Zhao Mama replied honestly. Han Yunqi mused that the bottle of snow wine that had been sealed away for 10 years should have been opened by now. Long Fei, you must really like that wine to remember it so clearly. She picked up her chopsticks and poked at a few pieces of vegetables. She wanted to make do with it, but in the end she lost her appetite and decided not to eat. Instead, she changed her clothes and prepared to go out for some fresh air. Unexpectedly, she'd hardly stepped out the door when she saw Long Fei Yi sitting in her courtyard, facing the door. Han Yunqi's feet paused as she subconsciously took a step back. When did this guy come? What was he doing here instead of accompanying the honored guests? Was he here to settle accounts with her on behalf of Duanmu Yao? Seeing her retreat, Long Fei Ye's playful smile deepened. He asked, "Who did you have an appointment with?" Han Yunqi didn't move forward, but looked at him and replied honestly, "Qinxia didn't have an appetite, so I found an excuse to leave." "Where are you planning to go?" Long Fei Yi asked again. "What does it have to do with you?" Han Yunqi grumbled in her heart. However, under normal circumstances, she would still be a little afraid of this guy. She obediently replied, I just wanted to go out for some fresh air. Are you in a bad mood? Long Fei Yi asked again. Han Yunqi avoided his question and asked back, Isn't it inappropriate for your highness to not accompany the honored guests at this time? Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi said, This prince also doesn't have an appetite. I was just thinking of going out for some fresh air. Let's go. As he spoke, he stood up and walked out of the courtyard. Han Yunqi was stunned. What did this guy mean? Was he going to abandon little junior sister? Wasn't he going to open the bottle of snow wine? Was this all right? Long Fei Yi had already walked to the entrance of the courtyard, but Han Yunqi was still standing in the same spot, looking at his proud and lofty back. She felt that it was unreal. Long Fei Yi turned back and asked coldly, Han Yunqi, you're still not leaving? Han Yunqi was still hesitating when Zhao Mama gave her a hard shove from behind and pushed her out the door. Long Fei's lips curved into a smile when he saw her come out. Without another word, he turned to leave. Seeing this, Han Yunqi turned back to glare at Zhao Mama, but she'd long vanished from sight. She looked at Long Fei Ye's retreating form again and hesitated for a moment before chasing after him. Long Fei Yi walked in front with Han Yunqi 3 paces behind him. The two of them were silent the entire way. When they passed by the flower gardens, Han Yunqi looked towards Grand Concubine Yi's peony courtyard. Seeing that it was brightly lit, it was hard to imagine how Duanmu Yao would feel after being stood up, but she knew it had to be terrible. Thinking up to here, she couldn't help but secretly rejoice. As she walked forward, she suddenly bumped into Long Fei Yi. Han Yunqi immediately backed away, thinking that she'd bumped into his back. But when she looked up, she saw that he was facing her from the front. When did he turn around? What are you looking at? Long Fei Yi asked. Han Yunqi had long tossed the idea of curiosity killing the cat to the back of her mind. She probed, Your Highness, why don't you go keep her company for a while? That food and wine isn't to your lordship's liking. Long Fei Yi seemed to grow impatient. This time he really didn't wait for her after he finished speaking. He left so quickly that Han Yunqi had to jog to catch up. That food and wine isn't to your liking? Han Yunqi mulled over his words, feeling that there was more to them than met the eye. But she didn't understand what Long Fei Yi meant, much less his attitude towards Duanmu Yao's marriage alliance. After thinking it over, she began to suspect that he'd been forced to marry her, just like how Emperor Tianhui had forced him to do so. It was already the end of the year, so the streets were bustling with activity. Lanterns and colored banners decorated the streets as everyone prepared for the occasion. Small stalls and peddlers were doing a brisk business as well. After leaving the Duke of Qin's estate, the two of them quickly blended into the crowd. Han Yunqi walked behind Long Fei Yi the entire time, but Long Fei Yi didn't turn back to look at her. Instead, he slowed down his steps, as if afraid that she'd lose track of him. Han Yunqi had no idea where he was going, so she followed him aimlessly. But as she walked and walked, she suddenly stopped. She discovered that the tender fragrance tea house she'd visited not too long ago had been sealed up. Chapter 160. Long Fei Ye's back was to Han Yunqi, but he knew immediately when she stopped. He turned around and saw Han Yunqi staring at the sealed, tender fragrance tea house. He seemed to want to say something, but stopped himself. Cold eyes were fixed on her. Han Yunqi wondered if Gu's tea house had been sealed up by Long Fei Yi again. Was it because Long Fei bumped into her the last time she came back for a meal? She couldn't help but feel heartache for Gu. Celestial Fragrance Tea House had a criminal record, so Long Fei Yi could seal up his businesses at any time. Why didn't that fellow know to keep a low profile? Han Yunqi was about to leave when she realized that Long Fei Yi was staring at her. She immediately averted her gaze. Are you very familiar with Gu? Long Fei Yi asked. Han Yunqi immediately shook her head. Your Highness has investigated him before, so you should know him better than Qinxie, right? Long Fei Yi had indeed investigated, but all he found out was that Gu was a merchant with vast wealth and properties all over the world. As for his poison skills or martial arts master, there were no clues at all. Judging from his age, he had to have an extremely powerful backer if he wanted to be rich. Unfortunately, Chu Shifeng hadn't found much information yet. Your lordship sees that you two are very familiar with each other, Long Fei Yi said next, clearly alluding to their meeting at Heavenly Fragrance Tea House that day. Han Yunqi hated this kind of questioning tone. She hadn't asked him anything, so what right did he have to ask about her private life? For better or for worse, he saved Qinxie's life once, so he counts as a friend. Han Yunqi's words were 70% true. Although Gu wasn't serious at all, he didn't harbor any enmity. It was better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Long Fei Yi just looked at her deeply and didn't ask any more questions. He turned around and continued to walk forward. They were already silent to begin with, but after this, they grew even more silent. Still, Han Yunqi followed behind them from beginning to end, while Long Fei didn't walk too fast. One in front, the other behind, they seemed to have a tacit understanding. Han Yunqi kept her head down, immersed in her own world. Suddenly, Long Fei Ye's voice seemed to descend from the sky. Are you hungry? She looked up and found that this guy was standing right in front of her. She was one step away from bumping into him. A little. In fact, she had been starving for a long time. She could be considered a swift and decisive person, but every time she was in front of this guy, it was as if she had changed into a different person. She was not reserved, but she was especially sensitive. Long Fei Yi didn't speak, but entered a restaurant on the side. Han Yunqi hurried to follow him. Long Fei Yi asked for a private room, and the two of them sat across from each other. Long Fei Yi pushed the menu in front of her, indicating that she should order. Han Yunqi didn't refuse. She ordered a few dishes that she liked, then pushed the menu in front of him without a word. Long Fei Yi glanced at it, then poured a jug of wine before calling for the dishes to be served. While they waited, the two of them remained silent in the room. It was as if the whole world had fallen silent. Han Yunqi couldn't stand the silence and inadvertently raised her head, only to meet Long Fei Ye's deep gaze. She gave a start and subconsciously wanted to avoid it, but decided to find a topic to talk about. Thus, she asked mildly, Your Highness, is there any news about that masked man from last time? Although Madame Li was dead and all of Tianning's poisoned spies had been purged, the existence of the masked man was still an enormous threat. With Long Fei Ye's personality, he wouldn't let it go so easily. There's a bit of a lead, but it's still better to investigate. Long Fei Yi didn't hide anything. These days, he'd been busy with this matter as well. If he guessed correctly, that masked man should be a high-ranking member of Northern Li's imperial clan. Naturally, it wasn't easy to investigate the situation in Northern Li's imperial clan, but it could start with the poisoned sects of the Jianghu. Such a formidable person must have some reputation in their circles. Once there was a topic to talk about, Han Yunqi felt much more at ease, as if she'd been granted amnesty. What leads? She asked anxiously. Actually, she'd asked around in secret as well. Gu Beiwa had said that someone with such formidable poison skills must have come from a sect. Gu Beiwa had also said that there were plenty of poison sects in the world, but they'd all originated from the poison caves in the medical academy. Now that the poison caves in the medical academy were closed, the sects had flourished in the past 2 years. Still, poison was poison, and detoxification masters were poisoners as well. Thus, most of these sects weren't accepted by the orthodox medical community and formed their own circles. It wasn't easy for outsiders to join them. Long Fei Yi didn't answer Han Yunqi's question, nor would he tell her that when he'd interrogated Madame Li's subordinates, He'd found out that the mysterious man had kidnapped Han Yunqi not to threaten him, but to target Han Yunqi herself. An ordinary man was innocent, but treasuring a jade ring would arouse the envy of others. Han Yunqi had such brilliant poison skills, so how many pairs of eyes were watching her from the shadows? Leaving aside the distant ones, Emperor Tianhui himself was a huge source of trouble. Where did Lady Tianqin get those poison and medical manuals? Long Fei Yi changed the topic. Han Yunqi said that she'd learned her poison skills from her mother's poison and medical manuals. Although her story was flawless and the dead couldn't bear witness, how could he believe it so easily? He'd investigated Lady Tianqin before, but discovered that her birth family was a fake. This woman with brilliant medical skills who'd helped Han Kongan prosper was simply a mystery that had appeared out of thin air. Long Fei Yi had long gone to the justice courts to interrogate Han Kongan. Of course, Han Yunqi had no idea. I don't know either. I found it when I was rummaging through her belongings, Han Yunqi continued to lie. She really didn't know whether Lady Tianqin knew poison skills. Very soon, the food and wine arrived. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything else, but started eating. After chatting for a while, Han Yunqi felt much more at ease and relaxed as she ate. She reached out with her chopsticks to pick up some food, but accidentally bumped into Long Fei Ye's chopsticks. She immediately withdrew her chopsticks, but Long Fei Yi acted like a gentleman and placed some food into her bowl without a sound. Thanks. Han Yunqi glanced at him and saw that he was sitting upright with one hand holding a bowl and the other holding a pair of chopsticks. Even his movements as he ate were graceful. She didn't know that this was the first time His Highness Duke of Qin had ever picked up food for someone other than his mother. Still, she couldn't help but wonder if he'd been like this the other day when he'd gone shopping and eaten with Duanmu Yao. Thinking up to here, Han Yunqi couldn't help but fall into a dilemma. The first time she'd met Duanmu Yao was during the fight against the poison python. Long Fei Yi had risked his life to protect this little junior sister of his. He hadn't been polite in the face of Medicine Ghost Valley's enemies, but now he'd accepted Duanmu Yao's gift one moment, then ran over to go shopping with her the next. Just what kind of place did Duanmu Yao hold in his heart? What if, she guessed right, Emperor Tianhui was forcing him into a marriage again? Would he have no way to refuse? Would he have to marry Duanmu Yao after the new year? Seeing Long Fei eat in silence, Han Yunqi felt a sudden impulse. She really wanted to ask him directly if he was willing to marry her. But when she recalled that Emperor Tianhui had forced her into his arms, she resentfully lowered her head and ate in silence. Everything was quiet throughout the meal. Han Yunqi discovered that if she didn't try to find a topic to talk about, this fellow could stay silent for an entire night. Of course, his silence wasn't stuffy, but a kind of cold detachment. Even though they were close, he kept her at arm's length. After the meal, Long Fei Yi didn't say anything else. Han Yunqi continued to follow behind him until all the hustle and bustle in the streets had died down. Only then did they return to the Duke of Qin's estate. As luck would have it, they saw Grand Concubine Eve personally escorting Duanmu Yao out the door. Duanmu Yao was already feeling gloomy after being stood up by Long Fei Yi. She was out of sorts all night, but had no choice but to accompany Grand Concubine Yi to eat and chat. She even comforted the woman about Morong Wanru's marriage. When she saw Long Fei Yi return, she immediately went forward. "Senior brother, where did you go?" "I was still waiting for you to open that jug of snow wine." "I left it for Imperial Muhu to drink," Long Fei Yi replied. Hadn't he accepted it before? This was the goodwill she'd stored away for 10 whole years. Duanmu Yao's heart felt stifled. She was about to speak when she saw Han Yunqi walk up from behind Long Fei Yi. Could it be senior brother went out with this woman? What a Han Yunqi! It was fine if she didn't show her face, but she even stole senior brother away. How could she swallow this? In an instant, Duanmu Yao's heart burned with jealousy. Her hands clenched into fists within her sleeves as she lost her mind. Throwing caution to the wind, she asked loudly, "Senior brother, what are your plans for the marriage alliance after the new year?" Han Yunqi gave a start at these words. She'd never dared to ask, but Duanmu Yao did. Grand concubine Yi gave a start as well, her expression complicated as she looked at her son. But Long Fei Yi acted as if he hadn't heard a thing. Without a word, he strode away. Now Grand Concubine Yi was incensed. "Fei, stop right there." Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi ignored her. "Senior brother." Duanmu Yao stamped her feet and chased after him. Long Fei Ye's figure flashed before vanishing into thin air. "Senior brother, Master's asking about us too." "Senior brother," Duanmu Yao angrily shouted a few times. Unfortunately, the only reply she got was silence. Flustered and exasperated, Duanmu Yao turned back to glare at Han Yunqi before throwing herself into Grand Concubine Yi's arms. "Esteemed Imperial Concubine, senior brother's bullying me again." Sob. This counted as bullying? But if Long Fei Yi wasn't willing, why didn't he reject her outright? He'd never been a sloppy man. Han Yunqi mused that, in a way, this counted as a form of bullying. All right, don't cry. I'll definitely teach him a lesson later. Be good. Yao's the most obedient. His Majesty and I will support you in your marriage alliance, so don't worry. Grand Concubine Yi comforted her. Han Yunqi only laughed coldly in her heart. Grand Concubine Yi. Grand Concubine Yi. In the end, she's the daughter-in-law you've chosen. So this time you won't oppose Emperor Tianhui? Hearing this, Duanmu Yao stopped crying. I just knew esteemed imperial concubine was the best. Silly child, your senior brother never said he wouldn't marry, did he? Grand Concubine Yi smiled. Duanmu Yao immediately lowered her head, her face red. I'll help you keep that jug of snow wine for now. When New Year's Eve comes, I'll bring it to the palace to open it. Grand Concubine Yi was even more patient with Duanmu Yao than she was with Morong Wanru. Naturally, Long Fei Yi would attend a family banquet on New Year's Eve. Duanmu Yao was waiting for Grand Concubine Yi's words. In other words, she could attend the banquet as well. Before leaving, Duanmu Yao purposely drew close to Han Yunqi and murmured, Esteemed Wang Fei, after New Year's, I'll have to ask for your guidance. Nothing's set in stone yet. Don't be happy too early. Han Yunqi wasn't to be outdone. Let's wait and see. Duanmu Yao replied cold. If not for Han Yunqi, she might have waited until her senior brother saw her good points and willingly married her. But Han Yunqi's existence gave her a deep sense of danger. No matter what, even if imperial father pressured her, she had to marry into the Duke of Qin's estate after New Year's. Chapter 161. After sending Duanmu Yao off, Han Yunqi was about to go back when Grand Concubine Yi called her back. Yunqi, come with me for a bit. Although Grand Concubine Yi spoke kindly, Han Yunqi knew nothing good would come of it. She lowered her head and followed her to the peony courtyard. Actually, she knew what Grand Concubine Yi wanted to say even before she spoke. The two of them sat down in the courtyard before Grand Concubine Yi dismissed Gui Mama. Yunqi, did you go out with Fei just then? Grand Concubine Yi asked. Ever since Han Yunqi moved into the hibiscus courtyard and wasn't chased out by Long Fei Yi, Grand Concubine Yi had formed some opinions in her heart. But before, she didn't mind her son's attitude and only wanted this girl to get the hell out of the Duke of Qin's estate. Now that she'd accepted her as a daughter-in-law, she had to keep an eye out for certain things. No, we just happened to run into each other on the way back. Han Yunqi didn't know why she'd lied. Perhaps it was to cover up her previous lie, but she said she had an appointment tonight. Grand Concubine Yi nodded thoughtfully. If Han Yunqi had said yes, she wouldn't have believed it. After all, Fei might not reject this woman as much as before, but he couldn't treat her as an exception. In the past, Wanru had helped her ask around. The reason why fate didn't reject this girl was because her poison skills were exceptional and useful. She'd been of great help to him. Han Yunchi had considerable skills, but compared to Fei, one was the mud on the ground while the other was the clouds in the sky. The two of them would never cross paths. In other words, Han Yunchi couldn't climb up the social ladder. Now that Wanru had no choice but to get married, Grand Concubine Yi considered Han Yunchi's acupuncture skills to be a good candidate. She could stay by her side and serve her for the rest of her life. If Fei could marry Yao Yao, then she wouldn't have any more requests. She'd just wait to hold a grandson. One daughter-in-law would stay by her side to serve her, while the other would give face to the Duke of Qin and the Duke of Qin's estate. At that time, she would let Han Yunchi move out of the hibiscus courtyard to live with her, and let Yao Yao live in the hibiscus courtyard. With her there, the two daughters-in-law would not make a big fuss. Moreover, Han Yunchi doesn't have any right to fight with Yao Yao. Yunchi, what do you think of Princess Rongla's marriage alliance with the Duke of Qin's estate? Grand Concubine Yi asked. Han Yunchi put on a fake smile and replied, Imperial Mother and His Highness can decide on this matter. Yunchi, you weren't very polite today, Grand Concubine Yi said directly. Was he trying to warn her about something by being so direct? Imperial Mother, Princess Rongla is of noble birth, and she came here because of the marriage alliance. Her status is special, so I naturally know the severity of the matter. I absolutely won't dare to act rashly and cause trouble. Han Yunchi was very earnest. Hearing this, Grand Concubine Yi was satisfied. She thought to herself, this girl knows her limits. I don't need to waste my breath. Since you understand, then when you see her in the future, it's better to. But before Grand Concubine Yi could finish, Han Yunchi cut her off. Imperial Mother, Qin Xie might be of humble birth, but I can't be bullied as I please. Qin Xie only asks for a place to settle down in the estate and won't fight for anything. But if someone tries to climb over my nose and provoke Qin Xie can only accompany them to the end. Grand Concubine Yi narrowed her eyes at these words. It looked like this girl still didn't understand what she meant. Duanmu Yao's temper wasn't good to begin with. Moreover, she'd formed a grudge with Han Yunchi because of the Medicine Ghost Valley, the poetry contest in Plum Blossom Gardens, and today's events. Once she married into the family, she wouldn't give Han Yunchi a good life. Grand Concubine Yi's meaning was not only that Han Yunchi should know her place and not provoke trouble, but that Han Yunchi should swallow her anger and yield to Duanmu Yao no matter what. Grand Concubine Yi's face fell as she retorted cold. Han Yunchi, what right do you have to accompany them to the end? This girl, I've been nice to her recently, but she really thinks I'm all that? Han Yunchi didn't want to clash too much with Grand Concubine Yi. After all, they'd worked hard to mend their relationship. But Duanmu Yao hadn't even married into the family yet, and Grand Concubine Yi was already warning her like this. If she really did marry into the family after the new year, wouldn't she be eaten alive? She'd rather die as a piece of jade than as an intact tile. Since Grand Concubine Yi had spoken, she had to show her attitude. Imperial Mother, you should understand Qin Xie's temper. Han Yunchi replied cold. You. Grand Concubine Yi rose to her feet angrily. Han Yunchi rose to her feet as well. Imperial Mother, if there's nothing else, Qin Xie will take her leave first. Grand Concubine Yi was so angry that she couldn't speak. Han Yunchi took a deep breath and turned to leave. Outside the peony courtyard, Han Yunchi muttered to herself, Grand Concubine Yi, Grand Concubine Yi, if I, Han Yunchi, treat you with sincerity, will you treat me with sincerity one day? Or perhaps, in your eyes, I'll always be no different from a servant girl in the estate? Were birth and status really that important? Did nobility, generals, and status matter? One day, I, Han Yunchi, will definitely let you know that none of that matters. By the time she returned to the hibiscus courtyard, the elusive Long Fei Yi had long left. His attitude was unclear, but both Grand Concubine Yi and Duanmu Yao seemed certain about the marriage alliance after the new year. Han Yunchi took a deep breath and told herself that she couldn't control any of this, nor did it have anything to do with her. Don't think about it. In a few days it would be the new year. The Duke of Qin's estate was bustling with activity as well. The servants were all cleaning and decorating. Murong Wanru was shut up in her room all day because of the wedding, but Grand Concubine Yi often went to comfort her. After that night, Grand Concubine Yi never sought out Han Yunchi again. Han Yunchi didn't take the initiative to perform acupuncture on her, either. Although their relationship was stiff, they lived in harmony with each other. Han Yunchi didn't need to worry about the preparations for the new year, so she often ran over to the Han estate when she had nothing to do. Seventh Madam's body had recovered well, and her meals had improved. She had fewer worries and was in a better state of mind. She was less timid than before and more assertive when it came to matters. Little Yi was still too young. Seventh Madam was the pillar of support in the house, so Han Yunchi was happiest to see her change. Currently, little Qin Xiang and Seventh Madam were busy making arrangements for the new year. Han Yunchi was checking on little Yi's homework in the study. Actually, Han Yunchi couldn't be considered a teacher when it came to medical skills, but she'd taken a basic course in traditional Chinese medicine and had experience in medicine. She learned the Han clan medical canon much faster than little Yi. Little Yi, who was 6 years old, was as fair as carved jade and had a clean temperament. Although he was a young master, he was dressed like a book boy. When he read seriously, his eyes were hooded and his eyelashes were long. Every time Han Yunchi teased him, he'd jerk his head up and open his big round eyes to look at Han Yunchi adorably. His confused expression was so adorable that Han Yunchi wanted to kidnap him and raise him as a pet. Big Sis Yin, I think that the prescription in the medical canon, can I change it a bit? Little asked carefully. Han Yunchi was curious. The prescriptions in the Han clan medical canon were all finalized after several generations of the Han family's deliberations. Whether it was the prescription or the amount, they were all tested again and again. Little Yi was only 6 years old and had only studied medicine for a few years. Yet he actually proposed to change the old ancestor's prescription. This boy had some guts. However, she liked this kind of newborn calf who wasn't afraid of tigers. Tell me, how do you want to change it? Han Yunchi asked with a smile as she leisurely sipped her tea. Little Yi saw that not only did Big Sis Yin not scold him, but she even smiled. He immediately regained his confidence and hurriedly took out a pen and paper to write down his improved prescription. Who knew that when Han Yunchi saw it, she would be so shocked that she would spit out the tea she'd just drank. Heavens! This prescription. No, to be more precise, this is a prescription for poison, okay? When little Yi saw Big Sis Yun's reaction, he timidly stuck out his tongue and obediently retreated to the side like a child who had gotten into trouble. Han Yunchi hurriedly picked up the prescription in the Han clan medical canon and compared it to little Yi's improved prescription. After comparing, she found that little Yi didn't change any of the ingredients. Instead, he adjusted the amount of the ingredients, taking advantage of the mutual promotion and suppression of ingredients. When some ingredients were mixed together according to a certain ratio, new ingredients would be produced. Perhaps these ingredients would increase the efficacy of the medicine, or perhaps these ingredients would destroy the efficacy of the medicine, or even produce toxins. However, when these new ingredients were mixed together, they would have different effects. Speaking of which, the theory was relatively simple. However, the relationships within were inextricably linked and very complicated. It wasn't something that ordinary people could understand. Even a veteran like Han Yunchi wouldn't think that a prescription could be changed into a poison prescription if she didn't deliberately ponder over it. She didn't expect little to actually change it like this. Who taught you this? Han Yunqi asked loudly. Little E was like a child who had done something wrong. His hands were tangled together as he lowered his head. Only then did Han Yunqi realize that she was too agitated. She hurriedly pulled little E to the side and sat him down. Calmly, she asked, tell me, who taught you to change the prescription like this? I looked at it myself and suddenly thought of changing it. Little answered honestly. Han Yunqi was incredulous. She asked again, then how did you know the amount of the ingredients? Previously, Daddy had me memorize the ancient book on mutual promotion and suppression of ingredients. It was hundreds of pages thick. When I saw the prescription, I suddenly thought of changing it. Little blinked his large eyes, looking especially pure and innocent. Han Yunqi knew that he wouldn't lie. However, wasn't this child's ability to understand everything too well? Do you know how to change anything else? Han Yunqi hurriedly asked again. I have to take a look and think about it. I spent an entire day thinking about that prescription just then. Little was a little embarrassed, his little face red. However, he didn't know that it was already a heaven-defying ability for a 6-year-old to change a prescription into a poison one in a single day. Han Yunqi discovered that this child's talent in poisons was comparable to her own in the past. If he worked hard and studied hard, he'd definitely be a great figure in the future. She had to admit that Han Kongan had a good eye. That very day, Han Yunqi gave little a few pointers on poison prescriptions. She told him to study hard and not tell anyone else about it for now. Little was filled with motivation after receiving Big Sis Yun's affirmation. Apparently, little Chen Xiang said that he hadn't left his study for the past few days after Han Yunqi left. Day after day passed. Very soon, New Year's Eve arrived. All of Tianning's capital city was filled with festive festivities. On New Year's Eve, every family was reunited. The Empress Dowager had set up a family banquet for Grand Concubine His Highness Duke of Qin, and Murong Wanru every year. But this year, there was both Qin Wangfei and Princess Rongla. Murong Wanru was too ashamed to enter the palace after what happened to her, so Grand Concubine didn't want to bring her along. Zhao Mama specially prepared Han Yunqi a short, red cotton-padded jacket with white fox for lining the edges. It was warm and noble. Currently, she was helping Han Yunqi dress her up. Esteemed Wang Fei, this is your first time attending a family banquet on New Year's Eve. Actually, it's just a meal with everyone, so don't be too nervous. Han Yunqi wasn't nervous. She'd seen Emperor Tianhui, the Empress Dowager and Empress before. She mused that since Princess Rongla was going tonight, Emperor Tianhui would probably express his intentions regarding the marriage alliance. Chapter 162. On New Year's Eve, the palace was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. The family banquet was held in the Empress Dowager's Peace and Wellness Palace. As Zhao Mama had said, it was just a New Year's Eve meal with everyone seated around the round table. However, on the dining table alone, a few people and a few mouths were enough to cause a lot of trouble. It was rare for the Empress Dowager and Grand Concubine to sit together. Emperor Tianhui and Long Fei Yi sat on the Empress Dowager's left, followed by the Crown Prince and the other imperial princes. The Empress and Han Yunqi sat on Grand Concubine Yi's right. Han Yunqi wasn't very old, but she suddenly realized her seniority in the family. She used to be of the same generation as the Empress. Duanmu Yao sat next to Han Yunqi. The banquet had already begun, but Princess Chongping still hadn't shown up. The Mama said she was in one of the side rooms, preparing to give the Empress Dowager a New Year's gift and an unexpected surprise. This Chongping sure knows how to dawdle, the Empress scolded unhappily. Let her be. I'm still waiting for her surprise, the Empress Dowager said with a chuckle. Grand Concubine Yi's lips rose to a cold, disdainful smile. She silently picked up food without speaking. Naturally, It wasn't good to talk about what happened at the plum blossom meet at this banquet, especially when it was her Morong Wanru who'd lost face. Eunuch Li had been sentenced to death by the Empress for neglecting his duties, which counted as an explanation to Grand Concubine. Long Fei Yi and Emperor Tianhui were whispering to each other on the sidelines, but no one dared to disturb them out of curiosity. After all, the private conversations between these two brothers couldn't be trivial matters. A family banquet was nothing more than a gathering of the whole family. The elders would show concern for the younger generation, while the younger generation would ask after their health. The Empress Dowager had a hall full of grandchildren. She asked about this and that, her face wreathed in smiles and her mood excellent. Occasionally, she'd exchange a few words with Grand Concubine Yi, who didn't have a single grandchild to hold. Although she smiled in reply, it didn't reach her eyes. Soon enough, the Empress Dowager's attention rested on Princess Rongla. Actually, both the Empress Dowager and Empress were eager to see Princess Rongla marry Long Tianma. Unfortunately, her thoughts were all on the Duke of Qin. The marriage alliance wasn't a child's play, nor was it a matter between the two clans. It was an important matter between the two countries and involved the cooperation between Tianing country and Western Zhou, especially when it came to war. Thus, even if the Empress Dowager and Empress were unwilling, they didn't dare to interfere. From Emperor Tianhui's perspective, they still hoped that the Duke of Qin would agree to the marriage. Princess Rongla, please don't stand on ceremony. Men, quickly pour some wine for Princess Rongla. The Empress Dowager is too polite. Yao Yao can do it herself. The Empress Dowager had taken good care of Duanmu Yao, so Duanmu Yao had long heard that Grand Concubine Yi and the Empress Dowager were on bad terms. Naturally, she didn't dare to get too close to the Empress Dowager in front of Grand Concubine, but she didn't lose her manners or dignity. Yao Yao, come and eat more. Imperial Concubine Dowager, Yao Yao doesn't deserve it. Yao Yao should be the one picking up food for you. Grand Concubine Yi personally picked up food for Duanmu Yao, while Duanmu Yao ladled soup for her. The two of them weren't mother and daughter-in-law yet, but they were more like mother and daughter. Logically speaking, Han Yunqi should be the center of attention at this year's New Year's Eve family banquet. But Han Yunqi had been given the cold shoulder since the start of the banquet. It was as if the liveliness at the table didn't belong to her at all. She was quite at ease as she quietly ate her meal and listened to their conversation. She could hear the truth and lies in their words clearly. The Empress Dowager glanced at her before finally speaking. Yunqi, is there any news? News? Han Yunqi raised her head with a blank expression. What news? But Grand Concubine Yi's expression turned gloomy. Muhu, it looks like there's none. Look at her reaction. She probably doesn't know what you're asking for. She's already married, but she's still acting like a servant girl, the Empress teased. Han Yunqi really didn't understand. Why was she suddenly asking if there was any news? What news? Seeing her expression, the Empress Dowager immediately laughed out loud. She tilted her head towards Grand Concubine Yi. Little sister, this girl of yours, is she pretending not to understand? Or is she really that clueless? Haven't you taught her anything? Grand Concubine Yi sighed softly with emotion. They've only been married for half a year. The Duke of Qin is busy every day and hasn't shown up for days. How could there be news so quickly? At this, Han Yunqi finally understood what "there's news" meant. The Empress Dowager was asking if she was pregnant or not. Embarrassed, she lowered her head, her cheeks flushing red. Long Fei Yi and her were only together in name. Even the red on their wedding night was fake. So how could there be news from her stomach? So there's really no news? The Empress Dowager asked while knowing the answer. She even put on a serious face. Grand Concubine Yi didn't want to answer. She shot a cold glance at Han Yunqi, indicating for her to respond on her own. There's news, and the red on the white handkerchief shared the same logic. They didn't ask about the process, only the results. Although both sides needed to work hard, if there were no results, then the blame would be pushed onto the female side. This was especially true in the imperial clan, where the men of the imperial clan were unquestionable. Grand concubine Yi didn't speak. Besides Emperor Tianhui and Long Fei, who were whispering with their heads lowered, everyone else at the table looked towards Han Yunqi. For a woman to gain a firm foothold in a clan, there was no other reason than children, especially for a commoner like Han Yunqi, who had married into a rich and powerful family. Children were even more important to her. Not bearing any children was one of the 7 rules for divorcing a wife. Amidst the silence, even the imperial concubines, sitting on the side, looked over. Gradually, they began to talk amongst themselves. Han Yunqi's face was a little red, but she remained calm. Not yet. What else could she do besides remain calm? At her words, snickers rose from around them. Sitting behind Han Yunqi, noble consort, Xiao even scooted over to murmur. It's already been half a year. The Duke of Qin is busy all day, but he shouldn't. Yunqia, go find Imperial Physician Xue for a look later. He's an expert in this field. Although she spoke in a low voice, many people heard her and broke into laughter again. Han Yunqi only felt like she'd become the target of public criticism again. But she didn't have any say in this issue, much less any room to explain herself. Of course, this wasn't a topic suitable for family banquets. The Empress Dowager glanced at Grand Concubine, Yu's pale face, and was very satisfied. She stopped while she was ahead and gave Han Yunqi a way out. Duke of Qin, this is your fault. No matter how busy you are, you can't leave Yunqi out in the cold, right? The Empress Dowager assumed that the Duke of Qin wasn't listening and would only nod his head. But Long Fei, Yi looked up and even knew what was going on. He said mildly, Empress Dowager's lecturing is right. Aken will continue to work hard. This, for a moment, the crowd was in an uproar. Nobody expected the Duke of Qin to have such an attitude. Duanmu Yao was dumbstruck. She felt as if she'd been dealt a heavy blow. In her heart, her senior brother was like a god, forever noble and inviolable. She couldn't imagine that such ambiguous words would come out of his mouth. Many of the women present blushed. Han Yunqi's face was even redder. Continue to work hard. His words really made one's imagination run wild. How was he supposed to work hard? She couldn't help but think too much. Fortunately, she pulled herself back in time. She couldn't help but sneak a peek at the esteemed figure in front of her, only to see Long Fei's expressionless face looking right back at her. Han Yunqi immediately averted her gaze and missed the teasing smile in his eyes. The Empress Dowager pursed her lips at a loss for words. As a mother, even Grand Concubine, Yi found it inconceivable. She couldn't help but recall the white handkerchief with the blood on it. Without a doubt, Fei's words were meant to protect Han Yunqi. If he didn't speak up today, the issue of having news would continue to trouble Han Yunqi in the future. But now that he did, many of the people present would restrain themselves. With her son's personality, how could he be willing to help Han Yunqi like this? Grand Concubine, he found it harder and harder to see through him. Emperor Tianhui looked at Han Yunqi a few times before a complicated look flashed past his eyes. Then he opened his mouth and teased, Duke of Qin, you only have one Wang Fei in your estate, but you're already giving her the cold shoulder. Wait until the new year is over. You can't do this again if a new person enters the family. After the new year, a new person would enter. Wasn't this talking about the marriage for peace? Wasn't that Duanmu Yao? This was probably the first time Emperor Tianhui had brought up the matter of marriage in public. Although his words were reserved, everyone present understood what he meant. Duanmu Yao had come to the family banquet, and Emperor Tianhui's words meant that the recent rumors were true. It was highly likely that the marriage alliance was a done deal. Long Tianma picked up a cup of wine and downed it in one gulp. Others might not be able to see through it, but he could. Grand concubine bringing Duanmu Yao to the family banquet and his imperial father asking in public was actually the two of them working together to put pressure on the Duke of Qin. They were forcing him to have no room to refuse. It looked like this was a foregone conclusion. It was one thing if he couldn't marry the woman he liked, but he didn't expect that he couldn't marry the woman he didn't like either. Thinking up to here, he poured himself another cup of wine. A foregone conclusion was a foregone conclusion. Everyone still hoped that His Highness Duke of Qin would answer the question himself. Duanmu Yao's gloomy mood turned nervous, her face pink as she waited for Long Feiyi to speak. At the same time, Han Yunqi's cheeks were still red as she waited. She looked towards Long Feiyi again, only to meet Long Feiyi's deep gaze just like before. He was looking at her again. Han Yunqi wanted to avoid his gaze again, but for some reason, she didn't. Instead, she stared straight at him and waited. Everyone said that when one's eyes met, it was a silent exchange of words. Han Yunqi didn't have anything to say to Long Feiyi, but Long Feiyi's lips quirked up slightly at the sight of her serious gaze. As everyone waited in silence, he said, "Your lordship doesn't even have time to attend to a Wangfei, so there's no need for a newbie." As soon as these words came out, it was like a sudden clap of thunder that hit the banquet table, shocking everyone to the point that their hearts almost stopped. Long Feiyi, what did he just say? Emperor Tianhui's expression gradually changed into a storm, while Grand Concubine glared fiercely at him. The Empress Dowager and Empress were so stunned that they didn't know what to do. Long Feiyi! Suddenly, Duanmu Yao roared. She sprang to her feet and turned to run, knocking over a bowl of soup on the table and spilling it all over Han Yunqi. Grand Concubine panicked and chased after her. Yao Yao! Yao Yao, wait! Han Yunqi was drenched in soup, but she didn't care. She looked at Long Feiyi with an involuntary curve of her lips. Right now, she really wanted to ask Long Feiyi if he did it on purpose. Did he wait until such a public occasion to refuse her? Otherwise, why didn't he say anything so many times before? This guy is rotten to the core. Chapter 163. Long Feiyi's words angered Duanmu Yao into leaving, completely destroying the harmonious atmosphere of the banquet. In the silence, Emperor Tianhui slapped the table and rose to his feet with a loud bang. Everyone present, including the Empress Dowager and Empress, subconsciously held their breaths. Duke of Qin, come with Zhen. Emperor Tianhui's face was black as he spoke, coldly. Long Feiyi's expression didn't change as he rose to his feet and followed behind Emperor Tianhui. It wasn't until the two figures had vanished from sight that the crowd broke into an uproar. Long Feiyi had used the excuse of not having time to reject Duanmu Yao, although it had nothing to do with Han Yunqi. The Duke of Qin's answer that he had news of Han Yunqi still made everyone talk about her. Without a doubt, the Duke of Qin's rejection was great news for Han Yunqi. If Duanmu Yao couldn't enter the Duke of Qin's estate, then Han Yunqi would be able to secure her throne as esteemed Wangfei. Han Yunqi's really lucky. The Duke of Qin was still young when the Empress Dowager arranged the marriage. If it were today, he'd probably be rejected as well. That's hard to say. Didn't you hear the Duke of Qin's words just then? It's obvious that he's visited her before. I heard Han Yunqi lives in the Duke of Qin's hibiscus courtyard. That doesn't prove anything. I just don't believe that woman could catch the Duke of Qin's eye. Doesn't she just know a bit of poison skills? That's not all. Didn't you hear about what happened at the Plum Blossom Meet? Even Princess Rongla admitted defeat. As I see it, this esteemed Wangfei isn't as simple as she seems. Although there were different opinions, the rumors of Han Yunqi being favored had spread from this banquet. Amidst the discussion, Han Yunqi had long slipped away and found a court lady to take her to clean up the stains on her robes. Soon after she left, the Empress Dowager asked, "Where's Qin Wangfei?" To reply, esteemed Empress Dowager, esteemed Wangfei went to clean up the stains on her robes. Su Mama accompanied her, the court lady reported. A complicated look flashed across the Empress Dowager's eyes, but she didn't say anything. Of course, the Empress Dowager had heard of the events at the Plum Blossom Meet as well. She had a love-hate relationship with that girl Han Yunqi. She'd originally thought that if Duanmu Yao went to the Duke of Qin's estate, Grand Concubine Yi's personality would definitely make things difficult for Han Yunqi. Then she'd have a chance to rope in Han Yunqi. But who knew that something like this would happen? The Duke of Qin actually made things difficult for Princess Rongla in public. If news of this reached the ears of Western Zhou's imperial family, what would they do? The Empress Dowager furrowed her brows and was deeply worried. The Empress hesitated for a moment and advised in a low voice, "Mu Fei, I think there's still hope." "What do you mean?" The Empress Dowager asked casually without much hope. "Mu Fei, didn't the Duke of Qin refuse multiple times when His Majesty urged us to get married? In the end, His Majesty issued an imperial edict. Wouldn't the Duke of Qin and Grand Concubine Yi submit obediently?" The Empress lowered her voice. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager's brows relaxed. She would have forgotten about the matter if the Empress hadn't mentioned it. But on second thought, she felt that something was wrong and said unhappily, "Empress, how can Han Yunqi be mentioned in the same breath as Princess Rongla? I don't even know if Grand Concubine Yi can persuade her. Let's go take a look as well." Han Yunqi had no sense of shame or self-respect. She opened the sedan door and walked into the Duke of Qin's estate on her own. Princess Rongla was the princess of a great country. She was already compromising herself to the Duke of Qin. So how could she still force a marriage? Wouldn't that turn Western Zhou's imperial family into the laughingstock of the world? The Empress rose to accompany her. "Muhu, Princess Rongla is the Duke of Qin's junior sister. Although they aren't childhood sweethearts, they've known each other since they were young. As Qinxia sees it, as long as the Duke of Qin agrees, Princess Rongla will forgive today's events. Later, Qinxia will warn everyone not to speak of tonight's events to anyone." Only then did the Empress Dowager nod her head and head east with the Empress. At the same time, Han Yunqi was in the West Wing taking care of her clothes. In the brightly lit room, she discovered that a large bowl of soup had spilled all over her body. No matter how she wiped it off, she couldn't get it clean. Fortunately, she'd prepared extra clothes for the banquet. "Su Mama, help me get a new set of clothes." "Esteemed Wang Fei, please wait a moment. This old servant will come right away. No rush. I'm tired, so I'm planning to rest a bit." Su Mama closed the door and retreated, leaving Han Yunqi leaning lazily on the bed. She wasn't tired, but she was using an excuse. There was no point in going over now. She guessed that Long Fei Yi and Grand Concubine Yi wouldn't be able to leave so easily tonight. After changing her clothes, she'd go back. In any case, there was nothing for her to do. Thinking about it, Long Fei Yi had only said a few words at the banquet tonight, but they'd caused a huge uproar. She didn't know how Emperor Tianhui would deal with him, but if that fellow dared to do so, he must have 100% confidence in his abilities. Han Yunqi didn't even realize that her lips were curled up the entire time. She was in a very good mood. While she was secretly rejoicing, she suddenly heard a series of crashing sounds from the next room. It sounded like something had broken into pieces. "What's going on?" Han Yunqi stood up and listened carefully, but didn't hear anything else. Strange. She didn't think much of it, but quickly rose to her feet to see what was going on. But as soon as she opened the door, she saw that a large wall of decorations had toppled over. Precious ornaments were scattered all over the floor, and Princess Chongping was lying in the midst of the debris with her back facing up. It wasn't clear where she'd been injured, but she was bleeding profusely. "Chongping!" Han Yunqi cried out in alarm. Her first reaction was to rush over to save her. Although she and Chongping had a deep grudge against each other, this was a matter of life and death. How could she care so much? She quickly turned Princess Chongping over, only to see that her forehead was bleeding profusely. Her eyes were tightly shut as if she'd fallen asleep. Han Yunchi was about to stop the bleeding when the detox system suddenly gave her a warning. Poison! Didn't she fall? Could it be that she fell down after being poisoned? How could she be poisoned? Who poisoned her? The fact that the detox system didn't report the poison immediately proved that Princess Chongping's poison wasn't simple. Han Yunchi didn't have time to think and immediately activated the scanning system. But as soon as she did, she froze, her face was ashen, white as her hands holding Princess Chongping began to tremble uncontrollably. The scanning system gave her a warning. This was a corpse. Thus, the scanning system automatically activated its corpse scanning mode. She was holding a corpse, which meant Princess Chongping was dead. Ah! Han Yunchi screamed, subconsciously pushing Princess Chongping away. She hurriedly got up and retreated several steps in disbelief. As a doctor, she was used to seeing life and death. Corpses weren't scary to her. But this was Princess Chongping. The same Princess Chongping who'd been alive and kicking just a few days ago. She'd actually died, poisoned to death. Han Yunchi hadn't expected this at all. Thus, she'd rushed in to save Princess Chongping and hadn't noticed anything strange. How could this be? Otherwise, as a doctor, she'd be very sensitive to this kind of thing. This matter was too sudden. Han Yunchi's mind was blank for a moment. At this moment, a palace maid's voice came from outside the door. Princess, the things you wanted have been found. Princess, you still haven't finished? Hurry! Something happened at the family banquet. Why don't you go take a look? This was the voice of Princess Chongping's personal maid, Shuanghong. Han Yunchi subconsciously turned to look outside the door and saw Shuanghong running in. She stopped in her tracks, stunned. The two looked at each other. After a while, Shuanghong suddenly screamed, "Ah! Someone come! Ah! Someone come quickly!" Han Yunchi stood there in a daze. She didn't think too much about it, her heart thumping wildly. Shuanghong shouted as she rushed in, picking up Princess Chongping. However, as soon as she picked her up, Shuanghong sensed that something was wrong. Her hands trembled as she checked Princess Chongping's breathing. She was so frightened that she immediately pushed Princess Chongping away, screaming, "Ah! Ah! The princess is dead! Dead!" At this time, a large group of palace maids and eunuchs all came. Seeing the scene in the room, everyone panicked and retreated. Their faces were all pale. Only an old mama was still calm. She sent people to find the imperial physician and also sent people to report to the Empress Dowager and the Empress. The first imperial physician to arrive was Gu Beiwe. As soon as he arrived, he saw the scene in the room and Han Yunchi standing to the side. A trace of unease flashed through his eyes. When Shuanghong saw Gu Beiwe, she rushed over as if she had seen her savior. "Imperial physician Gu, the princess Wu, hurry and save the princess. She's definitely not dead. She's definitely not dead." He didn't know if Shuanghong was scared out of her wits or just deceiving herself. Once a person stopped breathing, they would change very quickly. Princess Chongping was lying on the ground, her forehead a bloody mess. Her eyes were tightly shut and her body was stiff. Her face and lips were pale. Gu Beiwe could tell at a glance that there was no hope. He still went forward and seriously checked her breathing, pulse, and cause of death. At this moment, the people surrounding the door scattered. The Empress Dowager, Empress, and Long Tima arrived. "Chongping! Chongping!" The Empress rushed in. As soon as she saw the person lying on the ground, her vision darkened and she almost collapsed. Fortunately, Long Tianma caught her in time. The Empress Dowager walked in with the help of a mama. Her face was completely pale and her body was trembling. She couldn't even stand properly. Long Tianma saw all of this and was both angry and shocked. He violently roared, "Gu Beiwe, what exactly happened?" Gu Beiwe lowered his eyes and retreated to the side with a bow. He directly knelt down. Esteemed Empress Dowager, esteemed Empress, His Highness the Crown Prince, please restrain your grief. What? The Empress Dowager exclaimed. She couldn't breathe, and her eyes were wide open. No, no. It can't be. It can't be. You're talking nonsense. Nonsense. The Empress gave Gu Beiwe a hard shove with her foot and ordered, "Hurry and save her! Save her! If you can't save her, I'll bury you with her." Gu Beiwe knelt again, his voice heavy. Esteemed Empress, restrain your grief. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Chongping, my daughter, ah. My daughter, ah. The Empress immediately burst into tears. She broke free from Long Tianma and rushed over. She hugged Princess Chongping and pushed her with all her strength, but she was indeed dead. No, Chongping, how could you? How could you abandon Mufei? Chongping, what exactly happened? My daughter, ah. My daughter, oh. In a moment, everyone outside the room knelt down. The Empress's heart-wrenching cries could be heard. Long Tianma looked at his own sister in disbelief. He sternly asked, Gu Beiwe, she was perfectly fine. How could she die? She was dead, but what was the cause of death? The wound on her forehead couldn't have been fatal. Chapter 164. Cause of death? Gu Beiwe glanced at Han Yunqi from the corner of his eyes. Under everyone's gaze, he answered truthfully, reporting to your highness. If this official's diagnosis is correct, Princess Chongping should have been poisoned to death. As for what poison it was, please forgive this official's incompetence. If Princess Chongping was still alive, perhaps Gu Beiwe wouldn't have been able to find any traces of poison. However, once a person died, the traces of poison would appear in a short period of time. Princess Chongping's pale lips had a few black stains. If more time passed, the traces of poison would become even more obvious. Perhaps it would be possible to find out what poison it was. Poison? Once these words were said, everyone was shocked. She was actually poisoned. What kind of poison? Who poisoned her? Long Tianma suddenly roared at Shuanghong. Speak! What exactly happened? Why are you and the princess locked up here? Chongping should have already attended the family banquet, but she was acting mysteriously and didn't appear. Shuanghong was scared silly and shook her head. This servant didn't. Suddenly, she turned to look at Han Yunqi and pointed at Han Yunqi. It's her, Qin Wangfei she. At this time, the Empress Dowager and Empress finally noticed Han Yunqi on the side. Her Highness the Princess said she wanted to prepare a gift for the Empress Dowager. Because she hadn't finished carving, she hid here to carve. She just had this servant go out to get something. When this servant came back, I saw the princess lying on the ground with a steamed Wang Fei on the side. Shuanghong was so scared that she began to cry. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager and Empress both looked at Han Yunqi. Their gazes were sinister, as if they had been poisoned. Han Yunqi immediately realized that she was in big trouble. She had been focused on saving people and had been shocked by this matter. She hadn't realized the danger she was in yet. However, she was still calm and explained, I was just preparing to change next door when I heard a commotion. When I came to take a look, I saw Chongping lying on the ground. What kind of poison was she poisoned with? Why would she suddenly be poisoned? Where did the poison come from? The Empress was paralyzed on the ground and asked again and again. Her voice was very sharp, as if she wanted to tear Han Yunqi apart. As for the Empress Dowager, she was even more direct. Why did Chongping fall to the ground? Why did these shelves fall? Han Yunqi, did you quarrel with Chongping and even hit her? Tell me. I didn't. Han Yunqi denied angrily. I'll say it again. I was just next door. I heard the sound of the shelf falling and came over. When I entered, I saw Chongping lying on the ground. When I found out that she was poisoned, Shuanghong came over. What kind of poison did she get? Aren't you very good at detoxification? Why didn't you save her? Why? Long Tianma was also very excited. After all, Chongping was his only sister. I haven't found out what kind of poison she was poisoned with, but when I came, she was already dead. There was no way to save her, Han Yunqi explained truthfully. As soon as she said that, the Empress immediately rebuked her. Han Yunqi, you're lying. How long would it take for you to come over from next door? How could you not have time to save her? What kind of poison could be so powerful that it could kill immediately? This point was also what Han Yunqi couldn't understand. However, her attitude was still very firm. I'm not lying. As for what exactly happened, we'll only know after we find the poison. I'll immediately do the examination. All she saw was the result. Whether Princess Chongping had died before the shelf fell or after her death, no one could say for sure. There weren't many poisons that could kill immediately. Han Yunqi also wanted to know. What she wanted to know even more was where this poison came from. She was just about to walk over when the Empress's anger reached the heavens. Han Yunqi, you still dare to quibble. You're lying. Someone come. Arrest her for this consort. Han Yunqi suddenly frowned, also angry. Who dares? Without evidence, why should I be arrested? Someone come. Arrest her. The Empress Dowager's voice became even sharper. Very quickly, the guards rushed in and detained Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi couldn't break free. She angrily glared at Long Tianma. Your Highness Crown Prince, you don't even know what kind of poison Chongping was poisoned with. Without any evidence, you're making slanderous accusations. Is this how the palace does things? Long Tianma was angry and sorrowful, but he still wasn't willing to believe that Han Yunqi had poisoned Chongping to death. He also couldn't think of any motive for Han Yunqi to commit the crime. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Imperial Grandmother, Imperial Mother, there's no harm in letting Imperial Aunt Qin check the poison. The Empress was very repulsed. Just as she was about to refuse, the Empress Dowager coldly said, Fine, let her check. Aijia wants to see what kind of poison she can find that can kill instantly. Only after these words were spoken did the guards release Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi crouched down beside Princess Chongping. As soon as she saw the black strands on her tongue, she was puzzled. She did a routine check while activating the scanning system. However, the results were outside of her expectations. How could it be? Are you done? The Empress sternly urged. Han Yunqi stood up and looked around, her face full of confusion. Did you find it? The Empress Dowager impatiently asked. Han Yunqi indifferently said, I found it. It's arrow poison wood. However, when these words came out, everyone in the room was at a loss. What was arrow poison wood? They'd never heard of it before. What is this? The Empress Dowager sternly asked. This is an extremely poisonous tree. It's commonly known as throat upon contact with blood. As long as there's a wound on the body and it's stained with its sap, the victim will quickly be poisoned. It'll cause heart failure, making it difficult to breathe and suffocate to death, Han Yunqi explained. Regarding this poison, there was another saying, 7 up, 8 down, 9 down, which was precisely what throat upon contact with blood meant. If you took 7 steps up, 8 steps down, or 9 steps on flat ground, you'd fall to the ground and die. Actually, depending on the amount of poison, sometimes you didn't need to take that many steps. You'd fall to the ground after just 2 or 3 steps. Han Yunqi was basically certain. Princess Chongping should have fallen after being poisoned, which was why she bumped into this frame. There were only 2 kinds of poisons. One was accidentally touched, and the other was intentionally poisoned. She'd looked around earlier, but hadn't seen any branches or leaves of the arrow poison wood. She also hadn't found anything with this kind of poison. Could it be that someone had come to poison her, and she hadn't seen them when she'd come over? This matter was somewhat complicated. Just as she was about to do a more detailed examination to analyze the poison in Princess Chongping's body, the Empress sternly said, Someone come, immediately take her to the imperial prison. The culprit must be her. There's nothing to say. Han Yunqi once again looked towards Long Tianma. Let me investigate, clearly. This kind of poison is very rare. Not everyone can recognize it. Who knew that the Empress would actually bite back? It's indeed rare. No one here has ever heard of it. Only you, Han Yunqi, know of it. Apart from you, Han Yunqi, who else would be able to poison her? The Empress wasn't wrong, at least in the palace. Only Han Yunqi was able to poison her. What if an assassin broke in and poisoned Princess Changping? Empress, you can doubt me, but please take out evidence. Han Yunqi argued. Assassin? Why would there be an assassin out of nowhere? What kind of place do you think the palace is? Do you think assassins can casually enter? Who saw an assassin? The only person Shuanghong saw was you. Also, who told you to come here to change clothes? Why was it so coincidental that you were next to Changping? You and Changping have always been on bad terms. You must have harbored hatred towards Changping and wanted to poison her. Shuanghong saw it, so she twisted her words. Han Yunqi, Han Yunqi, I didn't think your heart would be so vicious. To think that I thought you were Tianmo's savior, I really misjudged you. The Empress' tears flowed freely. She was so aggressive that she almost made a move. Han Yunqi didn't know how to argue with her. How could someone twist her words like this? She took a deep breath and said, Su Mama can testify. It was Su Mama who brought me here to change clothes. But it was at this moment that Su Mama rushed in from the doorway with Han Yunqi's new clothes in her hands. To reply, esteemed Empress Dowager, esteemed Empress, it really was this servant who brought esteemed Wang Fei here. But when this servant went to get the clothes just then, I don't know what happened either. Su Mama's second half of the sentence was simply adding frost to snow. Han Yunqi sucked in a cold breath. She was about to explain when the Empress Dowager coldly said, At that time, your Han family's Lisher was right. The best detoxifier is also the most terrifying poisoner. Someone come, immediately take this murderer to the imperial prison. Without Aijia's orders, no one is allowed to visit. Han Yunqi frowned and looked towards Long Tianma. However, this time Long Tianma was also silent. Han Yunqi was thoroughly disappointed. She really wasted her efforts in saving Long Tianma. I want to see the Duke of Qin, she said coldly, who knew that the Empress Dowager's voice would be even colder. It's no use even if the Duke of Qin comes. Han Yunqi, you can't be forgiven for poisoning the princess. No one can protect you. Without giving Han Yunqi a chance to struggle, the guards dragged Han Yunqi outside. Han Yunqi shouted, Empress Dowager, you'll regret this. It's fine if you lock me up, but if you miss the source of the poison, more people will die from this poison. If the source of the poison was in the palace, then both the poisoned objects and the poisoned assassins would be in danger. Unfortunately, all she got in response was the Empress and her servant girls' sorrowful cries. Nobody listened to her words. Currently, Grand Concubine Yi was comforting Duanmu Yao. Long Fei Yi and Emperor Tianhui were locked up in the imperial study, so they had no idea what had happened. The Empress hugged Princess Changping's corpse, heartbroken. Long Tianma stood guard on one side, unable to coax her out of it. The Empress Dowager sat on one side, knitting her brows as she sighed again and again. She was so sad that she didn't know how to face reality. Changping was the granddaughter she doted on the most. Suddenly, the Empress raised her head, agitated. Muhu, kill Han Yunqi to avenge Changping. You have to kill her. Muhu, she wasn't stupid enough to poison Changping. This matter. Before Long Tianma could finish, the Empress slapped him across the face. You traitor! Your little sister's already dead. You can still say things like that? Long Tianma was resentful, but didn't talk back. The Empress was so agitated that she wanted to say more, but before she could open her mouth, her eyes gave a start before she fainted. Muhu! Long Tianma was alarmed. Gu Beiwa hurried forward to take her pulse. Empress Dowager, Your Highness, esteemed Empress has been provoked. Her anger has attacked her heart, causing her qi and blood to be unstable. She must stay in bed and rest well. Don't let her suffer any more blows, Gu Beiwa said as he wrote a prescription and had a court lady fetch the medicine. After the Empress was sent away, the Empress Dowager glanced at Long Tianma and said, Tianma, take care of Chongping's funeral. So speaking, she looked towards the door. Someone come, report to His Majesty that Princess Chongping is gone. As soon as she finished, she burst into tears. Words for the readers. Add Jimo's WeChat account as Gu Beiwa. You can see Gu Beiwa's descriptions. Jimo's WeChat account, Jimomo, 2015. Chapter 165. This was Han Yunqi's second time in prison. However, this time was different from the previous time. This time, she was directly locked up in a small dark room. Once the iron door was shut, the room was so dark that she couldn't even see her fingers in front of her. She had no idea how big the room was or what was inside or who was inside. Darkness represented the unknown. Even the boldest person would feel fear. It would be a lie to say she wasn't afraid. Han Yunqi forced herself to feel her way to the wall, where she sat down and curled up into a ball. It was almost dawn outside. So what was the situation in the palace? Did Grand Concubine Yi and Long Fei know something had happened to her? What were their attitudes? What was Emperor Tianhui's attitude? When would they interrogate her? Who would interrogate her? Han Yunqi waited uneasily, but she ended up waiting for 3 days and 3 nights. During these 3 days and 3 nights, the jailers only brought her water at regular intervals. There was no food, and no one came to see her. No news at all was the best news. But to Han Yunqi, the unknown was even more terrifying than a room of darkness. Han Yunqi grew more and more uneasy. She hadn't had time to analyze the poison in Princess Chongping's body, so there was no way to make any guesses. The only thing she knew was that this wasn't a trap. No one in the palace would dare to use Princess Chongping's life to frame her, so there were only 2 possibilities. One was that an assassin had poisoned her, and the other was that Princess Chongping's wounds had touched something poisonous. To get to the bottom of this, she'd have to start with the poison in the body. But she didn't even have a chance to explain herself. If this dragged on, the poison in the body would change. If they couldn't find anything, wouldn't she have to take the blame as the biggest suspect? Thinking up to here, Han Yunqi immediately went to knock on the door. The banging was loud, but no one paid her any attention. Who would have thought that after this, even the people who delivered water did not come? Another 2 days and 2 nights passed. Han Yunqi finally felt afraid. She curled up in a dark corner, thirsty and hungry. Her entire body was cold and her heart chilled. Just what was the situation outside? Did no one really care about her anymore? Han Yunqi knew that only Grand Concubine Yi and Long Fei Yi could save her now. She didn't place any hopes on Grand Concubine Yi, but Long Fei Yi. Where is he now? What is he doing? Even he could not save her. Or did he not intend to save them? Long Fei Ye's shocking words from the New Year's Eve banquet were still ringing in her ears. She had to admit that she was looking forward to it. Finally, on the morning of the 5th day, the iron gate was opened. When the light shone in from the outside, Han Yunqi immediately stood up. No matter how dazzling the light was, she did not close her eyes. The light represented hope, but who knew that what she saw was a hideous and terrifying face covered in tears? The Empress. Several guards came in with lanterns and hung them up. Soon the whole room was lit up. At this time, Han Yunqi could see the things in the room clearly. There was nothing in the room except for a giant iron pot large enough to hold a grown man. Beneath the pot was a pile of firewood. Han Yunqi only glanced at it before her gaze rested on the Empress. The people she had brought were all guards, not jailers. It looked like the justice courts had all been sent away. When the Empress walked in, the guards immediately stepped forward to detain Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi's lips rose to a bitter smile, but she didn't struggle. She'd waited for 5 days before the Empress arrived. She knew she was doomed. Han Yunqi, Chongping hasn't been placed in the coffin yet. The Empress's tone was lifeless and unsettling. The cause of death is still unknown. If she's casually placed in the coffin, Chongping won't be able to rest in peace. Han Yunqi's tone was flat as well. She thought that if the Empress hadn't been placed in the coffin after 5 days, then at least the true culprit was still unknown. She still had hope. Unexpectedly, the Empress suddenly flew into a rage and rushed over to slap Han Yunqi twice. "It's all because of you. If you don't die, Chongping won't be able to rest in peace." Han Yunqi's hands were bound and she couldn't move. She turned her face to the side and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her gaze was like a knife as she glared at the Empress. "I'll say it one last time. Chongping wasn't killed by me. It was you who killed her. It was you who poisoned her." The Empress rebuked as she retreated. She angrily ordered, "Come, immediately light the fire. Ben Gong must make this slut confess today." Light the fire? Han Yunqi looked back and saw the guards light the firewood under the big iron pot. Then they began to pour oil inside. What were they planning to do? If the Empress wanted to extort a confession, shouldn't she be taken to the torture chamber? What was the point of burning oil? The more Han Yunqi looked, the more uneasy she felt. She looked at the Empress, but the Empress only smiled coldly at her. Han Yunqi felt that there was something wrong with the Empress' mental state. She was like a lunatic. "What exactly do you want to do?" Han Yunqi asked loudly. The Empress sneered and looked at her from above, not replying. Finally, the oil in the big iron pot behind her began to boil. The heat emitted, causing the room's temperature and humidity to rise. The smell of oil and smoke in the air became heavier and heavier, making people feel nauseous. Han Yunqi looked and looked. She seemed to have thought of something. Her face gradually paled and she shook her head. "Come, hang her up." The Empress finally spoke. This time, Han Yunqi completely understood. Although she had never seen this kind of torture before, she was certain that this was the most terrifying torture out of all. "Let go! Let go!" "Empress, what's the point of making a confession? If you can't find the real culprit who killed Chongping, even if Chongping is buried, she won't be able to rest in peace," Han Yunqi shouted. However, when the Empress heard her words, not only did she not reflect, she became even more agitated and shouted crazily, "Shut up! Chongping was killed by you. It must be you. As long as you're dead, she will be able to rest in peace." If Han Yunqi paid attention at this time, she would definitely find that the Empress' mental state was abnormal. However, she had no time to care. She was tied up and hung above the boiling oil pot. Her feet were less than half a chi above the water surface. She had no choice but to curl her legs up to avoid being scalded by the heat. There was only a rope behind her, and it was in the hands of a guard to keep her alive. As long as this rope was loosened, her entire body would fall into the boiling oil pot. That kind of temperature was enough to cook her instantly, right? The oil in the big iron pot was enough to drown her entire body. She could not imagine what it would be like if she fell in. She tightly clenched her teeth, but she could not stop her body from trembling. Too scary. Who could save her? Looking at the trembling Han Yunqi dangling from the frying pan, the Empress's emotions finally calmed down quite a bit. "Han Yunqi, were you the one who killed Princess Chongping?" she loudly questioned. Han Yunqi was still trembling. She did not look at the Empress and only stared at the boiling oil, not making a sound for a long time. "Answer this one's question." The Empress' voice became even louder. However, Han Yunqi still did not answer. Her lower lip was bleeding from her teeth. "Very good. You're not confessing?" The Empress took a deep breath and walked over. She suddenly snatched the rope from the guard's hands. With this, a section of the rope immediately slid down. Ah, save me! Han Yunchi screamed. It was a heart-wrenching cry. Her knees were curled up to her chest, and her calves were practically stuck to the boiling oil. Just a little bit more, and they would touch the hot oil. Her heart thumped very fast, and even breathing was difficult. She did not dare to look down and tightly shut her eyes. There was only one thought in her mind. Who could save her? The Empress tugged at the rope, a perverted pleasure on her face. She watched with interest and unhurriedly said, Han Yunchi, this one will give you one last chance. Will you confess? Or not? Confess or not confess? Live or die? How could she confess to something she didn't do? If she confessed, she would still die. The only difference was, if she didn't confess, she would die a very painful death. Suddenly, the Empress' voice became stern. Han Yunchi, answer this one's question. Unexpectedly, Han Yunchi suddenly opened her eyes and fiercely glared at the Empress. She angrily replied, I won't confess. I didn't do it. You wronged me. You tortured me to extort a confession. It was you who caused Chongping to die without knowing why, dying with everlasting regret. You won't be able to rest in peace for the rest of your life. Han Yunchi, you're courting death. The Empress was also angry. The rope in her hand began to lower bit by bit. However, this time, Han Yunchi did not struggle or curl up her body. She dared to confess to something she had done, no matter how big it was. She would never confess to something she had never done. She silently looked at the scalding hot oil, a heroic smile blossoming on her lips. It was poignant and beautiful. Whether she confessed or not, she would die anyway. Why should she compromise and break her pride? Why not die in a more open and unrestrained manner? Some principles, some honor, could not be put down no matter what. As the rope was lowered bit by bit, the hanging hem of her skirt began to feel heavy. The hem of her skirt had already stuck to the hot oil and would soon reach her calf. She told herself, Han Yunchi, you're brave. Han Yunchi, you're good. This one will let you have a taste of your calf being fried. The Empress was furious and suddenly lowered the rope. It fell instantly. However, at this critical moment, a figure suddenly flew in like an arrow. Thump! Han Yunchi's falling body came to an abrupt stop, and then her whole body was pulled up. Han Yunchi immediately opened her eyes and saw Long Fei Yi standing on the edge of the big oil pan. One hand was holding the rope above her head, the other hand was behind her back. He was dressed in white and stood tall and straight like a pine tree, but also like an immortal. His cold face was as calm as ever, but those deep eyes contained monstrous anger. Long Fei Yi, you must be my guardian angel, right? Long Fei Yi, 5 days. I've finally waited for you. The frightened Han Yunchi inexplicably smiled, not even noticing that the corners of her eyes were wet. No one expected Long Fei Yi to appear at this time. The Empress was the most shocked. She released the rope and retreated to the wall. How did Long Fei Yi get in? The Empress Dowager had already issued a ban. Without her permission, no one was allowed to visit. Today, she came over not only to inform the Empress Dowager, but also to inform the Emperor. Although there wasn't enough evidence to prove that the culprit was Han Yunchi, the Emperor had hinted several times that Han Yunchi was the most suspicious. If they couldn't find any evidence, they could only interrogate Han Yunchi. Because of Madame Li's last words, the Emperor had long regarded Han Yunchi and the Duke of Qin as thorns in his side. If he couldn't get rid of the Duke of Qin, he had to at least kill Han Yunchi first. The Empress, who had calmed down, immediately asked, Duke of Qin, without the Empress Dowager's imperial decree, who allowed you to come in? Long Fei Yi retorted, Empress, who allowed you to use torture to extort a confession? So speaking, he scooped Han Yunchi into his arms and pulled her into the frying pan. Chapter 166. Because of Long Fei Yi's question, the Empress was speechless for a long time. The room was silent. Long Fei carried Han Yunqi down from the towering cauldron. It wasn't clear whether it was because she'd been curled up for too long or because she was still afraid, but Han Yunqi's legs turned weak as soon as they touched the ground. She couldn't stand straight and fell straight into Long Fei's body. Of course, she wanted to get up immediately. She knew that this guy was very misophobic and especially hated this kind of behavior. However, Long Fei Yi hugged her waist and said in a low voice, "Don't move." This time, Han Yunqi immediately froze. Although his voice was still very cold, Han Yunqi liked those 2 words. She obediently didn't move and leaned in his arms. Gradually, she felt his exclusive scent completely enveloping her. In an instant, all her fear disappeared. Unknowingly, she relaxed and put all her weight in his arms. And Long Fei Yi lowered his head and lowered his cold eyes. He carefully lifted the corner of her skirt and tore off the part that was covered in hot oil. At this time, Han Yunqi noticed that a large part of her skirt was wet. If it accidentally stuck to her calf, with the temperature of the hot oil, it would definitely burn her skin. After Long Fei Yi tore off a few pieces of her skirt, he checked other places one by one. Looking at his serious side profile, Han Yunqi was stunned. She forgot where she was. In her eyes and mind, there was only this man's silent and cold face, but his considerate and meticulous actions. She couldn't imagine that this big ice block could have such a meticulous side. Was she dreaming? Big ice block, if this is a dream, then can I fall in love with you in a dream? After confirming that there were no oil stains on Han Yunqi's skirt, Long Fei Yi immediately pushed her away. He was still as cold and concise as ever. Stand properly. Okay. This push immediately shattered all of Han Yunqi's beautiful dreams. Falling in love with him was simply asking for trouble. How was that possible? Her legs felt like jelly, but she still managed to stand firm on her own. After exhaling, she immediately complained, "Your Highness, I'm innocent. The Empress forced me to confess. She said that if I didn't confess, she would burn me to death." The Empress was caught red-handed and couldn't defend herself. Coldly, she glared at Han Yunqi and clenched her fists. "Empress, you're in such a hurry to beat him into a confession. Could it be that you have some unspeakable reason?" Long Fei Yi asked. "I didn't. Han Yunqi was the murderer. Only she knew how to poison him. It must be her." The Empress roared angrily, completely forgetting herself. Long Fei Yi didn't plan on wasting words with the Empress. Coldly, he said, "This prince is following the Emperor's orders to bring Han Yunqi out of prison and assist in the investigation of Princess Changping's death. This prince won't accompany you any longer." After saying that, he glanced at Han Yunqi and turned to leave. Han Yunqi gave a start. How did this fellow convince Emperor Tianhui to assist in the investigation? The one who died was Emperor Tianhui's daughter. Wasn't this a little too valiant? Actually, she was already satisfied that he'd come to save her and ensure her safety in prison. Of course, Han Yunqi's body reacted faster than her brain. She didn't even understand what was going on before she hurried after him like a little follower. But soon enough, the Empress rushed out with an angry cry. "Duke of Qin, you stop right there." How could Long Fei Yi be so obedient? He kept walking forward, just like when he'd paid his respects to the Empress Dowager. As Long Fei Yi walked, Han Yunqi followed, ignoring the Empress's rage behind them. "Someone come, stop the Duke of Qin for me. His Majesty couldn't have issued such a decree. How could a suspect assist in the investigation? I refuse to accept this. Someone come, the Duke of Qin is trying to break out of prison. Stop them, do you hear me?" Yet, no matter how the Empress screamed, the guards of the Supreme Court, including the guards the Empress had brought, did not dare to stop her. The Duke of Qin wasn't breaking out of prison at all. He was walking out step by step, noble and elegant. After all, in Tianing country, blocking the Duke of Qin's path was equivalent to seeking death. The Empress couldn't accept it when she saw Long Fei Yi take Han Yunqi away. The more she thought, the more fear in her eyes deepened. She immediately returned to the palace and went straight to the imperial study. Currently, Emperor Tianhui was sitting in front of his desk, staring blankly at a gold medallion in his hand. This was a special medallion that the late emperor had bestowed upon the Duke of Qin before he died. Back then, the Duke of Qin was still very, very young. Emperor Tianhui often wondered if the late emperor would be the one sitting in his study today if he'd lived a few more years. Seeing this medallion was the same as seeing the late emperor. The late emperor had given the Duke of Qin the privilege of disobeying imperial orders. It was equivalent to a chance to save his own life. Yet over the past decade, the Duke of Qin had taken every step cautiously and carefully. He'd never used this medallion to reach his current position of power. This time, for the sake of Han Yunqi, he'd used it. Thinking up to here, Emperor Tianhui's lips rose into a cold smile. Long Fei, have you really taken a fancy to that woman? Very good. You, who have always been invulnerable, also have a weakness. At this moment, the Empress rushed in despite eunuch Shui's attempts to stop her. She bowed in front of Emperor Tianhui and said, Your Majesty, the Duke of Qin took Han Yunqi away. He said she was assisting in the investigation under your orders? How can a suspect assist in the investigation? Emperor Tianhui withdrew his cold smile and said mildly, Empress, you may rise. Your Majesty, Chongping died unjustly. If your Majesty doesn't give Chongping justice, Qinxia will kneel and never rise. The Empress didn't rise, but knelt instead. Emperor Tianhui's eyes flashed with impatience. Before the Empress had arrived, the Empress Dowager had already arrived to discuss the same matter. Chongping's death made the Empress and Empress Dowager hate Han Yunqi to the bone. Still, his heart ached as well. Even if he took 10,000 steps back and assumed that Han Yunqi wasn't the culprit this time, he still wanted to seize the chance to kill Han Yunqi. He was already afraid of Long Fei to begin with. Now, there was Han Yunqi as well. How could he not be on guard against the possibility of Han Yunqi becoming one of Long Fei's capable subordinates? Poison skills could save people as well as kill. It could save a country as well as destroy it. The traitor Madame Li's words before she died would occasionally linger in his ears, making him restless. But Long Fei's gold medal forced him to yield. Even so, it was only a chance. He refused to believe that Han Yunqi could prove her innocence in such a short time. Jin will only give her 1 day's time. If the Duke of Qin can't produce evidence to prove Han Yunqi's innocence by tonight, Zhen will immediately convict Han Yunqi of murder. Emperor Tianhui said coldly. 1 day. The Empress never expected such an agreement. What could Han Yunqi find out in 1 day's time? The corpse had already been there for 5 days. Over the past 5 days, she'd refused all of the coroner's requests to examine it. She'd refused to let anyone get close to Chongping, so there were still no clues to Chongping's death. Han Yunqi had been locked up this entire time without any direct evidence to convict her. If Han Yunqi refused to confess, this stalemate would continue for a long time. But with this agreement, Han Yunqi was dead for sure. After the Empress thought it through, she grew excited. Your Majesty is wise. Many thanks to your Majesty. Chongping will be able to rest in peace soon. When the Empress returned to Cunning Palace, she immediately found the steward, Qian Mama, and dismissed all the servant girls. In a low voice, she asked, Has that thing been disposed of? To reply Nyang Yang, This servant girl disposed of it last night. Besides this servant, no one else knows. After Princess Chongping was suddenly poisoned to death in the West Wing Palace, another person had died in the West Wing Palace in the past 5 days. She had no injuries, no pain, and no illness. She had mysteriously died, causing everyone to panic. Everyone said that Princess Chongping wasn't poisoned to death by the Duke of Qin's household, but that there was something dirty in the West Wing Palace. But the Empress had concealed the truth. None of the servants dared to make a sound. Even the Empress Dowager didn't know. Everyone guessed that the Empress had steeled her heart to kill Qin Wangfei. Last night, the Empress had ordered her to dispose of something wrapped up tightly. It wasn't big, but it was very heavy. Even Qian Mama didn't know what it was. "Has the corpse been disposed of?" the Empress asked again. "It's been disposed of. The newcomers have all been replaced." Qian Mama replied truthfully. It was normal for 1 or 2 palace maids and eunuchs to die in the palace. It wasn't hard to dispose of. Only then did the Empress let out a sigh of relief. She looked at the sky outside and suddenly sank into silence. No matter how Qian Mama looked at the Empress, she felt that it was strange. But when she thought of the Empress's heartache over the loss of her daughter, she felt that it was normal and didn't dare disturb her. At this time, the weather outside was very good. The sun shone brightly, and it was close to noon. 1 day's time. When Han Yunqi heard this agreement, she almost choked on her own saliva. She abruptly stopped and looked at Long Fei with furrowed brows. She seriously asked, "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, why do you believe that I can find the truth in 1 day?" Unexpectedly, Long Fei replied, "It's not that this prince believes you. It's just that if you're going to die sooner or later, it's better to die quickly and save this prince trouble." "You." Han Yunqi was stifled with anger. She'd taken this guy to be an angel, but now she realized she'd been blind. He was actually a demon. Of course, Han Yunqi had no idea about the gold medallion. No wonder Emperor Tianhui agreed to let a suspect like her participate in the investigation. But Long Fei was right. If she was trapped in the prisons, it'd be hard for her to escape death based on the Empress Dowager's attitude. Long Fei could protect her once, but not 10 times. 1 day's time was the same as gambling with her life. Seeing Han Yunqi remain silent, Long Fei tilted his head and looked disdainfully at her. "If you regret it, you can go back." Han Yunqi snorted disdainfully, her smile brighter than the sun. "Since this Wang Fei came out, I have no plans to go back. Let's go. Take me to the autopsy immediately." After being locked up for 5 days, Han Yunqi's face was pale and bloodless. Her body was sickly weak, but at this moment her entire being radiated with a threatening radiance under the sunlight. Long Fei's gaze was fixed on her face, not moving away for a long time. "Han Yunqi, this time your lordship has invested heavily. You mustn't disappoint your lordship." At noon, Long Fei and Han Yunqi arrived at the Flowing Splendor Palace, where Princess Changping's body was. The Empress Dowager, Empress, and Long Tianma had all heard the news and hurried over. It was winter now, and the crystal coffin had preserved the body well. However, the livor mortis had already spread all over the body, revealing signs of poisoning. Although Changping had made things difficult for her and framed her in the past, Han Yunqi still felt uncomfortable seeing such a beautiful life fall. She stood there for a while before saying, "Open the coffin." But the Empress, who'd been glaring at Han Yunqi from her seat, suddenly stood up. "Don't even think about it." Chapter 167. The Empress not only stood up, but walked to the side of the ice coffin and pressed a hand against the lid. She looked coldly at Han Yunqi. "You murderer! I definitely won't allow you to disturb Changping." Half of the day had already passed. There was only half a day left. As long as it was nighttime and Han Yunqi couldn't find the truth about the poison, she would have to confess. The Empress couldn't wait to delay Han Yunqi so that she couldn't do anything. Han Yunqi was really impatient. She already had enough of this kind of ridiculous injustice. However, at this time, she more or less saw the Empress's strange behavior. The Empress was Changping's birth mother. The pain of losing a daughter was understandable. However, to be so overbearing and unreasonable to blame her, it seemed a bit wrong. As a mother, didn't she want to know the truth? Why did she insist that she was the murderer? Even if she believed, shouldn't she be anxious to find evidence? On the way here, Long Fei said that in these 5 days and 5 nights, no matter if it was a coroner or a poison master, no one would be able to get close to Changping's body. The Empress simply didn't allow anyone to examine the body. Empress, if you have this kind of attitude, I can only go back to the Supreme Court. However, before you find evidence, please don't casually use torture to extort a confession. This isn't how a country's empress should act. Coldly, Han Yunqi warned. When these words were said, many of the servants present looked at each other. Only now did they know that the empress had gone to the Supreme Court to extort a confession. Long, Tianma's brows were tightly knitted. He went forward and pulled the empress. Muhu, imperial father, has already promised imperial Qin uncle. Just let her investigate. However, the empress lay on the ice room and cried, "No, how can I let the murderer touch Changping again? As a mother, how can I explain this to Changping?" Long Tianma couldn't persuade her and turned to look at the Empress Dowager. However, the Empress Dowager looked at the Empress without any intention of persuading her. The Empress broke down emotionally, but the Empress Dowager was still calm. She had done her research over the past 5 days. On New Year's Eve, the security in the palace was the tightest, especially her Peace Palace. The West Wing Palace was to the west of the Peace Palace, so it was unlikely that an assassin would be able to break in. Even if they did, it would be difficult for them to kill without making a sound. What's more, Changping was a princess and her social circle was nothing more than aristocratic families. Everyone couldn't wait to curry favor with her. It had always been others who offended her, and not her who offended others. How could she attract the disaster of murder? And in the palace, how could such a rare poison appear? Who would dare to poison Changping? After thinking it over, Han Yunqi, who had first-rate poison skills, was still the most suspicious. Moreover, she was the only one who had a grudge with Changping. Han Yunqi, Aijia hasn't managed to win you over yet, but you've already killed Aijia's most precious granddaughter. Aijia has really misjudged you. The Empress Dowager didn't say anything. The Empress Dowager was lying on the crystal ice coffin. The servants naturally didn't dare to open the coffin. Time passed slowly. The winter afternoons were very short. If this dragged on, the sky would turn dark. Han Yunqi was furious. "Empress, are you going to move aside or not?" The Empress looked at Han Yunqi with resentment, but didn't move. Han Yunqi turned to leave. "Your Highness, please send Qinxie back to the Supreme Court," who knew that Long Fei would examine the Empress and coldly ask, "Empress, what are you feeling guilty about?" It wasn't just Han Yunqi, but Long Fei as well. With the Empress's usual personality, even if she was grieving, she wouldn't be so unreasonable as to throw a tantrum. She'd even lost the self-restraint of a mother of a nation. Hearing this, the Empress subconsciously let go. "I'm not." "If you're not, then open the coffin and examine the body. It's only half a day. What are you afraid of? Could it be that you're afraid that Han Yunqi will find evidence?" Long Fei Yi continued to interrogate. Long Fei Ye's words surprised the Empress Dowager and Long Tianma. The Empress Dowager immediately slammed the table and stood up. "Qin Wang, what do you mean by this? The Empress is grieving over the loss of her daughter. Not only are you not understanding, you're speaking rudely. Aren't you husband and wife going too far?" Who knew that Long Fei Yi also slammed the table and stood up. His cold eyes glared at the Empress Dowager as he angrily said, "This Wang used the late Emperor's decree of privilege to exchange for this opportunity. What does the Empress mean by obstructing and looking down on the late Emperor's decree of privilege?" Decree of privilege? When these words came out, all the servants present immediately knelt down. Heavens, Qin Wang was angry. Qin Wang had even invited the late emperor? The Empress was dumbstruck. She immediately retreated and knelt down with a plop. "Qinxie doesn't dare. Qinxie absolutely doesn't dare." The Empress Dowager stood in place and stared blankly at Long Fei Yi. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. If the Empress Dowager remembered correctly, This was the first time she had seen Qinhuang angry. Qinhuang, who had always been cold and indifferent, actually really got angry and brought out the late emperor's decree of privilege. Just for a mere Han Yunqi? A woman who was forced on him? Are you pampering her or being generous? Amidst everyone's shock, Long Fei ordered, "Someone, open the coffin!" At this time, Han Yunqi, who was also in disbelief, slowly turned around. She finally understood why she and Long Fei Yi could smoothly walk out of the Supreme Court. Looking at Long Fei Ye's domineering expression, Han Yunqi's heart madly thumped. This wasn't a dream. Why was this man so good to her? Han Yunqi, what are you still standing there for? Long Fei Yi angrily said. He wasn't good at all. His tone was always unkind, and his attitude was always cold. At this time, the crystal ice coffin had already been opened. Han Yunqi quickly came back to her senses. Ignoring the throbbing in her heart, she immediately began to check. On the way here, she had already sorted out her thoughts. Her first step was to find the location of the poison. The location could determine the method of poisoning, and the method of poisoning represented the method of poisoning. This was the first step and also the most important step. Han Yunqi approached and activated the scanning system to do a detailed check. If she didn't check carefully, she wouldn't have known. Now that she checked, she found out that on New Year's Eve in the West Wing room, she had missed out on important information in her panic. The location of the poison was on Changping's hand. It was a wound infection type poison. In other words, it wasn't someone who deliberately poisoned her. Changping had a wound on her hand and came into contact with the source of the poison. Han Yunqi was overjoyed. She knew it. The security on New Year's Eve was so tight. How could an assassin have broken in? At that time, she had run over as soon as she heard the sound, but she hadn't seen anyone. Moreover, all the windows in that room had been closed. No one had poisoned her. Princess Changping had been careless and had come into contact with the poison. She hadn't walked a few steps when the poison flared up and knocked over the shelf. That was why she had heard the sound and seen the scene of death. This surprising discovery made the whole thing much simpler. It had to be known that if an assassin had poisoned her, it would be impossible to find the assassin and she would be done for. However, if she had been careless and came into contact with the poison, finding the source of the poison was a piece of cake for Han Yunqi. At this time, everyone's attention was on Han Yunqi. She sneaked a glance at Long Fei Yi. She didn't say anything and continued to do the next step of the examination. Poison sources could be divided into two types. One was natural poison sources, such as plants or animals that were naturally poisonous. The other was artificial poison sources, which were poisons that were artificially extracted. Antiaris upon contact was an extremely rare poison that usually appeared in the southern regions. The number of people who knew about it was even fewer. How could it have appeared in the palace? Filled with doubts, Han Yunqi collected some dried blood clots from the wound on Princess Changping's hand to conduct an analysis. The corpse had been stored for 5 days, and the blood clots were already mixed with quite a few impurities. Normal poison masters wouldn't be able to detect them. Fortunately, Han Yunqi had her most considerate friend, the detoxification system, to help her. However, when the results of the analysis came out, Han Yunqi was shocked. She never would have thought that the source of the poison would be like this. This was too inconceivable. Han Yunqi hid the shock in her heart and silently retreated. She took off her gloves and washed her hands. At this time, the room was even more silent. Everyone had clearly seen that Han Yunqi hadn't done anything. She had only used her needles to collect some blood clots. Did this mean that she was done with the autopsy? Did she find anything? Seeing that Han Yunqi's complexion wasn't very good, the Empress Dowager was the first to speak. Han Yunqi, did you find anything? The Empress anxiously looked over, a trace of nervousness flashing through her eyes. Han Yunqi glanced at the Empress Dowager and Empress, but didn't reply. Instead, she turned to Long Fei Yi and said, Take me to the West Wing Palace." Long Fei Yi didn't ask any more questions. He stood up and left with Han Yunqi, leaving behind a room full of puzzled people. What is this?" the Empress Dowager muttered unhappily. The Empress's eyes flickered with complicated emotions. She didn't reply. Long Tianma said in a low voice, "Imperial Grandmother, let's go take a look together." As Han Yunqi walked into the West Wing Palace, her expression became serious. She looked around as if searching for something. However, she quickly retracted her gaze and headed straight for the room where Princess Chongping had been killed. At this time, Long Fei Yi was curious. He asked in a low voice, "How is it?" "The source of the poison should be in this palace." Han Yunqi's expression was serious. When she walked out after checking the room, the Empress Dowager and the others had already arrived. Han Yunqi didn't lower her voice, so the Empress Dowager and the others heard her words clearly. The most agitated person was Long Tianma. "Imperial Qin, Aunt, what did you say?" "The source of the poison should still be in the palace. If it's not, then it's too strange." Seeing this, the Empress Dowager was also shocked. Could it be that Han Yunqi had really been wrongly accused? "Then you find it," the Empress Dowager said coldly. Standing beside her, the Empress suddenly trembled. Long Tianma hurriedly supported her. "Muhu, are you all right?" Han Yunqi glanced at the Empress. She still had an indescribable feeling, but she didn't have time to think about it. "Call Chongping's personal servant Shuanghong over," she said indifferently. "What exactly do you want to do?" The Empress Dowager was anxious. "Don't worry, Empress Dowager. Before nightfall, Chongping will definitely be able to rest in peace," Han Yunqi said indifferently. These words made everyone even more certain that she had found something. The Empress Dowager pursed her lips. "All right, Aijia will wait." The Empress stared fixedly at Han Yunqi. She didn't even realize that her teeth were tightly clenched and her body was tense. Long Fei Yi stood to the side, calmly stroking his chin as he took in the Empress's reaction. After Princess Chongping's death, Shuanghong fell ill. After a while, 2 palace maids helped her over. As soon as she saw Han Yunqi, Shuanghong was filled with hatred. Although she knelt, she glared at her. However, Han Yunqi squatted down and asked word by word, "Shuanghong, on New Year's Eve, when Princess Chongping sent you out to get something, what did you take out of this room?" Han Yunqi was very certain that Chongping hadn't been poisoned for long. The source of the poison had to be in this room. That night, she had already checked and hadn't found it. Today, she still hadn't found it. Without a doubt, the item had been taken away. As soon as she said this, before Shuanghong could reply, the Empress's legs went soft and she collapsed into Long Tianma's arms. Muhu, what's wrong?" Long Tianma was shocked. Words for the readers. Come, come, come. Move your fingers and add the little poison consort to your collection. While you're at it, click on the recommendation button. Chapter 168. What's wrong, Empress? Han Yunqi stopped her interrogation and looked towards the Empress, but the Empress immediately avoided her gaze. Long Tianma helped the Empress sit down at the side, very concerned. "Imperial Mother, are you all right? Are you too tired?" Someone summoned the Imperial Physician. The Empress Dowager also spoke. However, the Empress stopped him, her tone firm. "I'm fine, there's no need." Han Yunqi was even more confused and questioned Shuanghong again. "Shuanghong, think carefully. You can't leave anything out." Shuanghong didn't know why Han Yunqi asked this question. Actually, she didn't need to think too much. That day, when Princess Chongping sent her out to get something, she also asked her to take something with her. It was just one thing, and it was a very special thing. She remembered it very clearly. The Empress sat at the side, staring fixedly at Shuanghong. Perhaps because her gaze was too intense, Shuanghong actually sensed the Empress's gaze. She timidly glanced over and was suddenly frightened. immediately retracting her gaze. At this time, Shuang felt uneasy. Why was the Empress looking at her like this? Could it be that thing? She was hesitating when Han Yunqi coldly said, "Shuang, this is a serious matter. Think carefully. If you're lying once it's discovered." This was a reminder and also a warning. Han Yunqi didn't finish her sentence. Shuang lowered her head, her heart pounding. She secretly glanced at the Empress, hesitating. However, at this time, the silent Long Fei Yi spoke. "It's only been a few days. Do you need to think for so long?" When these words came out, Shuang abruptly raised her head and met Long Fei Ye's icy gaze. She was almost scared out of her wits. Heavens, the Duke of Qin was looking at her and even personally interrogating her. Too frightening. Shuang didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly replied, "This servant remembers. That day, Princess Changping had this servant take away a wooden Buddha statue. That belongs to the Empress. This servant left it in the front room and hasn't returned it yet." When these words came out, the Empress seemed to have her soul sucked out of her body and collapsed. It belonged to the Empress? Han Yunqi was shocked. Looking at the Empress's reaction, she seemed to realize something. A complicated look flashed across her eyes. She did not hesitate and said, "Where did you put it?" "Take me to see it immediately." "It's in the small room next to the door on the right." "I haven't touched it since I put it there," Shuang answered truthfully. Han Yunqi didn't say anything and strode away. Long Fei Yi was the second to follow. The Empress Dowager and Long Tianma became more and more suspicious. What was going on? Han Yunqi is so quiet. What did she find? However, just as the grandmother and granddaughter were puzzled, the Empress, who was sitting on the side, suddenly stood up and quickly chased after them. "Mother!" Long Tianma shouted. He finally realized that something was wrong with his mother. Although she had been emotionally unstable for the past 5 or 6 days, today was 2. What's wrong with her? The Empress Dowager became worried. Long Tianma didn't know what to say for a while. He supported the Empress Dowager and chased after them. However, at this time, Han Yunqi couldn't find anything in the room, Shuang pointed out. "I clearly put it here. I never touched it again. After the incident that day, I fell ill. I never came here again. No one dares to touch the Empress things. That's the Buddha statue that the Empress recently invited." Shuang was very excited. She was afraid that she would get into trouble. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi walked out of the room and saw the Empress standing at the door, staring at them in a daze. "Empress, do you know where that Buddha statue went?" Han Yunqi asked seriously. "I don't know," the Empress immediately replied. "So you're saying that it's lost?" Han Yunqi asked again. "The things here won't be lost. Moreover, it's mother's things." Shuang, think about it carefully." Long Tianma walked over. Shuang immediately knelt down. "Your Highness, Crown Prince, this servant didn't remember incorrectly. It was placed in that room. Princess Changping wanted to personally carve a stone Buddha statue for the Empress Dowager as a New Year's gift, but time was short. It was already New Year's Eve and the lotus seat hadn't been carved yet. On New Year's Eve, Princess had this servant borrow a wooden Buddha statue from the Empress to imitate. Afterwards, Princess had this servant go get some gold powder and put the wooden Buddha statue away. This servant put the wooden Buddha statue in this room." Speaking to hear, Shuang immediately added, "That's right." This servant remembered. That night, this servant told Xiaoyu in the West Wing Palace. She also knew that it was here. "Someone, Xian Xiaoyu, come here," Long Fei Yi immediately ordered. "Xiaoyu?" The Empress' face was ashen as she remained silent. However, Xiaoyu didn't come. Instead, it was Qian Momo who came. Reporting to the masters, Palace made Xiaoyu contracted a terrible disease 2 days ago and is gone. Before she could finish speaking, Han Yunqi suddenly narrowed her eyes. With such a coincidence, if she still couldn't figure out what was going on, Then she would have lived in vain. Where's the corpse? Han Yunqi coldly asked. Qian Momo secretly glanced at the Empress and was still calm. The corpse was cremated that day. Han Yunqi sneered and sternly asked, Where's that thing? Qian Momo, you're in charge of the West Wing Palace, right? Where's the Empress wooden Buddha statue? Who under you has the guts to steal the Empress Buddha statue? Are they looking to die? This old servant isn't clear. Qian Momo was also scared. She couldn't understand how Qin Wangfei knew to look for that thing. Not clear. How do you manage things? Han Yunqi pressed. Qian Momo was so scared that her face turned ashen. She didn't know how to answer. Han Yunqi looked at the silent Empress and coldly asked, Your Highness the Empress, don't you know how to look for something that you lost? Hearing Han Yunqi's tone, Long Tianma immediately asked in displeasure, How would Muhu be in the mood to look for something? Imperial Qin, Aunt, why are you looking for that thing? Han Yunqi, you're here to investigate the poison. What does it have to do with you that something is missing? The Empress Dowager was also unhappy. The Empress Dowager and Long Tianma naturally saw that there was something fishy about this. However, they couldn't figure out how these two matters were related. Perhaps it wasn't that they couldn't figure it out, but that they were afraid that if they continued to investigate, they would discover something terrifying. After all, at this point, this matter was related to the Empress, no matter how they looked at it. Han Yunqi ignored them and coldly stared at the Empress. The Empress tightly gritted her teeth and held on to her last bit of rationality as she met her gaze. However, who knew that Han Yunqi suddenly announced without warning, That wooden Buddha statue is the source of the poison. When this was said, there was an uproar. Even Long Fei Yi was shocked. He knew that Han Yunqi, looking for the missing Buddha statue, must have something to do with the source of the poison. However, he didn't expect the Buddha statue to be the source of the poison. No, it's not. In the silence, the Empress muttered to herself and started to shake her head. However, Han Yunqi continued. Chongping had a wound on her hand. The poison she was poisoned with was a natural source. She died because she accidentally touched the source of the poison. There's no such coincidence in the world. The person who purposely hid the Buddha statue must know the truth. In other words, the person who hid the wooden Buddha statue is Chongping's murderer. These few words were like a blow to the Empress's head. Finally, the Empress, who was on the verge of collapse, couldn't hold it in anymore and suddenly roared. I'm not the murderer. I'm not. What? In a split second, everyone was stunned. Why? Why did the Empress say that? Wasn't this just revealing the 300 tales hidden here? So, the Empress was the one who hid the Buddha statue? Just when everyone had yet to regain their senses, the Empress suddenly pounced towards Han Yunqi and screamed loudly, No, it's not like that. You're the murderer. You're the murderer. You didn't save Chongping. You're the murderer. Long Fei Yi reacted quickly and grabbed the Empress's hand and pushed her towards Long Tianma, who knew that the Empress seemed to have gone crazy. She struggled with all her might and pounced towards Han Yunqi while scolding angrily. Why didn't you save her? Why? Han Yunqi, aren't you very powerful? Why didn't you save her? Why didn't you go earlier? Why didn't you save her? If you had gone earlier, she wouldn't have died. Woo. Han Yunqi, you must have purposely not saved Chongping. You're the one who harmed Chongping. It's not me. The Empress's reaction was too unexpected. No one expected such a thing to happen. Long Tianma was stunned on the spot. How could this be? It was actually the Empress. Impossible. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. How could the Empress do such a thing? Han Yunqi, don't slander me. The Empress Dowager was furious. Who would believe this? Although Han Yunqi had her suspicions after asking about the wooden Buddha statue, she was still very shocked when she saw the Empress's reaction. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Only Long Fei Yi was calm. He angrily said, Qian Mama, where's the thing? Take it out. Qian Mama didn't know that the thing she bought was related to Changping's death. Seeing the Empress's reaction, she was scared out of her wits. Her lips and teeth trembled. Bury it in the back courtyard. This servant doesn't know anything. The Empress, she let this servant bury it in the back courtyard. Qian Mama's words were undoubtedly condemning the Empress's crime. The Empress Dowager retreated several steps until she bumped into the door. She looked at the Empress in disbelief. The Empress was paralyzed at Long Tianma's feet, crying nonstop like a lunatic. Long Fei Yi brought Qian Mama and personally dug up the wooden Buddha statue buried in the back courtyard. He didn't touch it directly. The wooden Buddha statue was wrapped tightly with a piece of cloth. Once he took it, Han Yunqi's detoxification system alerted her. This thing was poisonous. Han Yunqi personally undid the cloth carefully. When she saw the wooden Buddha statue, Han Yunqi suddenly felt like she was going to collapse. Heavens! This thing was poison arrowwood. This was a Buddha statue carved from poison arrowwood. The poison arrowwood's roots and bark were all useful, but they had to be soaked for several days to get rid of the poison. The wooden Buddha statue in front of her wasn't cleaned at all. There was still a small amount of sap hidden in the wood. If one looked carefully, they would see that the bottom of the Buddha statue was slightly moist. This kind of poison had to enter the blood to cause poisoning. Therefore, not everyone would be poisoned if they touched it. However, once there was a wound on their hand, it would definitely be infected and they would die without a doubt. Of course, those who didn't know poison arrowwood were still unable to believe it. Long Tianma couldn't control his own situation and angrily questioned, "What proof do you have that this is the source of the poison?" Han Yunqi didn't answer. Instead, she got someone to bring a live chicken over. When the big rooster was brought over, Han Yunqi personally grabbed it. She cut a small wound on the chicken claw and then brought it close to the base of the Buddha statue. Then, Han Yunqi let go of the rooster. In that moment, everyone looked over. They saw the big rooster walk a few steps and then crash to the ground. Dead. Chapter 169. The rooster was dead. Suddenly, the Empress, who had been sobbing quietly, screamed in panic. Dead! Dead! Poison! The Buddha statue is poisonous. Muhu! Muhu, don't be like this. What happened to you? Long Tianma hurriedly hugged the Empress, but the Empress kept struggling in fear. Let go of me, the rooster is dead, do you see? The rooster is dead. Changping is also dead. Poison, that thing is poisonous. As the Empress screamed, she suddenly quieted down and stared blankly at Long Tianma. M.O.R. I was the one who caused Changping's death, right? Was it me? M.O.R. I didn't do it on purpose. I really didn't do it on purpose. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Long Fei Yi stared blankly at his mother's frightened appearance, his mind completely blank. Could it be that Muhu went crazy? Just as Long Tianma was in a daze, the Empress suddenly broke free from his hands and ran out of the West Wing. Someone come, stop the Empress. Call an imperial physician, quickly. The Empress Dowager cried out in alarm. She had seen too many crazy women in the harem in her life. The Empress's appearance made her afraid. Long Tianma finally recovered and was the first to chase after her. Qian Mama, what exactly happened? Long Fei Yi sternly asked. The source of the poison had been found, but the matter wasn't over yet. Who would believe that the Empress would poison Princess Changping? There must be a reason for the Empress to be so crazy. Qian Mama trembled in fear and didn't dare to hide anything. Not long after Princess Changping's death, Xiaoye also died in the West Wing. She suddenly collapsed in that room, and her death was very similar to Princess Changping's. There was no reason for it, and there was no pain or illness. When the Empress found out, she ordered this servant to secretly bury Xiaoye. That day, the Empress stayed in this room for a long time. When she came out, she ordered this servant to bury the wooden Buddha statue. At that time, the Buddha statue was tightly wrapped, and this servant didn't know what it was, so I could only do as I was told. When I heard that something was missing in this room, this servant knew it must be the thing from that day. Qian Mama paused for a moment, then added, Your Highness, the Empress definitely isn't the culprit. This Buddha statue was just sent from Nanzhao last year. The person who presented it said that the material was special and very rare. It's called something arrowwood. At that time, this servant was also present. The Empress really didn't know that this thing was poisonous. Her Majesty must be blaming herself too much to hide this matter. Hearing this, Han Yunqi finally understood what was going on. That night, at the scene of Princess Changping's death, she had explained the matter of the poison arrow wood in detail. Later on, the Empress had probably guessed the cause of Xiaoya's death, which was why she had concealed Xiaoya's death and buried the Buddha statue. However, was the Empress blaming herself, unwilling to accept the result, or was she deliberately using this opportunity to frame her? Thinking of the Empress's mental state, Han Yunqi didn't want to pursue the matter. She turned and bowed towards the Empress Dowager, saying lightly, Empress Dowager, there are 2 wounds on Changping's right hand. There's poison on the wounds, the same as the one on the Buddha statue. It's the poison arrowwood. If the Empress Dowager doesn't believe me, you can ask other poison doctors to examine it. Qinxie is innocent. It was a coincidence. The Empress probably didn't want it to be like this. Now that the truth was out, what else could the Empress Dowager say? She seemed to have aged 10 years in a single night. Her usually astute eyes were now bloodshot and muddy. She never thought that Changping would die like this. In order to give her a surprise for the new year, for a Buddha statue, she lost her life. After a long time, the Empress Dowager murmured, Han Yunqi, why didn't you go earlier? Why didn't you save Changping? This was what the Empress had just questioned Han Yunqi. She didn't have time to save the princess, so she was the culprit? The Empress couldn't accept that the Buddha statue was the source of the poison. She couldn't accept that Changping's death was related to her own negligence. She was also afraid that the truth would be revealed, so she kept pointing fingers at her and even wanted her to confess. She was just deceiving herself. Han Yunqi exhaled, saying lightly, Empress Dowager, doctors aren't omnipotent. Please restrain your grief. As a doctor, Han Yunqi blamed herself for not being able to save a life in time. She felt regret. However, this kind of thing happened too often. This didn't mean she had to take responsibility. She only rejoiced that she had the chance to explain herself. Otherwise, she would have died even more unjustly than Princess Changping. The Empress Dowager's brows furrowed as she stared at Han Yunqi. The surroundings were silent, but right at this moment, a eunuch suddenly flew in. Empress Dowager, the Empress, she has gone mad. The Empress Dowager was stunned. She only felt her vision darken before she fainted. Fortunately, an old mama by her side caught her in time and brought her into the room. Gone mad. Han Yunqi's eyes flashed with pity as her heart grew heavy. All right, no matter what the Empress thought, she was willing to believe that the Empress had lost her mind to frame her like this. She didn't want to pursue the Empress's false accusations anymore. If she thought like this, she could be forgiven. If she thought like this, the world would be much brighter. Han Yunqi inadvertently turned her head and saw Long Fei Yi staring at her. What are you looking at? She blurted out. Long Fei Yi gave a start and coughed lightly. He looked up at the sky, which was already dark. He said mildly, the time is just right. You can go back now. Oh, Han Yunqi nodded. She didn't know what the Empress's situation was, much less what Emperor Tianhui's reaction would be if he found out. In any case, since this fellow said he wanted her to leave, then so be it. She assumed that Long Fei Yi wanted her to go back on her own. But he actually left with her. He left without even saying goodbye. Long Fei Yi. Ah, Long Fei Yi, are you sure you haven't offended Emperor Tianhui enough? No matter what the Empress and Empress Dowager's reactions were, at least Han Yunqi knew that Emperor Tianhui wanted to kill her after Madame Li's death. It looked like she'd better be careful in the future and not leave behind any weak points. After climbing into the carriage, Han Yunchi felt exhausted as soon as she sat down. She'd been locked up for 5 days and 5 nights without food or sleep. Now that she'd been tossed and turned, her taut nerves finally relaxed. She was truly about to collapse. She wanted to take a nap, but somehow she couldn't fall asleep when she was next to a certain block of ice. She leaned lazily on one side and hesitated for a long time before she said, "This time, many thanks." Normally, she would call him Your Highness. When she was angry, she'd impulsively call him Long Fei. But when she spoke seriously, she didn't call him that at all. Long Fei Yi sat languidly in his seat, his noble and domineering air a natural part of him. He looked at her coldly and tossed out, "Don't cause trouble for your lordship in the future." Trouble? Trouble came knocking on my door, all right? Han Yunchi muttered resentfully. Long Fei Ye's eyes flashed with amusement before he asked coldly, "What did you say?" "I don't need to return the command medallion, do I?" Han Yunchi purposely joked. Actually, what really shocked her wasn't the truth, but the matter of the command medallion. This fellow had invested so much in her, so he couldn't have any frightening motives, right? But Long Fei Ye's expression stiffened. He didn't reply, but turned to look out the window. What an unpredictable guy, Han Yunchi muttered to herself as she looked in the other direction. By the time Long Fei Yi and Han Yunchi returned to the Duke of Qin's estate, Grand Concubine, Yi had long heard the news from the palace. It had to be said that news traveled fast. Han Yunchi had escaped death from the hands of the Empress Dowager and Empress. She thought that Grand Concubine Yi would rejoice and welcome her back, but as soon as she and Long Fei Yi stepped through the doors, Grand Concubine Yi didn't even spare her a glance. Instead, she grabbed Long Fei Yi and demanded, "Fei, you used the command medallion?" "Yes," Long Fei Yi replied mildly before continuing to walk forward. "You used the command medallion just for her sake?" Grand Concubine Yi couldn't believe it. Han Yunchi's sparkling eyes dimmed as she resentfully lowered her head, a bitter smile rising to her lips. But Long Fei Yi only replied, "Your lordship's things, so your lordship is happy to use them." "You." Grand Concubine Yi fumed, but had no words to retort. Han Yunchi stole a glance at Long Fei Yi and saw his cold but serious profile. In an instant, her drooping lips rose into a sweet smile. "Long Fei Yi, I, Han Yunchi, will remember your willingness." Seeing Long Fei Yi leave, Grand Concubine Yi chased after him. She didn't mention the command medallion again, but asked, "Yao Yao went back to Western Zhou this morning. Did you know about this?" Hearing this, Han Yunchi recalled the events of the New Year's Eve banquet. Emperor Tianhui had called Long Fei Yi over for a private talk. What had they talked about? Princess Rongla wasn't the type to admit defeat easily, so why had she gone back? If Princess Rongla went back, did that mean the marriage alliance after the New Year had fallen through? Thinking up to here, Han Yunchi's smile grew even more intense. "I don't know," Long Fei Yi replied mildly without stopping his steps. Grand Concubine Yi followed closely behind, her voice angry. "Fei, Mu Fei is talking to you." Long Fei Yi stopped. "Mu Fei, Princess Rongla's marriage alliance has nothing to do with the Duke of Qin's estate. You should worry less in the future." "You," Grand Concubine Yi fumed. "You, just what did you say to His Majesty? Did you hurt Yao Yao?" Long Fei Yi didn't reply, but strode towards the hibiscus courtyard. Han Yunchi tactfully followed, and husband and wife soon disappeared from Grand Concubine Yi's sight. Grand Concubine Yi was so angry that her face turned red. But when she calmed down, she knitted her brows and muttered to herself, "Fei, he couldn't really be doing this for Han Yunchi, could he?" Currently, the Empress's hall of earthly tranquility was in chaos. The court ladies and Mama were frantically packing things up. Even Gu Beiwe had confirmed that the empress had gone mad. She needed to be carefully nursed back to health without being provoked again, or else she might never recover. Emperor Tianhui made the decision that very night to send the empress to a side palace in the western mountains to recuperate. She wouldn't even be allowed to attend Princess Changping's funeral. Emperor Tianhui sat in the courtyard, his expression so gloomy that it could drip water. His daughter had died, and the empress had gone mad. How could he not be angry when a perfectly good New Year's Eve had ended up like this? Moreover, Han Yunqi had been absolved of her crimes. If he hadn't agreed to Long Fei Ye's request to release Han Yunqi, perhaps the empress wouldn't have lost her mind. Moreover, Long Fei Yi had insisted on not accepting the marriage alliance, angering Princess Rongla so much that she left without saying goodbye this morning. He was still hoping to cooperate with Western Zhou on the northern border after the New Year, but now it looked like things were hanging in the balance. Thinking up to this point, Emperor Tianhui clenched his fists and pounded the stone table a few times. At this moment, the Empress Dowager walked over with a heavy expression. "Emperor, let's hold the funeral tomorrow so that I won't feel sad." Emperor Tianhui gave a long sigh and nodded. The Empress Dowager sat down with a cold smile. "Emperor, as I see it, this Qin Wangfei, she's really something." Emperor Tianhui raised his head. "Muhu, don't worry. Aken knows what to do." Chapter 170. Han Yunqi was in a good mood as she eagerly followed behind Long Fei Yi towards the hibiscus courtyard. Long Fei Yi was very quiet the entire way as the two of them reached a fork in the garden. To the right was a long corridor that led to the sleeping quarters, while to the left was a small path that led to the leisurely cloud pavilion. Han Yunqi couldn't help but feel that this big ice cube should have said something about the matter with Grand Concubine Yi. She suspected that Long Fei and Emperor Tianhui had quarreled fiercely over the marriage alliance. So Emperor Tianhui wouldn't let go of her imprisonment until Long Fei had no choice but to take out his command token. Otherwise, even if Emperor Tianhui wanted to kill her, he wouldn't give Long Fei Yi no chance without any evidence, right? Han Yunqi slowed down as they approached the fork in the road. But Long Fei Yi didn't say a word. He didn't stop his steps, but turned right. All right, she'd thought too much. Seeing Long Fei Ye's figure fade into the darkness of the long corridor, Han Yunqi obediently returned to her leisurely cloud pavilion. Finally home, under Zhao Mama's care and concern, Han Yunqi washed away her exhaustion and ate her fill. As soon as she went upstairs, she saw a locked window. Han Yunqi suddenly laughed foolishly. No one was looking, so what was she feeling awkward about? She coughed lightly a few times, smoothed out her bangs, and smoothed out her long hair. After various small movements, she finally walked over and nimbly unlocked the window. As soon as she did, the night rushed in. Not too far away, the brightly lit palace hall was conspicuous in the darkness, but also mysterious. Han Yunqi lazily sprawled on the windowsill, one hand propping up her head. As she stared and stared, she unconsciously fell into a trance. "Long Fei Yi, you used the command token to save me. In the end, why At this moment, Long Fei Yi was bathing in the hot spring pool in his bedroom. He leaned against the side of the pool, his ink-black hair casually draped over his shoulders. His slender and refined arms were spread out on the shore. His bronze-colored chest muscles were clearly defined, and his figure was so good that it made people want to vomit blood. People couldn't help but imagine the half of his body underwater. He raised his head. Even though his eyes were closed, he still exuded the domineering aura of a king. He seemed to be thinking about something. As for what he was thinking about, no one knew. The next day, Princess Changping's funeral was held. As for the truth behind the princess's death, it wasn't made public. To the outside world, it was only announced that the princess had contracted a terrible disease and died of natural causes. After all, publicizing the truth would be too embarrassing for the royal family, and it wouldn't reflect well on them either. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi attended the funeral together. During the funeral, Han Yunshi clearly felt the Empress Dowager's hostility. Although Han Yunshi wasn't the culprit, she wasn't surprised by the hostility. Even if the Empress Dowager had arranged for her to marry Long Fei, she had no heart of loyalty to the Empress Dowager. Even if nothing had happened, she and the Empress Dowager would have been irreconcilable sooner or later. Emperor Tianhui, on the other hand, didn't reveal much of his emotions aside from his heavy expression and silence. In the end, an emperor was still an emperor. For the next few days, Han Yunshi rested at home. Grand concubine, he didn't make trouble for her because of Princess Rongla. News of what happened at the family banquet on New Year's Eve didn't spread. Princess Rongla's wedding seemed to have passed just like that. But Han Yunshi soon discovered that she'd been overthinking things. On the 15th day of the Lantern Festival, bad news came from Tianning's northwest borders. Western Zhou's emperor had transferred away a third of the troops stationed at the three-way battlefield. Cloud Realm Continent had 3 countries: Tianning Country, Western Zhou Country, and Northern Li Country. The 3 countries bordered each other. To the north of Tianning was Northern Li, while to the west was Western Zhou. To the northwest of Tianning, northeast of Western Zhou, and southwest of Northern Li was a battlefield known as the three-way battlefield. The three-way battlefield couldn't be considered large, but it wasn't small either. It was about the size of 3 cities and had no tall mountains but flat lands and hills. This was the land that the 3 countries had fought over for generations. Even now, the ownership of this land was still in dispute. Because of this, none of the countries could control it. Thus, it became a no-man's land with no sovereign or laws. When there were no wars, all sorts of shady dealings took place there. Fists were the law, and the strong were the kings. All 3 countries had built cities and garrisoned troops at the borders of the three-way battlefield to strictly control all movements at the border. It was to guard against the possibility of war breaking out at any moment. Unfortunately, Tianning Country suffered a great disadvantage because of its terrain. Northern Li's border was the easiest to defend, the 3-mountain pass. It was basically impossible to cross the three-way battlefield and attack Northern Li's border. Meanwhile, Western Zhou's border was also a mountainous area. Although it wasn't as good as Northern Li's, it wasn't easy to attack either. But Tianning Country's border was completely flat. Of all Tianning Country's borders, it was the most difficult to defend and the weakest. Although generations of Tianning Country's emperors had worked hard to build a flat Great Wall here, the Great Wall of the Southern Route, it was still no match for Northern Li's ferocious army in a real battle. Tianning and Western Zhou had formed an alliance through marriage because they'd borrowed Western Zhou's military strength to defend against Northern Li's invasion. But now Western Zhou's emperor had withdrawn a third of his troops from the three-way battlefield after Princess Rongla's return. What did this mean? This was a threat to eat fruit. Emperor Tianhui viciously tossed out the memorial, causing all of the officials in the imperial study to fall to their knees, including General Mu and Mu Qinggu. Abominable. Truly abominable. Emperor Tianhui's temper flared. His original plans had been well laid out, but as soon as the marriage alliance was settled, he immediately proposed a meeting with Western Zhou's emperor to discuss military cooperation on the three-way border. They'd exchange weapons and weapons for each other's needs, while balancing the 2 country strategies and making long-term plans. But who knew that such bad news would arrive before the new year was over? War was the best way to test a country's overall strength. Over the past decade or so, since Emperor Tianhui's ascension, the 3 countries had been relatively stable. Although there were a few battles, they weren't major ones. Thus, Tianning's treasury had been empty for the past few years, and its outdated military equipment hadn't been exposed. What Emperor Tianhui feared most was a major battle. More accurately, he feared that something would happen at the three-way battlefield. Northern Li had been eyeing Tianning Country covetously to begin with. They wanted to use the three-way battlefield to break a hole in Tianning's northern defenses. Once northern Li's emperor heard the news, how could he miss such a golden opportunity? How could he not make a move? In the silence, Mu Qingguo cupped his hands in salute and said, "Your Majesty, Western Zhou has gone too far. This soldier is willing to rush to the three-way battlefield immediately and deploy troops and provisions to defend the borders to the death." Mu Qingguo had always had opinions about the three-way battlefield's defensive strategies. If Tianning relied too much on Western Zhou, it'd only end up in the hands of others. The most important thing was that its own troops were strong. Still, Mu Qingguo was too young to understand Emperor Tianhui's true concerns. Even an old general like Mu Qingguo might not be able to see through Emperor Tianhui's depths. Emperor Tianhui glanced at Mu Qingguo, impatience flickering in his eyes. A long time later, he dismissed everyone. "Your Majesty, Western Zhou's actions are clearly—" Mu Qingguo wanted to admonish him, but Emperor Tianhui cut him off angrily. "Get out." Mu Qingguo still didn't give up, but General Mu only glared at him before dragging him away. "Father, if His Majesty gives in this time, what will happen in the future? Moreover, the Duke of Qin might not agree. If news of this spreads, where will the Duke of Qin hide his face? Where will the dignity of my Tianning country go?" Mu Qingguo was furious. He knew that Western Zhou's emperor's actions were aimed at the marriage alliance for the sake of Princess Rongla's personal gain. Did Western Zhou's emperor treat the long-term cooperation between the two countries as child's play? Or perhaps Western Zhou's emperor had other ideas about the cooperation between the two countries and was simply using this as a pretext to make a fuss. Mu Qingguo had no time to consider all that. That was for the strategists to consider. He only knew that if the emperor gave in this time, he'd be showing weakness to Western Zhou. "Sure, enough." Great General Mu knitted his brows as he pulled Mu Qingguo away from the imperial study. Only then did he speak. "Qingguo, you have to remember your duties as a subject. And also, don't mention the Duke of Qin in front of His Majesty in the future." Everyone knew that the emperor valued the Duke of Qin and was even more on guard against him. The general's estate held military power and couldn't afford to get too close to the Duke of Qin. "Father, why are you even—" Before Mu Qingguo could finish speaking, he suddenly stopped. He saw His Highness Duke of Qin walking towards the imperial study from the side. Mu Qingguo was about to follow when General Mu said, "His Majesty has long made up his mind. It's useless to persuade him otherwise. Go back." So speaking, he dragged Mu Qingguo away. Long Fei Yi glanced at the Mu father and son, who were tugging at each other. He had a clear idea of what was going on and walked expressionlessly into the imperial study. Inside the study, the memorials from the border regions were still lying on the floor. Emperor Tianhui was staring at the map on the wall with his hands clasped behind his back, his fingers intertwined. Long Fei Yi picked up the memorial and glanced at it before tossing it onto the table. "Imperial brother summoned," Qindi, so urgently. "What's the matter?" "Take a look at that memorial," Emperor Tianhui said coldly. "I've seen it," Long Fei Yi replied immediately. "What do you think?" Emperor Tianhui asked. "Imperial brother should find General Mu and the Ministry of War to discuss important military matters. Qindi doesn't understand these things." Long Fei Yi was still very calm. But Emperor Tianhui suddenly laughed. "That's true. How could Jin have forgotten? The Duke of Qin never participates in military matters. If there's nothing else, Qindi will take his leave first." Long Fei Yi dared to say such things. But Emperor Tianhui only said, "Eunuch Shui, announce the imperial edict." Announce the imperial edict? That was a familiar phrase. Half a year ago, Emperor Tianhui had also told Eunuch Shui to announce the imperial edict and choose a wedding date for him to marry Han Yunxi. Today, history was repeating itself. Eunuch Shui timidly walked out and read out the imperial edict. This time, Emperor Tianhui wanted Long Feiyi to marry Western Zhou's Princess Rongla. Not only did he want Long Feiyi to marry her, but he also wanted Long Feiyi to personally lead the marriage procession to Western Zhou to ask for her hand in marriage. Imperial orders couldn't be disobeyed, much less disobeyed. In the end, he was still a monarch and a subject. Disobeying an imperial edict was a heinous crime. By the time eunuch Shui finished reading, Emperor Tianhui slowly turned around to look at the kneeling Long Fei. His lips rose into a mocking smile. Long Feiyi, since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't blame Jin for being merciless. You didn't have a choice when you married Han Yunqi, so you won't have a choice this time either. Duke of Qin, still not accepting the edict. Emperor Tianhui asked with amusement, but Long Fei Yi actually stood up and said cold, Imperial brother, Chindi can't do it. If marrying Han Yunqi was a form of compromise, then he'd only do it once in his life. Words for the readers. I'm so moved to see everyone's understanding. Thank you all. The Duke of Qin and Yunqi won't disappoint anyone. Chapter 171. Emperor Tianhui stared at Long Feiyi, who was standing stiffly in front of him. He was more shocked than angry. Can't do it? He dared to say he couldn't? Long Feiyi had already told him multiple times that he couldn't do it, but this time was different. This time he was facing an imperial edict. Emperor Tianhui backed up a step and asked in disbelief, Long Feiyi, are you going to defy the edict? But Long Feiyi only said mildly, Chindi has already defied the edict. His tone was light, but it emanated a domineering air that made it impossible for anyone to ignore him. Even though he'd rejected Emperor Tianhui, he was still lofty and untouchable. Emperor Tianhui gave a start, as if he'd been intimidated by Long Feiyi's aura. No, he was the emperor. His authority wasn't to be challenged. Emperor Tianhui swept a table full of memorials to the ground as he narrowed his eyes at Long Feiyi. Killing intent rose from his body as he glared at him. After a moment, he ordered without hesitation. The Duke of Qin defied the edict. Take him to the Hall of Regrets and confine him there. Without Zhen's permission, no one is allowed to visit him. As soon as he finished speaking, guards entered the room to detain Long Feiyi. Emperor Tianhui looked at him cold, expecting him to regret his actions and beg for mercy. But Long Feiyi didn't resist. Instead, his lips rose into a cold, contemptuous smile as he was led away by the guards. It wasn't until the mountain-like figure vanished from the doorway that Emperor Tianhui fell back into his chair, as if waking up from a nightmare. He calmed himself down and glared angrily at the frightened eunuch Shui. He actually dared to defy the edict. Is he planning to rebel? Does he really think Shin won't dare to deal with him? This time, Zhen's going to deal with him. Eunuch Shui, you go. You go. Stand guard personally for Zhen. No one is allowed to take half a step into the Hall of Regrets. Tell him that if he doesn't marry Princess Rongla, he can forget about leaving for the rest of his life. Eunuch Shui was scared to death, his heart pounding in his chest. He'd served 2 generations of sovereigns, but this was the first time he'd seen someone openly defy an imperial decree in front of the emperor. His mind was a blank, so he didn't even hear what Emperor Tianhui had said. What are you waiting for? Emperor Tianhui roared angrily as he swept everything left on the table to the ground. He was so angry that his nostrils were about to fume. Only then did eunuch Shui come back to his senses. Not daring to tarry, he scrambled out. That day, the news that the Duke of Qin had defied the imperial edict and was placed under house arrest at Regret Palace spread out, shocking the entire court. After all, the Duke of Qin's power was enough to overturn the court and the common people. Even Emperor Tianhui feared him and wouldn't touch him lightly. But once he did, it would mean that Emperor Tianhui was serious. The situation was very serious. Grand concubine Yi was the first to receive the news. She'd lost her meal halfway through and rushed to the palace. But not only was she unable to enter Regret Palace to see Long Fei, she was refused entry to the imperial study as well. Although the details of the Duke of Qin's rebellion hadn't been made public, Princess Rongla's early return and the movements at the three-way battlefield made it clear to everyone that it had something to do with the political marriage alliance. In a flash, there were all sorts of opinions and rumors, with the most popular being that Qin Wangfei had bewitched the Duke of Qin to stop the marriage alliance. Grand concubine Yi waited outside the imperial study for an entire day until Emperor Tianhui came out in the evening. "Your Majesty," the Duke of Qin was muddle-headed for a moment. "Let me go in and coax him." Emperor Tianhui didn't even spare her a glance as he prepared to leave. Grand concubine Yi hastened to chase after him, but a eunuch stopped her from getting any closer. "Your Majesty, you know Fei's personality as well. He's been stubborn since he was young. Just let me coax him. He'll definitely change his mind. Your Majesty, the situation at the borders is changing every day. If you—" Grand concubine Yi. Emperor Tianhui cut her off angrily. "Grand concubine Yi, is the Duke of Qin rebelling against the imperial edict?" Grand concubine Yi's expression changed at these words. She immediately shut her mouth and stood unmoving in place. Cold, Emperor Tianhui looked at her and asked, "Grand concubine Yi, tell me, is the Duke of Qin rebelling?" "No, the Duke of Qin would never dare. Your Majesty is a wise judge." Grand concubine Yi immediately fell to her knees. She'd never kowtowed to anyone since the late emperor's death, but she was very clear in her heart that seniority meant nothing in the face of imperial power. Imperial power was the heavens, the earth, and everything else. Seeing Grand concubine Yi kneel, Emperor Tianhui gave a cold snort and left with a flourish of his sleeves. It wasn't until the dead of night that Grand concubine Yi returned to the Duke of Qin's estate dejectedly. Quite a few people had already arrived, either members of the imperial family or high-ranking officials and officials. All of them were waiting for news from Grand concubine Yi. Naturally, the various factions in the court had different reactions to such a thing. Some people hit a person when they were down, while others watched from the sidelines. Still others ran to rescue them. If this was any other situation, the nobles and officials would have rushed to rescue them if they were imprisoned. But the key point was that the one being imprisoned was the Duke of Qin. In Tianing country, Emperor Tianhui was the one who ranked above the Duke of Qin. Who could help him? Seeing Grand concubine Yi's expression, the people who wanted to ask questions all quieted down, their brows knitted. They'd come not only to ask about the situation in the palace, but to verify whether the rumors were true. The Duke of Qin only favored Han Yunqi and believed Han Yunqi's slanderous words. That was why he defied the imperial edict and refused the marriage alliance. No one could imagine such a thing, but many of them had heard about the writ of special privileges and were puzzled. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask, "Esteemed imperial concubine, doesn't the Duke of Qin have the writ of special privileges in his hands? If we still can't find a way in a few days, why don't we ask for the late emperor's writ of special privileges?" Hearing this, Grand concubine Yi's gloomy face turned even gloomier. The New Year's Eve banquet, Chongping's incident, and the writ of special privileges had spread through the grapevine, but never made it public. Now, she wouldn't express her stance in front of the crowd. She hung her head and didn't answer for a long time. In the end, she waved a hand to dismiss the crowd. The crowd was helpless and didn't dare to ask any more questions. They all took their leave. Emperor Tianhui's words still lingered in Grand concubine Yi's ears, making her tremble with fear and unwillingness. Back then, the late emperor had been seriously ill, while the Duke of Qin was still young. But if not for the fact that she had no one to back her up and that her family's power couldn't compare to the Empress Dowager's, the throne might not have been Emperor Tianhui's. Revolt? As she thought, Grand Concubine broke into a cold laugh. At this moment, Han Yunchi saw that everyone had left before entering the rooms. She called out, "Mufei!" She had been scared to death as soon as she heard the news. She never expected the Duke of Qin to defy the imperial decree. Her heart burned with impatience as she prepared to enter the palace. But Zhao Mama held her back. Who would she find in the palace? Who would she beg? Would she be able to find anyone? Would she be able to move them? Would the Duke of Qin allow her to do that? She'd only be seeking her own humiliation. Grand Concubine finally recovered from her thoughts. She raised her head to look at Han Yunchi before breaking into a cold laugh. Han Yunchi, do you know what imperial decree the Duke of Qin defied? Han Yunchi could guess that it was the marriage alliance. Otherwise, what else could make the Long Fei Yi and Emperor Tianhui clash like this? It's the marriage alliance. Are you happy now? Grand Concubine, said as she rose to her feet and walked towards Han Yunchi step by step. Cold, she asked, are you satisfied now? Aye, Han Yunchi backed up 2 steps. Although she'd guessed it was the marriage alliance, hearing Grand Concubine speak with such certainty still made her heart race. Are you satisfied? Grand Concubine roared. Han Yunchi didn't expect this and blurted out, I'm not. You're still not satisfied? Grand Concubine knitted her brows with a cold smile as she shook her head. That's not what I meant. What does it have to do with me, who he marries or not? He's never asked me a single question. Han Yunchi fumed as she explained loudly. Long Fei had never mentioned Duanmu Yao's affairs to her at all. But Grand Concubine didn't believe it. She suddenly forced Han Yunchi to stand in front of her and ask word by word, Han Yunchi, just what kind of method did you use to bewitch Fei? Bewitch? The word shocked Han Yunchi so much that she lost her footing and fell heavily into a chair behind her. There was nowhere to run. Mufei, what are you saying? I didn't. Long Fei wasn't someone who could be bewitched so easily. Moreover, if she could bewitch him, she wouldn't have had to suffer so much after marrying into the family. She wouldn't have had to deal with so many troubles. You didn't? If you didn't, why did Fei refuse the marriage alliance? He was forced to marry you back then. Now he's marrying Princess Rongla. What's the difference? Grand Concubine asked immediately. What's the difference? If there was a difference, marrying Princess Rongla would be a match made in heaven. Marrying her would be the laughing stock of the entire city. Han Yunchi had nothing to say. Long Fei had been forced to marry her back then. He didn't even want to show his face on the wedding day, but he still agreed in the end. Why was he so unyielding this time? What was the difference between being forced to marry one and being forced to marry 2? Couldn't he just put up with it? You didn't? If you didn't, why would he use the writ of special privileges on you? What does your life or death have to do with him? Don't you know the writ of special privileges is his second life? Grand Concubine demanded angrily. This time, Han Yunchi was even more speechless. If the writ of special privileges hadn't been used on her, Long Fei, you wouldn't have been put under house arrest this time. Even if he defied an edict, Emperor Tianhui wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. Han Yunchi, it's all because of you. Because of you. Grand Concubine pressed her hands against Han Yunchi's shoulders, her grip tight. Her resentful gaze seemed to want to tear Han Yunchi to pieces. Faced with violence, Han Yunchi lost her courage for the first time. She allowed Grand Concubine to grab her without a word, nor did she push her away. She was stunned and confused. Her mind was empty. Grand Concubine was so angry that she felt unwell all over. In the end, she tossed out a few words and left with a flourish of her sleeves. She said, Han Yunchi, you jinx. If anything happens to Fei, I definitely won't let you off. Han Yunchi sat in her room for a long time until Zhao Mama came to find her. Only then did she recover her wits. Zhao Mama, His Highness couldn't have really met with an accident, right? she muttered. Zhao Mama sighed. Defying an edict, that's a capital offense. All these years, His Majesty's been itching to catch His Highness's tail. Aye, His Highness has always been cautious, so why did he? Hearing this, Han Yunqi's heart sank to the bottom. She hadn't bewitched Long Fei, but she'd used the writ of special privileges. In other words, she'd harmed Long Fei in the end. Very quickly, 10 days passed. No one could persuade Emperor Tianhui, and there was no news from the Hall of Regrets. All they could do was wait. Grand Concubine didn't enter the palace, either. As soon as she saw Han Yunqi, she didn't say a word, but her gaze was so venomous it could kill. Han Yunqi was filled with guilt. She didn't go anywhere, but sat outside Long Fei's quarters for an entire day. Today, Zhao Mama ran over in a fluster. Esteemed Wang Fei, esteemed Wang Fei. Han Yunqi rejoiced and immediately went to greet her. Zhao Mama, is there any news? Chapter 172. Seeing Zhao Mama's flustered appearance, Han Yunqi assumed there was news from the palace, but Zhao Mama only panted for breath as she shook her head. Han Yunqi grew anxious. Zhao Mama, say something. Zhao Mama was out of breath. Esteemed Wang Fei, Grand Concubine she wants to write a letter to ask Princess Rongla for help. What? Han Yunqi exclaimed, unable to believe her ears. It's true, the mama from the peony courtyard said. Esteemed Wang Fei, you can't do this, it's too shameful. Zhao Mama was both angry and anxious. Han Yunqi was even more furious. Without a word, she headed for the peony courtyard. Even the servants knew this would be shameful. Was Grand Concubine crazy or stupid to come up with such a plan? As a man, even an ordinary commoner, being forced to marry a wife was an extremely humiliating thing, to say nothing of the lofty Long Fei. Long Fei had already defied the imperial edict. If Grand Concubine told Princess Rongla about this, wouldn't she be asking for humiliation? If Princess Rongla made the news public, then she wouldn't just lose Long Fei's face, but Tianing countries as well. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Princess Rongla agreed to stop forcing the marriage, would Long Fei accept her kindness? Would Emperor Tianhui let him go so easily? In the end, the one to be humiliated would be Long Fei. Han Yunqi stormed into the peony courtyard while Grand Concubine was writing a letter in her study. Han Yunqi couldn't care less. As soon as she entered the room, she raged. Mu Fei, don't harm His Highness. Grand Concubine Yi's hand trembled as she drew a long line across the letter, ruining it. Mu Fei, His Highness would never agree to this. It's fine if he was forced to marry, but he's even asking the other party not to marry? What kind of thing is this? Han Yunqi huffed. But Grand Concubine set down her brush and raged. Han Yunqi, what did you just say? Just who harmed Fei? You actually came here to criticize this consort? Just who was it that harmed Fei? As Grand Concubine spoke, she walked out and drew closer to Han Yunqi. Speak. Just who was it that harmed Fei? Han Yunqi finally calmed down. She lowered her eyes and fell silent. Grand Concubine shoved her aside, causing her to stagger back a few steps and almost fall. Han Yunqi, it's all because of you. You shameless woman. If you hadn't shamelessly barged in, none of these things would have happened today. Han Yunqi, do you know that His Majesty will lock him up for the rest of his life? His Majesty is worried that he won't have this opportunity. As soon as Grand Concubine finished speaking, she backed away a few steps until she bumped into the table behind her. She supported herself with one hand while the other furrowed her brows in pain. She wasn't an idiot. Of course, she knew that writing a letter to Princess Rongla was the stupidest thing to do, but she had no other way out. She couldn't even see the Duke of Qin right now, so she had no idea what was going on. If Emperor Tianhui really hardened his heart to imprison the Duke of Qin for the rest of his life, then he'd make his next move. The Duke of Qin's power would slowly crumble, while the Duke of Qin's estate would gradually lose its status in the imperial clan. She couldn't bear any of this. The previous emperor had already passed away. Besides herself and the Empress Dowager, all of the other concubines were either buried with him or guarding the tomb. Her only support was this son of hers. Seeing the graceful, luxurious, and exquisite grand concubine Yi in such a state of despair, Han Yunqi felt an indescribable pain in her heart. Both mother and daughter-in-law fell silent. After a long time, Grand Concubine Yi looked over again and asked calmly, Han Yunqi, if you don't beg Princess Rongla, do you have any other ideas? This Han Yunqi dearly wanted to reply, but no words came out when she opened her mouth. Did she have any ideas? In both her past and present life, she disdained any sort of birth or family background. She despised using connections to get things done. But right now, she dearly wished she had a noble birth and a strong maternal family to back her up. She'd have a way to get things done. Unfortunately, she didn't. She didn't have anything. Her maternal family still depended on her to prop up the skies. Grand Concubine Yi didn't scold Han Yunqi any further, but turned to tear up the letter with a soft smile before leaving. Han Yunqi walked out in a daze and wandered aimlessly around the courtyard. But at this moment, Steward Xia ran over in a fluster. Esteemed Wang Fei, esteemed Wang Fei! Han Yunqi didn't react at all. Grand Concubine Yi had already said all that. What other good news could there be besides Long Fei Ye's own compromise? With that guy's temper, how could he compromise? Steward Xia hastily ran in front of Han Yunqi. Esteemed Wang Fei, something's happened. Something big. Your servant can't find esteemed imperial concubine, so I can only find you. What's happened? Han Yunqi's spirits rose. But Steward Xia only said, the imperial uncle's second madam went to visit her maternal family during the Lantern Festival and came back infected with the plague. The imperial uncle's family didn't dare to report that they'd quarantined her. But yesterday the third young master fell ill as well. I heard he was infected. Han Yunqi was thoroughly refreshed. After all, the scariest things in ancient times weren't wars, famines, or floods. The scariest things were plagues. Actually, even in modern times, people paled at the mere mention of epidemics. There's an epidemic outside the city? Why haven't I heard of such a big thing? Han Yunqi asked. Esteemed Wang Fei, the imperial uncle's second madam's maternal family, lives in June City, far from the capital. I heard that there was an epidemic in a small village there before the new year, but it was discovered early enough that it didn't spread. The imperial court has long secretly. Steward Xia didn't continue speaking and only made a kill gesture. Han Yunqi immediately understood. In modern times, people who contracted infectious diseases would be quarantined and even receive free medical care. In ancient times, they would also be quarantined, but it was basically impossible to save them. They would only be burned alive. Moreover, anyone who came into contact with the disease wouldn't be spared, even if they weren't infected. This was the sad part of medicine that was backward, but it was also helpless. Presumably, that village had already been burned to ashes. If the second madam was infected, then it meant that the virus hadn't been completely eradicated and had spread. Steward Xia, how do you know about this? Han Yunqi asked seriously. Esteemed Wang Fei, the third young master, is the imperial uncle's only son. He's the empress's nephew. He's already sick, so how can paper cover the fire? Last night, the imperial physicians all went over. As Steward Xia spoke, he took out several packets of medicinal herbs and said in a low voice, Imperial physician, we had someone secretly send these over to boil into a medicinal decoction. Everyone in the estate must take it. Imperial physician Li also repeatedly ordered that the rooms be cleaned and ventilated. If there's nothing important, it's best not to go out. The imperial uncle's estate is also off limits. Almost every estate had a dedicated imperial physician. Since imperial physician Li had come to inform them, the other imperial physicians must have done the same. In the end, the matter of the plague couldn't be hidden. The plague virus had an incubation period. Everyone's resistance was different, so the time it took for the disease to break out was also different. However, it usually wouldn't last more than 10 days. Since the plague had spread through the imperial uncle's estate, the third young master probably wasn't the only one who was infected. Moreover, the places the second madam and third young master had been to, and the people they met were all likely to be infected. One person would spread to 10. 10 would spread to 100. Only the heavens knew how many more people would fall ill in the next few days. If the plague couldn't be contained, the entire imperial capital would be in danger. The imperial physicians must be frantically busy right now. Do you know what kind of disease it is? Han Yunqi asked seriously. Steward Xia was flustered. Imperial physician Li didn't say, but esteemed Wang Fei, since it's a plague, then it's definitely. We should quickly report this to esteemed imperial concubine so that our estate can prepare for it. Han Yunqi examined the medicinal ingredients imperial physician Li had sent over, but couldn't figure out anything. After all, she wasn't very familiar with such matters. Mu Fei's in the rear courtyard. You should go. Han Yunqi didn't think too much of it. She was still immersed in the matter of Long Fei Yi. To her, that was the most important matter. After some hesitation, she told Steward Xia to secretly send a message to the Han estate before heading deeper into the flower gardens. But things went beyond Han Yunqi's expectations. A few days later, news of the Duke Pingbei's estate, Marquis Pingbei's estate, the Prime Minister's estate, and a few other prominent aristocratic families. Even the palace itself began to spread. There was no way to keep the news under wraps. Even the commoners were showing signs of the plague. By now, the plague had spread throughout the capital city beyond the imperial physician courtyard's control. Even Gubeiwe had no idea what kind of disease it was. All of Tianning's capital city seemed to be shrouded in a gray haze. Everyone was on tenterhooks, and very few people dared to leave their homes. Because of the plague, the news of the Duke of Qin's house arrest naturally died down. Emperor Tianhui kept a close eye on the three-way battlefield while fretting over the plague in the capital city. Although Long Fei Yi still hadn't relented, Emperor Tianhui had no time to worry about him for now. Currently, Emperor Tianhui was deep in thought in his imperial study when eunuch Shui spoke up before he even arrived. Your Majesty, it's bad. Bad news. Emperor Tianhui glared at the door, only to see eunuch Shui scrambling inside. Before he could lose his temper, eunuch Shui reported, Your Majesty, a court lady in the Empress Dowager's palace fell ill and died. What? Emperor Tianhui was so shocked that he almost jumped to his feet. Then he raged, Immediately call Gubeiwe over. Your Majesty, Imperial Physician Gu is in the Empress Dowager's palace right now, eunuch Shui reported. Emperor Tianhui prepared to go over immediately, but eunuch Shui stopped him. Your Majesty, you mustn't. Imperial Physician Gu is personally burning medicine for the Peace and Wellness Palace to expel the evil spirits. That place isn't clean anymore. If a sick person appeared in a place, it meant that the place was dangerous. But Emperor Tianhui had to pay a visit to his imperial mother's safety. He hurried to the Peace and Wellness Palace while asking, Everything was fine, so how did she get sick? After all of the sick people in the palace had dealings with the imperial uncle's estate in the past. They'd long been quarantined. After some hesitation, eunuch Shui said, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager secretly went to the imperial uncle's estate a few days ago and brought a court lady with her. That's the one who got sick. The imperial uncle's estate was the Empress Dowager's maternal family as well as the Empress Dowager's. The Empress was the Empress Dowager's niece, so the third young master of the imperial uncle's estate had to call her aunt and esteemed Empress Dowager grand aunt. Although she knew the imperial uncle's estate was the last place she should go, the Empress Dowager couldn't bear to see her only son on the verge of death. Hearing this, Emperor Tianhui's temper rose to the skies. He lashed out at Eunuch Shui. Nonsense. This is utter nonsense. By the time Emperor Tianhui arrived at the Peace and Wellness Palace, Gu Beiwei seemed to be discussing something with the Empress Dowager. As soon as the Emperor entered, Gu Beiwei stopped talking, while the Empress Dowager knitted her brows with a troubled expression. Chapter 173. Emperor Tianhui's stomach was full of anger, but he couldn't vent it on the Empress Dowager. Instead, he vented it all on Gu Beiwei. Gu Beiwei, it's already been days. The Imperial Physician Courtyard still doesn't know what this disease is. What else can Jin count on you to do? Do you not want to be the head Imperial Physician anymore? At most, Zhen will give you 3 more days. If you can't control the epidemic by then, don't blame Zhen for being merciless. There was no way to treat most epidemics, but they could at least control the scope of the outbreak. Still, they didn't even know what kind of disease it was, which meant there was no way to prevent or control it. Under these circumstances, they could only resort to inhumane methods to prevent the epidemic from spreading to even more people. That was to isolate and burn all the infected. Of course, the authorities could do the same for the commoners, but it wasn't easy to treat the nobles of the capital equally. For example, the 3rd young master of the imperial uncle's estate was on his last breath. Even now, a few imperial physicians were still trying to save his life. Everyone was equal in the face of human life. Was there any difference between nobles and generals? Unfortunately, this was the cruel reality. Gu Beiwei had been frowning all this time. Doctors were benevolent, but they often had to make cruel choices. Gu Beiwei had long tried to persuade him that there was no way to treat the disease. The only way was to control it. If they wanted to control it, they had to control everything. Not just the commoners, but the imperial family and nobles as well. They had to burn them all. But Emperor Tianhui refused without a second thought. Which member of the imperial family would be willing to accept such an arrangement? How many of them would rebel with a single order? Leaving aside the others, even the Empress Dowager herself wouldn't agree to the imperial uncle's 3rd young master. But this time, Gu Beiwei didn't try to persuade him. He glanced at the Empress Dowager before saying, "Your Majesty, perhaps this official and the Imperial Physician Courtyard really aren't up to the task. This official may be so bold as to recommend someone to you. Could it be that someone can cure it? Who is it?" Emperor Tianhui grew alarmed. Gu Beiwei didn't hesitate to get straight to the point. The Duke of Qin's estate, esteemed Wang Fei. Emperor Tianhui gave a start at these words, before he laughed disdainfully. Han Yunqi? What did she know? She is a poison doctor. When did she become a divine doctor? Unexpectedly, Gu Beiwei had a serious expression on his face. Your Majesty, this humble subject discovered that something was wrong after examining the corpses. The corpses that died from the disease had been left here for a long time, so there were signs of livor mortis. If this humble subject's guess is correct, this plague is not an ordinary plague, but a poisonous plague. After the death of the palace made in the Empress Dowager's palace, no one dared to deal with it. Due to the shortage of manpower in the Imperial Institute of Medicine, it took more than 2 hours for Gu Beiwei to arrive in person. It was also because of this that Gu Beiwei noticed the poisonous livor mortis on the corpse. Otherwise, as long as the patient died of illness, they would have been cremated immediately. Gu Beiwei had just told the Empress Dowager about this matter. Emperor Tianhui fell silent after hearing Gu Beiwei's explanation. Of course, Gu Beiwei knew that Emperor Tianhui dreaded Han Yunqi, but he feigned ignorance and said, "Based on this humble subject's experience, there's an 80 to 90% chance that this is a poisonous plague. Esteemed Wang Fei's poison skills are superb, so she must have a way to deal with it. That palace maid's corpse is still in the Imperial Institute of Medicine. Should we invite esteemed Wang Fei over to take a look?" Emperor Tianhui remained silent. At this moment, the Empress Dowager spoke up. "Emperor, there are so many people waiting to be saved. This is an important matter that can't be delayed. Hurry and call Qin Wangfei over. After Princess Changping's death, the Empress had gone mad, and the Empress Dowager hated Han Yunqi to the core. But just then, Gu Beiwe had said that the third young master of the imperial uncle's estate could only hold out for a day at most. For the sake of the imperial uncle's sole heir, the Empress Dowager had no time to bicker with Han Yunqi. As long as there was a chance, she'd grab it. Emperor Tianhui had just shown his strength to the Duke of Qin's estate, but now he had to ask for help. Naturally, he'd lose face and be unhappy about it. But the Empress Dowager was right. This wasn't a small matter. Of course, Emperor Tianhui was smart enough to reply cold. Gu Beiwe, this is a matter for your Imperial Institute of Medicine. Zhen doesn't care who you ask for help, but Zhen wants to control the epidemic immediately. If he had Gu Beiwe ask for help in the name of the Imperial Institute of Medicine, Han Yunqi wouldn't be able to show off much. Gu Beiwe rejoiced. This official understands. This official will do it right away. Han Yunqi had been depressed for days over the matter of Long Feiyi. Because of the rampant epidemic, she hadn't left the house at all, but sat outside the gates of Long Feiyi to think things over. She knew that the epidemic still hadn't been contained, but she never expected it to be a poison epidemic. Frankly speaking, a plague was a highly contagious virus, but a poison epidemic was a contagious disease caused by poisons. Viruses and poisons were different. Viruses caused illnesses, while poisons caused poisons. More accurately speaking, the infected didn't die from illness, but from poison. Naturally occurring poisons that could cause contagious poisons were very rare, while man-made ones weren't easy to make. In other words, the chances of a poison epidemic breaking out were very low. Han Yunqi felt that something was fishy about the situation, but since Gu Beiwe had already sent people to ask for help, she didn't think too much of it. She immediately packed up and prepared to leave the house. But before she left, Steward Xia bumped into her. "Esteemed Wang Fei, where are you going?" "I'll be right back," Han Yunqi said mildly. She hadn't told anyone that she was going to the Imperial Institute of Medicine. "Esteemed Wang Fei, you can't go out. It's a mess outside right now. What if—" Before Steward Xia could finish, Grand Concubine, he slowly walked over with a cold voice. "Steward Xia, if she wants to die, just let her go. It's best if she doesn't come back." So speaking, Grand Concubine, he didn't spare Han Yunqi a glance before walking past. Grand Concubine, he was depressed over the Duke of Qin's affairs and had been like a walking corpse these days. Even Steward Xia felt hurt by her words, to say nothing of Han Yunqi. She didn't say a word, but watched Grand Concubine's figure disappear into the gardens before turning back to smile at Steward Xia. "Steward Xia, help me keep the door open tonight. I'll definitely come back." She hadn't smiled in the past few days, but now she was. Not only was she smiling, but her clear eyes were shining with a moving light as if she'd been reborn. "Han Yunqi, what's wrong with her?" Steward Xia gaped at the sight, while Han Yunqi didn't say anything else. She simply turned and walked out. As soon as Gu Beiwe heard that Han Yunqi had arrived at the Imperial Institute of Medicine, he immediately went out to greet her. "Esteemed Wang Fei, this official knew you'd come." "You're so sure," Han Yunqi smiled. She immediately explained the general situation of the plague to Gu Beiwe. Then the two of them made a few simple precautions before entering the morgue. Han Yunqi admired the doctors of ancient times. They didn't have the advanced precautions of modern times, so even if they knew it was a contagious disease, they were still the first to come into contact with the patients and corpses. As soon as she approached the corpses, the detox system sounded an alarm. Han Yunqi stopped in her tracks, her eyes focused on the corpses. Gu Beiwe had seen Han Yunqi check for poisons and treat poisons multiple times, so he was used to her special examination methods. He waited silently on one side, but Han Yunqi came to a conclusion so quickly. Her voice was clear and crisp. "It's poison plague. Poison plague." Gu Beiwe was alarmed. Of course he knew that the plague was the scariest type of plague, but the symptoms of the infected were completely different from the plague. So what was this poison plague? Was it even more terrifying? Yes, it's the poison plague. Plague and poison plague spread in the same way in the beginning, through the fleas on rats. Han Yunqi's expression was serious and professional. She rejoiced in her heart that this was a poison plague, not an actual plague. Plague started from the spread of fleas, and after the virus spread, there were many ways to spread it. Even a sneeze could spread it to others. Under the medical conditions of ancient times, this kind of thing was very terrifying. It was basically unstoppable and extremely difficult to control. In the field of history, there were even people who believed that plague caused unrest and led to the destruction of countries. Just like the end of the Ming Dynasty and the end of the Yuan Dynasty, there were large-scale plague outbreaks. However, if it was poison plague, there could only be one way to spread it, and that was through fleas. The poisonous fleas sucked blood and caused poisoning. In other words, as long as the fleas were controlled and the poisonous fleas were killed, the plague could be controlled. Flea infection? Although Gu Beiwe didn't quite understand, he wasn't stupid. He quickly asked, if that's the case, as long as the fleas are killed and the vector of infection is blocked, the infection can be controlled? In other words, if there are no fleas, it won't be contagious between people. Smart. Han Yunqi smiled. These commoners can be saved. Gu Beiwe was overjoyed. He quickly walked out of the morgue and immediately gave the order. Someone come. Pass down the order to cancel all the burning plans. Gather all the imperial physicians and officials from the epidemic department for a meeting. Seeing Gu Beiwe's happy and anxious appearance, Han Yunqi's heart felt warm. Esteemed Princess Consort, you must be able to detoxify the poison of the plague. Not to mention the outskirts, there are over 100 people in the capital waiting to be saved. Gu Beiwe seriously said. Han Yunqi was about to reply, but Gu Beiwe suddenly said, Esteemed Princess Consort, the most urgent situation is the Imperial Uncle's third young master. Even the Empress Dowager went to see him the day before yesterday. This one estimates that he won't live past tomorrow. When these words were said, Han Yunqi's heart was filled with suspicion. Why did she feel like Gu Beiwe was trying to emphasize something to her? Imperial Physician Gu, you aren't trying to remind me of something, are you? Han Yunqi asked tentatively. A sly look flashed in Gu Beiwe's eyes, but he still looked confused as he asked, Esteemed Princess Consort, what do you mean? Seeing this, Han Yunqi decided that she was overthinking things. Nothing. Han Yunqi smiled. Of course the poison of the plague can be cured, but as for the prescription, I need to discuss it with His Highness Duke of Qin before I can confirm it. That's right. Exterminating the fleas isn't a cure. Only by distributing the antidote can we prevent the plague from spreading. One could say that Han Yunqi was taking advantage of the situation or was selfish. But when Gu Beiwe sent people to the residence to find her, she immediately saw hope of saving Long Fei Yi. This plague had occurred in the capital. If it wasn't contained, it would definitely cause unrest and even affect the country's politics. Moreover, the Emperor and Empress Dowager were probably anxious to save many infected people, not to mention others. Just the third young master of the Imperial Uncle's estate was the Empress Dowager's precious treasure. The smile in Gu Beiwe's eyes deepened. Unfortunately, Han Yunqi didn't notice. Esteemed Princess Consort, could it be that His Highness only just found out the prescription for the poison of the plague? Gu Beiwe asked. It's a secret. Han Yunqi was delighted. Imperial Physician Gu, bring my words to His Majesty. He'll understand. Long Fei Yi, you used the late Emperor's decree to save me. Then, today I, Han Yunqi, will threaten the current Emperor for your sake. Han Yunqi finished speaking and sat down on the side. She was going to wait here. Chapter 174. Slap. A loud crash rang through the empty imperial study. This wasn't the first time Emperor Tianhui had smashed a booklet today, but it was the loudest he'd done so far. Gu Beiwe stood on one side with his head bowed. He'd already delivered Han Yunqi's words to the emperor. The Empress Dowager sat on one side, unable to restrain her anger. What a Han Yunqi! What does she mean by this? Gu Beiwe, doesn't your imperial physician courtyard have any poison doctors who know how to treat poisons? Emperor Tianhui demanded. Naturally, the imperial physician courtyard had its own poison doctors, but he guessed they'd never even heard of poison plague. Your Majesty, if they knew how to treat poisons, they would have recognized it long ago, Gu Beiwe replied honestly. Emperor Tianhui's breathing grew ragged. He stood up with his hands behind his back and paced back and forth impatiently. Han Yunqi's words sounded nice when she said the antidote needed to be discussed with the Duke of Qin, but in truth she was threatening him. How could he allow a little girl to threaten him? Moreover, he'd finally found a flaw in the Duke of Qin's body to trap him. How could he give up so easily? No, he couldn't do it. Someone put up a notice to recruit poison doctors. If anyone can treat poisons, the position of head of the imperial physician courtyard will be his. Emperor Tianhui was mad with rage. Gu Beiwe, the current head of the imperial physician courtyard, had a calm expression on his face. He didn't speak. But soon enough, Eunuch Shui entered the room. Your Majesty, esteemed Empress Dowager, the imperial uncle's estate sent news that third young master has fainted. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager sprang to her feet. What? He just spat out a mouthful of black blood and fainted. All of the imperial physicians are at a loss. They said they're preparing for his funeral. Eunuch Shui braced himself to continue. The Empress Dowager only felt her vision darken. She gripped the armrests of her chair to steady herself, while Emperor Tianhui had long stopped pacing to look over. Abruptly, the Empress Dowager cried, Your Majesty, we can't wait. We can't. Whatever Han Yunqi wants to do, just let her do. Hurry and let her take a look. The Bai clan's only a single heir. Emperor Tianhui's eyebrows furrowed as he hesitated. Emperor, are you going to watch the Bai family have no descendants? The Empress Dowager said angrily. Emperor Tianhui was very reluctant, but there was nothing he could do when faced with the plague and death. Coldly he said, Gu Beiwe, go tell Han Yunqi that Zhan will let her see the Duke of Qin if she saves third young master's life. When she heard the good news, Han Yunqi leapt out of her seat in high spirits. Heaven never bars one's way. This time, she was going to show Grand Concubine Yi that she didn't have Princess Rongla's noble birth or powerful backing. She could still contend against Emperor Tianhui with her own hands and skills and rescue Long Fei Yi. Han Yunqi was so happy that she grabbed Gu Beiwe's arm. Hurry up. Let's go to the imperial uncle's estate. Gu Beiwe stared at her slender, delicate hand as a trace of reluctance flitted past his eyes. Still, he gave a light smile and pried her hand free. Esteemed Wang Fei, this way. The carriage's already been prepared. Gu Beiwe's movements were so natural that Han Yunqi's heart was open and magnanimous. Although he'd broken free, she didn't think there was anything wrong with holding hands. The two of them didn't feel awkward at all as they strode towards a side door. Gu Beiwe mused that it was precisely because she had no distracting thoughts and was magnanimous that she dared to be so unrestrained. Han Yunqi had the formula for the poison plague's antidote, but she didn't have the medicine. Still, her acupuncture skills were enough to save third young master's life for a few days. Moreover, even if she had the antidote, she wouldn't use it until she saw the Long Fei Yi at this critical juncture. The news had already reached the imperial uncle's estate before they'd even reached it. As a result, someone immediately came to greet them the moment they arrived at the entrance, and hurriedly led them to third young master's room. Imperial physician Gu, stay behind. Don't let anyone else in. Han Yunqi still stuck to her old rules. Her words angered the old imperial uncle. Han Yunqi, what are you planning to do to third young master? What's so shameful about it? Will you be able to bear the consequences if anything happens to him? Old imperial uncle, I can clearly explain to you what I'm planning to do. However, I'm afraid that once you understand, you'll really need to prepare for your grandson's funeral, Han Yunqi said coldly. The old imperial uncle was so angry that he was at a loss for words. Han Yunqi simply crossed her arms and leaned against a nearby pillar, looking like she didn't care. Seeing this, the old imperial uncle panicked. Fine. You can do whatever you want. Hurry and save him. Only then did Han Yunqi straighten her back and enter the room. Before she closed the door, she said seriously, Old imperial uncle, it's a crime to call this Wang Fei by my name. I'll let it go just now, but don't do it again. So speaking, she slammed the door shut, leaving the old imperial uncle standing there gaping. Gu Beiwe didn't know what to say about this woman. She really didn't take any losses. She looked so delicate, but she dared to take responsibility for her actions. Forget about the capital. You probably wouldn't find another woman like her in all of Tianing country. Gu Beiwe rejoiced in his luck. If not for Mu Qingwu's poisoning, he probably wouldn't have been able to get in here. Actually, Han Yunqi didn't need Gu Beiwe to help her. She could handle everything herself, but she seemed to have gotten used to Gu Beiwe watching from the sidelines. With a strict attitude, Han Yunqi once again confirmed that it was poison plague before she began to use her needles to expel the poison. The best way to detoxify poison was to find an antidote. Without it, one could only rely on expelling the poison to alleviate the symptoms and delay the onset of the poison to preserve one's life. It had to be said that if Emperor Tianhui had hesitated just a little longer, or if Gu Beiwe hadn't discovered the poison plague in time, this third young master would have died without a doubt. Han Yunqi did her best to expel as much poison as possible. After an hour, she withdrew her needles. Done. Gu Beiwe promptly handed over a clean handkerchief. Han Yunqi smiled and accepted it. Thanks. As soon as she opened the door, the imperial uncle's entire family surrounded her, all of them talking at once. Although the old imperial uncle didn't speak, he was still nervous. His life is safe for now. He should be able to hold out for 5 or 6 days. If we want to save him, we'll need an antidote, Han Yunqi said seriously. Then where's the antidote? The old imperial uncle couldn't help but ask. But Han Yunqi only replied, Then we'll have to wait for His Majesty's news. What did she mean by that? Everyone was puzzled. The imperial uncle was even more surprised and confused. Han Yunqi didn't have time to dawdle here. While everyone was still in a daze, she pushed Gu Beiwe aside and left in a hurry. She couldn't wait to see Long Fei Yi. As soon as she entered the palace, Han Yunqi headed straight for the Hall of Regrets. Emperor Tianhui hadn't gone back on his word, but there was nothing he could do about Han Yunqi. The Hall of Regrets was a place where imperial princes shut themselves in to reflect on their mistakes. It wasn't large and had 4 high walls without any windows. There was only a single door, so one could imagine how boring the days inside would be. Eunuch Shui opened the door. Esteemed Wang Fei, please. Han Yunqi had rushed all the way to the palace, but she grew timid as soon as she reached the door. Her heart was racing. How would Long Fei Yi react when he saw her? Esteemed Wang Fei, please, Eunuch Shui repeated. Han Yunqi finally stepped inside and shut the door behind her. The interior of the palace was empty except for a small room. The door was shut tight and the surroundings were silent. Han Yunqi walked to the door and lightly knocked. Your Highness. But no one answered her. Your Highness, are you inside? Your Highness? Han Yunqi called out a few more times, but there was still no reply. There was no one in sight in the courtyard, so Long Fei Yi could only be inside. Why wasn't he answering her? Had something happened to him? Could it be that Emperor Tianhui had tortured him? Or was he sick and infected with the plague? Thinking up to here, Han Yunqi grew frightened and panicked. Long Fei Yi! She shouted as she shoved the door open, only to find no one inside. Where was he? At the same time, Long Fei Yi was sitting on the roof, his naturally cold lips drawn up into a faint curve. Still, he didn't speak. Long Fei Yi! Long Fei Yi, where are you? Are you here? Han Yunqi walked out of the room, her heart burning with anxiety as she shouted. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was off. She almost lost all confidence in herself. Had Emperor Tianhui tricked her? Long Fei Yi couldn't have long. After all, Emperor Tianhui had the right to sentence him to death for the crime of defying an imperial decree. Thinking up to here, Han Yunqi hastened towards the door. But it was at this moment that Long Fei Yi finally spoke up. Han Yunqi, who allowed you to call your lordship by name? Hearing this, Han Yunqi halted her steps and turned to look at the roof, only to see Long Fei sitting high up in the air. Noble, domineering, mysterious, grave, and dignified, he looked like a god high up in the clouds. His deep eyes were currently staring at her. Han Yunqi gave a start before she burst into laughter. Stupidly, she blurted out, Long Fei Yi, you're all right. You scared me to death. This guy, he's actually sitting on the roof. So many people outside are worried about him, but he's so relaxed. What were you afraid of? Long Fei Yi arched a brow as he asked. What was she afraid of? Just then, was she really afraid? Han Yunqi raised her head to look at Long Fei Yi. After a long time, she pursed her lips and teased, I was afraid that if anything happened to you, I'd have to be buried with you. At these words, Long Fei Yi's smile vanished. He landed on the ground and asked cold, How did you get in? It had been so many days, but Mu Fei hadn't come. Presumably, the emperor had issued strict orders. He never expected this woman to get in, which really surprised him. But what surprised him even more was Han Yunqi's reply. I'm here to save you. Long Fei Yi grew curious. Han Yunqi immediately told him about the poison plague. She was so enraptured and full of spirit that she didn't even notice that Long Fei Yi had been staring at her the entire time. Actually, he didn't need her to save him. Emperor Tianhui hadn't thrown him straight into the prisons, but confined him to the palace instead. This was enough to prove that the emperor had left him a way out and had some misgivings. He was the youngest of all the imperial princes and the weakest of them all. Naturally, he had his own skills to be able to survive such a fierce struggle for the throne. Emperor Tianhui couldn't touch him in the past, but now it was even harder. Why did you save your lordship? Long Fei Yi asked again, his amused gaze boring into Han Yunqi's eyes. His gaze was so domineering that it seemed capable of piercing straight into her heart. Han Yunqi immediately avoided it, her heart pounding in her chest. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi suddenly drew closer, his powerful aura enveloping Han Yunqi in an oppressive manner. Because she didn't want to be buried with me? Long Fei Yi thought, if this woman dares to say that again, I'll definitely make her regret it.